games to none.
The E-Trade World Series pregame show is brought to you by E-Trade, the #1 rated place to invest online.
The San Diego Padres might trail the World Series 2 games to none, but you wouldn't know it by listening to the Padre faithful.
I don't care what Steve Lyons says. The Padres are going to pick it up.
Padres #1! Yeah! And folks, that's no earthquake you're feeling at home. That's Qualcomm Stadium. This place is rocking and ready to go for Game 3 of the 1998 World Series between the Yankees and the Padres. New York with a 2 games to none lead, but San Diego hoping to get healthy here at home. Hello again, everybody. I'm Chip Terry, and welcome to the E-Trade World Series pregame show. Folks, Qualcomm Stadium is a madhouse. And who better to talk about a madhouse than my partner, Steve Psycho Lyons. The Padres are happy to be out of New York, and this crowd is the reason why.
Well, they get to come home and play in front of their home fans. Finally, I can tell you it's no fun playing in Yankee Stadium. I was out there. They sing nasty songs about you. They're loud. It's ugly, especially if you're the visitors. Now they get to come home, play in front of the home crowd, and right now they are the loudest crowd in all of baseball.
And the Padres happy they get to finally play real baseball. None of that DH stuff. The pitchers have to hit, and the Yankees insert Shane Spencer into their starting lineup and left.
Well, I am not going to second guess Joe Torre on this one. He put Shane Spencer into the lineup towards the end of the season, and in the first round of the playoffs, the guy was an absolute Superman. Then in game 1 and 2 of the World Series, he puts in Ricky Leday. Who is Ricky Leday? He turns that kid into a star. Now he goes back to Shane Spencer, looking for a little bit of that magic. Spencer's a San Diego kid. He's hoping that he can carry the torch out there in left field again. The big problem, I think, for the Yankees in today's ballgame will be the fact that the 7 and 8 hitters may get pitched around a little bit more than they're used to because Coney, the pitcher, has to hit 9.
And the other story is the condition of the playing field. The Chargers play here as well. They played here Sunday. The field very chewed up. In fact, they had to use 21 gallons of green paint just to make the ballpark look pretty for national television. Might see some funny hops in this ball game here tonight. But again, the crowd is the other big story. It is going nuts here at Qualcomm Stadium, and the Yankees will send their battle-tested veteran David Cone to the mound. He says having postseason experience will be his big ally tonight in Game 3.
Well, I don't know. I think experience plays a factor. 95 in the playoffs in Seattle, I can't imagine an arena being any more noisy than that. The Seattle fans were crazy that year. We've got a few veterans around that have seen some wild playoff-type crowds and World Series-type crowds. I don't know if we've experienced quite what we're going to see here in San Diego, but it should be fun. It's what it's all about. It's nice to see the excitement out here. It's nice to see them get hot for baseball, and it should be a great couple of games here.
So David Cone has been through this before. His opponent tonight, former Yankee left-hander Sterling Hitchcock, has not. However, Steve, what Hitchcock has going for him is a hot hand. He was unbelievable in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs.
Yeah, he's been a Cy Young killer in the playoffs. He beat 3 guys in a row. He got Randy Johnson. Then he got Maddox and Glavine of the Braves in 3 straight starts. So his experience in the postseason has kind of been on-the-job training, but he's absolutely getting it done. And he's got Dave Stewart in his face in case he doesn't.
And he said, hey, to all of his starters, you got to pitch inside. He wants some uncomfortable Yankee at-bats in Game 3 tonight. We'll see if that comes true. The fans are getting comfortable. Hitchcock getting comfortable. Hope you're getting comfortable at home. Our E-Trade pregame show will continue from a raucous Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego right after this timeout.
Your investments help pay for this dream house. Unfortunately, it belongs to your broker. With the new E-Trade, the power is in your hands. The #1 rated place to invest online. Now open free to the public with 10 times more research, free real-time quotes, still from just $14.95 a trade. Sign up now and get $50 free. Hey, now the power's in your hands. E-Trade. Someday, we'll all invest this way.
Now, Mr. Wells, we're going to monitor your thoughts. Listen carefully. Your boss wants to have a talk with you. You're being audited. It's 110 degrees in rush hour traffic. You're stuck in a used car. Mr. Wells, a used car. Mr. Wells, are you paying attention?
Welcome back to the E-Trade World Series pregame show.
While the crowd in San Diego tries to give the Padres a helping hand before Game 3 of the World Series, Major League Baseball is trying to give those touched by Hurricane George in the Caribbean a helping hand as well.
Major League Baseball has made a donation of $1 million to the American Red Cross for disaster relief in Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic.
Baseball would like to also enlist the help of fans watching this game at home tonight. How can fans at home who want to help those hurricane victims do so tonight?
Well, we are encouraging fans around the world to make their own donation for disaster relief and can dial up 1-800-HELP-NOW, and that will get them to the American Red Cross, and they can make a donation directly in support of the effort in the Caribbean.
Great move by Major League Baseball, and be a clutch pinch hitter as well at home if you can do so tonight. Chip Carey, Steve Lyons, welcome back to San Diego. And speaking of clutch, the Yankees looking to Tino Martinez to recapture his Game 1 magic in this one.
Well, ever since Tino's come to the Yankees, he's led his ball club to 3 straight postseason appearances. But in the postseason, Tino's always sort of gone away. But there's a saying in baseball that says, let sleeping dogs lie. Guess what? Tino's awake.
Martinez down the right field line. Grand slam.
3 tremendous seasons here. Not so good in the postseason until right now. Do you know why?
No, I don't know why. It's hard to explain. And in '96, I think I just tried too hard. I chased a lot of bad pitches. I was over-swinging a lot of times. Coming into '98, I think I just tried to put all that behind me all in one swing and one at bat in the ALCS, and I started fighting those '96 struggles again, and I just wasn't able to relax. And now finally the World Series started, and I just started relaxing a little bit.
We're all hearing the Mo Vaughn rumors. Does it feel like there's a knife in your back after what you've done in this organization to feel like people could just casually say, Mo Vaughn's coming?
No, I thought it was unfair because, you know, that type of stuff, there's rumors that happen all the time, no matter what kind of season you have. But it usually comes in the off-season. You know, for it to come out now in the World Series where the media has been bombarding me with these questions, it just puts a little extra something in my mind that I really didn't need to think about.
I'm pretty sure you weren't thinking about those rumors when the ball hit in the upper tank there on the Grand Slam.
That felt pretty good. I just felt good to get a key hit to help my team win, you know, in the World Series and hopefully get myself going and carry us to a few more wins here.
Well, Tino Martinez had talked to his wife, and she said, just relax. If you're not in a Yankees pinstripe uniform anymore, then go out and make sure that this is the best World Series you've ever had. And he's feeling better. I'd like to say hello to my dad, who's resting comfortably in an LA hospital after not feeling so good. Hope you're enjoying the game and feeling better, Dad.
So get well soon, Mr. Lyons. And hey, don't forget, the Yankees know all about comebacks. Remember, the Padres may trail them 2-0. The Yankees trailed Atlanta 2-0 and ended up winning the World Series. Tonight's Game 3 could be a big one. Stay tuned. We'll come back, have our national anthem, and get set for Game 3 right after this timeout.
Snuck to the '63 World Series. Let's go. Got on a train. What if I got lost? They may have never found me. I didn't care. I knew Sandy Koufax was pitching, and I was going. And that's all I cared about. And I knew something great was going to happen. When that ball was thrown across and they started jumping up in the air, running across the field, everything went crazy. And as a kid, I'm sitting there going, I'm going to be able to tell my kids this one day. I saw this guy pitch. I mean, spellbinding performances that I've had a chance to see. And the magnitude of being there and seeing what goes on, yes, sometimes you become overwhelmed. You become a fan.
Back in San Diego for Game 3 of the World Series with our national anthem country music recording star Trisha Yearwood.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America with the presentation of our national anthem, Please welcome the musicians who made their triumphant return to Copley Symphony Hall 11 days ago before a sold-out house. Your new San Diego Symphony Orchestra, together with one of America's most popular recording artists. Please welcome Grammy Award winner Trisha Yearwood.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Trisha Yearwood with our national anthem. And how about a save to Padre owner John Moores? His big donation brought the San Diego Symphony back into play. Stay tuned. Game 3's coming up next right here on Fox.
Thank you, brother.
In November on the Fox 5 10 o'clock news, how did you get a parking ticket in Queens when your car never left New Jersey? Find out in November on the Fox 5 10 o'clock news.
Remember that whole back to basics movement? Neither do we. Lincoln Town Car, what a luxury car should be.
You read Barron's? Oh, yeah. All the time. That's the one where they rate all the online brokers. I use Discover Brokerage. They've been Barron's top pick for like the last 3 years.
You invest online?
Oh, yeah. Big time. Well, the last few years anyway. I'm retired now.
You retired?
Oh, I don't need to do this. I just, like helping people.
Vacation spot?
Actually, it's a picture of my house.
That's an island.
Well, technically it's a country. Weird thing about owning your own country, though. You gotta name it.
Year after year, we've been recognized by our members for our award-winning health plans. Recognized for providing the top choice of physicians, access to top-quality medical care, and for the concern we show toward the health and well-being of our members. And now, in a separate study, Oxford's HMO has been recognized as the top-ranked health plan in the New York City area. Fortunately, some things never change.
Watch Good Day New York.
Weekday mornings at 7 on Fox 5.
Welcome back to San Diego, California, and welcome to Game 3 of the 1998 World Series here on Fox. The New York Yankees and the San Diego Padres. The fans here making noise, happy to have their Padres back in the World Series at home for the first time since 1984. And welcome to the broadcast booth, everyone. I'm Joe Buck, along with my partners Tim McCarver and Bob Brenly. Well, you know the situation. The Yankees are up 2-0, dominating in game number 2. The come-from-behind effort in game number 1. Tim McCarver, these Yankees, if there were any worries, are playing like a team that won 114 games.
Yeah, Joe, we talked the other night about a 5-tool player, one that excels in all facets of the game. The Yankees are a 5-tool team, and I know they talked about it in the pregame show, but to be more specific, look what the 7, 8, and 9 hitters did in games 1 and 2. Only 455, a home run, 6 RBIs. Scott Brosius tonight will be moved into the number 6 hole, but Shane Spencer, Joe Girardi, and David Cone have not had an at-bat during this World Series. So that puts an awful lot of pressure on David Cone, but he's used to it. That 1-0 in the World Series in 3 starts. Remember that one game that he won in Game 3 against Atlanta 2 years ago.
And many people feel that that start and that win for the Yankees turned the tide in the World Series as they went on to win 4 consecutive games. Well, trying to slow down that good offense, tonight's left-handed starter, Sterling Hitchcock.
You know, with all due respect to Kevin Brown, Sterling Hitchcock, without a doubt, has been the hottest pitcher on the Padres staff throughout the postseason. You see what he did against Houston and Atlanta earlier in the postseason. This has to be a concern to Bruce Bochy. He has not gone more than 6 innings in any start in the postseason. We know what's happened when they've gotten into the Padres bullpen. He will have this working in his favor. Look at that background, how bright that is back there. Throwing that split finger out of the brightness of the rail in center field will work to Hitchcock's advantage. He started 2 games in the postseason in the twilight, 1 in the daytime. Bochy said if he holds true to his history, only goes 5 or 6, we'll see Joey Hamilton in the game at that point.
And that's significant because you know what that means? If we see Joey Hamilton tonight, they got the big guy, Kevin Brown, ready for the game tomorrow night, Game 4. We get ready for Game 3 right now. Coming up, Sterling Hitchcock against David Cone. We're in San Diego. It's loud. This place ready to shake. The World Series Game 3 comes your way next.
He picked up his bat. Then he picked up our hearts. Enterprise Rent-A-Car salutes Mark McGuire for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
This is a world only a few know well. A world of risk and uncertainty, where the roads can take you to success or prosperity, or sometimes to no place at all. This is the financial world. For decades, banks and investment firms of mountainous size have ruled the land. Yet, high above the horizon, another mountain has risen. A mountain called First Union. With 16 million customers, the nation's 8th largest brokerage and 6th largest bank. For a new perspective of the financial world, come to the mountain called First Union. Or if you prefer, the mountain will come to you.
Insuring over 40 million people worldwide.
The 1998 World Series on Fox is brought to you by First Union, your guide to the financial world. By Enterprise Rent-A-Car, pick Enterprise, we'll pick you up. By Pepsi One, only one has it all. And by Aflac, insuring over 40 million people worldwide.
You think these fans were ready? Watching their Padres fall down 2-0 at Yankee Stadium in New York. All of the headlines, all of the storylines that have followed the underdog Padres against the New York Yankees. A look at the Coors Light starting lineup for Joe Torre. He leads it off with Chuck Knobloch. Then Derek Jeter bats second at short. It's Paul O'Neill hitting third and right field with Bernie Williams cleaning up in center. Tino Martinez is at first base with Scott Brocious batting in the number 6 position. Hitting seventh from nearby the suburb area of San Diego, Shane Spencer from El Cajon, California. He gets the start with Joe Girardi batting 8th, catching, pitching and batting 9th is David Cone. The Padre defense, 6 errors in 12 postseason games. And this defense backs up the left-hander former Yankees Sterling Hitchcock.
The one problem that Sterling Hitchcock could have is high with the fastball in the first inning, and Knobloch will try to take advantage of that. 3-0 in postseason.
The MVP of the NLCS as he beat the Atlanta Braves twice. He won the clincher in Game 6 in Atlanta. And we'll tell you again, the broadcast also available in Spanish by utilizing the SAP button on your television. Glad you're with us for game number 3. Chuck Knobloch, strike one. The numbers in the postseason aren't all that great for Knobloch, but in this World Series, 4 out of 7 with a home run and 3 big RBIs. Popped up behind second. Out is Gomez. In is Finley. Steve Finley hangs on for the out. One away.
How about that little dandy for the home folks?
Make it fun, Steve. Gets the glove underneath the ball, pops it in the air, tries to barehand it, and traps it against his belly button, but he makes the play.
He ought to get an assist on that and a putout.
Well, the key is getting the glove underneath the ball. Keep it from hitting that turf. You never know what might happen.
Great play, great call.
And a look on that final replay that the ball hit leather as he made the sliding attempt. Hung on, one away. The batter is Jeter with O'Neill on deck. Strike one.
You know, Tim, it's always a key for a pitcher to get ahead in the count. It really opens up what you can do with your stuff, but especially for Sterling Hitchcock with that split-fingered fastball. If he can get ahead of the Yankees hitters, force them to the defensive, and then use that split finger to get some swinging strikes, he may cruise early in the going.
1 ball, 1 strike. Home plate umpire from the American League in his first World Series this year is Dale Scott, with Demuth at first, Sheeta at second, Jerry Crawford at third, Richie Garcia down the left field line, Mark Hirschbeck from the National League down the right field line. Missing low and away to Jeter. 2 balls and a strike. Derek 3 of 9 in this World Series. Joe Torre has maintained consistency at the top of this Yankee lineup with Knobloch leading off and Jeter in the number 2 spot. Each scored over 100 runs during the regular season. 2-2.
In 4 postseason starts for Sterling Hitchcock, nobody has gotten a hit the first time through the order. First time through the order, hitters are 0 for 24 now with Knobloch's out.
Full count to Jeter.
We talked about that split-fingered fastball from Sterling Hitchcock. When he gets ahead in the count, he'll use that pitch. Also a straight changeup. His fastball's better than you realize. It's sneaky quick because he throws so many off-speed pitches, and more than anybody else in baseball, he gets a lot of swinging strikes on pitches out of the strike zone.
Jeter stays alive.
To reinforce that, against the Houston Astros in the Division Series clinching game, he struck out 11 Astros hitters. 9 of those were swinging strikeouts, and 7 of those 9, the pitch never reached home plate, bounced in the dirt out in front of the plate.
Pretty good swing by Jeter as that pitch was up, and Derek's eyes lit up, and he fouled it straight back.
There's that 0 for 23 coming into the game with 14 strikeouts. Now he has walked 3 first time through the order, but it's the second time through the order when hitters get used to that split-fingered fastball that they come around with Hitchcock.
With a moth in the front of his cap. The 3-2 pitch. The 1-out walk. How about that? Hitchcock had a little friend on his cap when he brought home ball 4 to Jeter, and a 1-out walk gives the Yankees a first-inning base runner.
That probably threw off his delivery. That extra weight on the front of his hat there probably threw him off balance and forced him to throw that ball out of the strike zone.
Moth hung in there.
A key at bat by Jeter, because laying off that 2-2 splitter is the reason he's on first base right now.
Here's Paul O'Neill. 1 on, 1 out. Just underway in game 3. Jeter with a little jab step towards second. He stays put. Ball 1 to O'Neill.
He tried to get Sterling Hitchcock to balk there. See that move right there? That's designed to get the left-hander to balk.
There you see some of that glare out there in center field. It's actually moved up far enough on the hitting background that it shouldn't be too much of a factor in the game tonight.
O'Neill the opposite way. It's a foul ball and will get out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
As recently as a week ago when we were here for the NLCS, the sun was very much in play throughout the first 4 innings of the ball game, but as you can see, only the very top of that hitting background is in the sun right now, and in another 15 minutes to a half an hour the hitting background will be completely away from the sun.
From catcher cam, a look at the 1-1 pitch from Hitchcock to Paul O'Neill. Instead of throw to first.
I'll tell you what catcher cam shows you there. It might be tougher to catch Hitchcock than to hit against him, because the catcher is looking up higher than the hitter is.
Knobloch flying to shallow center. Jeter drew a 1-out walk. And again, a 1-1 delivery instead again. Throw to first. Jeter doesn't have much of a lead. Back easily. Tim, you mentioned it was an important walk for Jeter in that he didn't offer it that 3-2 pitch. We talked to the Atlanta Braves. They kept trying to tell themselves not to offer it those pitches out of the strike zone with 2 strikes.
Right.
Just couldn't lay off, and Hitchcock defeated him twice. The 1-1 to O'Neill is hit hard to short. Gomez starts it. Vargas in the middle. Top of the first is gone. 6-4-3 off the bat of O'Neill. Here come the Padres. Bottom of the first inning. No score.
Start looking forward to the drive home. Stop commuting. Start driving. Introducing Alero. Alero by Oldsmobile. Start something.
Because there is a man in Chicago planning his retirement this year. Because there is a family in Boston who hopes to send their kids to college someday. Because there is a doctor in New York looking forward to the day she will open her own clinic. Because the dreams of every investor continue to change in a complex world, so too have we. Which is why at Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
Recent reports of UFO sightings in the skies of Fulton County have caused...
Car trouble, son?
Yeah, I was just on the internet and
You get the internet on that phone?
yeah, email, stock quotes. It's a page or 2.
The Q phone, the most advanced palm-sized digital phone from Qualcomm.
Weird guy. Cool phone.
The 1998 World Series on Fox is brought to you by Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. We measure success one investor at a time. And by Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Around 65,000 fans here at Qualcomm Stadium. Bottom of the first inning, no score. And a look at the Coors Light starting lineup for the San Diego Padres. Gilvio Veras leads off at second. Tony Gwynn bats second and right. And boy, did he get an ovation during the starting lineups here at Qualcomm Stadium, with Greg Vaughn hitting third and left, Ken Caminiti cleaning up at third, Wally Joyner at first, Steve Finley in center, Jim Leyritz, the former Yankee, catching. Chris Gomez is batting eighth, and Sterling Hitchcock is pitching and batting ninth. A look at the Yankee defense. They have made one error in the World Series. We highlight Bernie Williams, and this is a team that is very strong up the middle, especially tonight with Girardi behind the plate, Jeter and Knobloch up the middle on the infield, and Williams in center field.
You see the numbers on David Cone in the postseason. Fine ERA under 3. Averaging a strikeout an inning so far in this year's postseason.
We talked the other night about Kevin Brown and how he is innovative on the mound. Well, here's another Mr. Innovation, a multi-pitch arsenal. He invents stuff on the mound, much like Phil Mickelson does on the golf course. That killer splitter when he is ahead. And still has that knack for making the big pitch. He proved that 2 years ago against Atlanta. That famous conversation on the mound with Joe Torre. 2-1 ball game. He left in the 6th and won it for the Yankees.
There is Kevin Brown, who is getting better health-wise, hit by the flu bug and also hit by a line drive off the bat of Chili Davis in game 1. And it looks more and more like he will start here tomorrow night, win or lose tonight for the Padres. Here's Gilvio Veras with Tony Gwynn and Greg Vaughn to follow. Bottom of the first inning, no score. A strike over the outside corner to Veras. 267 hitter during the regular season. Stole 24 bases during 1998. 2 hits and 9 at-bats in the World Series. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We talk about how the Yankee hitters run a lot of deep counts. David Cone runs a lot of deep counts.
Veras showing bunt, taking ball 2.
On his last start against the Indians in the ALCS, David Cone threw 103 pitches. The overwhelming majority were breaking balls. He felt he didn't have his good fastball in that game. He's a guy that's very able to go to plan B, plan C, whatever is necessary.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Gilvio Veras. David Cone talking about Gilvio Veras and how dangerous he is, along with Tony Gwynn. You get Veras on, you can hit and run with Gwynn. You get those 2 on, then you've got Vaughn, Caminiti, and Joyner coming up. To the shortstop, Jeter. Plenty of time. Leadoff man gone. David Cone takes care of Veras. Will pitch to Gwynn with the bases empty.
Early or late?
Tony Gwynn is 4 out of 8 in this World Series. Takes a ball from David Cone. Tony Gwynn, 8-time batting champion, 17 seasons here in San Diego, played collegiately at San Diego State. Into left field, Shane Spencer back to get it, 2 gone.
Well, there's a reason Tony Gwynn has won 8 batting titles. He was out here well before regular batting practice today and had Stan Spencer, a pitcher who was in uniform for the Padres but not on the postseason roster, pitching game situation, throwing breaking balls, throwing changeups, throwing splitters. So Tony Gwynn can wire that swing in just a little bit more.
And who does he go visit? Hitting coach Merv Rettenman right after he flies to left. With 2 out, nobody on, it's Greg Vaughn, a .290 hitter during this postseason. 2 out, nobody on, and Vaughn, the line drive caught by Tino Martinez. So the Padres go in order. David Cone starting game 3 for the New York Yankees. He gets through a perfect first inning.
It's been a tradition since 1876. Think about that. That's more than 120 years ago that this company started making Budweiser under Adolphus Busch. The family has always put in the forefront, protect the excellence of the product Budweiser. And I think he would be very happy that the generations of his family have practiced what he taught us.
Leisure suits, go-go boots, feathered hat, fat cat, hippie chick, bachelor's turk, disco dude, Gucci shirt, shark skin slacks, gun in sacks, patent leather, boa feathers, hip huggers, toe tuggers, brown shoe, red maroon, golden mane, lingerie, saddle shoes.
At the Attic Vintage Clothing Store in Las Vegas, the only thing that's out of style is using American Express. So bring your Visa card. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
There's somebody I'm longing to see. I hope that he turns out to be someone to watch over me. I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood. I know I could always be good. Someone to
It's not TV. It's HBO.
My cousin Al still swears he never gets enough to eat. So tonight we took him back to the Olive Garden for more of their never-ending pasta bowl. It's any special pasta you like, with all the free refills you want, plus all the salad and breadsticks for $6.95. The Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
In just 3 days, all hell breaks loose.
Time to give the devil his due.
Brimstone premieres Friday at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
Well, we showed you Tony Gwynn going over to talk to his hitting coach. Here's what he said to him after that at bat.
Two fastballs, forkball, fastball. You're right. Huh? No, I know that.
Right at the end of that soundbite, Tony Gwynn said you don't have the giddy up. It means David Cone is not throwing as hard as Tony Gwynn expected in that first at bat.
Now Bernie Williams leads off here in the second inning.
Forkball and a fastball. The fastball up and out over the plate, and Tony lined it into left field.
1 ball, no strikes on Bernie Williams. Now 2-0 as Hitchcock misses high.
It's interesting because usually the fastball in the first inning is, for the most part, the fastball you're going to get in the 4th or 5th. Now, a breaking ball, you can bring that around over the course of the game. Second time through the lineup or later.
2 balls, no strikes. Williams took one over the outside corner, 2-1. Bernie Williams in the second inning, with the Yankees leading 4-0, did this against Andy Ashby. A 3-2 pitch, drove it out in right center for the 2-run home run. The Yankees were leading 6-0 after 2 in game 2. Here he's up on the count, 2 balls and a strike. Three and 1 from Hitchcock.
It is dangerous to come inside to a hitter like Bernie Williams when Bernie is ahead in the count. Usually if a pitcher is behind in the count, he tries to work away from the hitter. That's a rule of thumb. You don't jam guys on 2-1, 2-0, 3-1 counts.
Full count.
But you can jam them when you're ahead in the count as a pitcher, because the hitter is going to be a little more defensive, try to get a better look at the ball, and that's when you can run that cut fastball right in on the hands.
Struck him out over the inside corner, 1 away.
An inside fastball with 2 strikes, generally speaking, is a terrific way to work any hitter. The good hitters protect the outside part of the plate. That's why they're vulnerable inside with 2 strikes.
So Williams is gone. He had the count in his favor, 3-1. He strikes out looking. And now Tino Martinez, who seems to be slowly but surely rounding into regular season form. He had the grand slam in game 1, put the Yankees out in front for good. And in game 2, he was 3 out of 5.
And a lot more good signs in game 2.
Say slowly but surely, slowly because it's been a long time in coming for Yankee fans and for Tino Martinez, who said after that grand slam in game 1, enormous amount of pressure was lifted, and it showed in game 2. The 1-1 pitch, strike 2.
I mentioned in game 2 he showed a lot of good signs. He hit a changeup up the middle of the field. He pulled a fastball into right field. He sprayed a fastball into left field when they tried to work him away, exactly the way a hitting coach would teach you to work your way out of a slump.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Jam shot into shallow center for Finley. 2 down.
Again, coming inside on a Yankee hitter with 2 strikes as we look at some of the problems that the Yankees have resolved coming into the World Series. In the ALCS, left fielders were 1 for 22, and Chuck Knobloch and Tino Martinez with the 3-run homer and the grand slam respectively in the 7th inning of game 1. You can see the Yankee offense in the World Series. Of course, just 2 games, but it's the best 4 out of 7.
2 out, nobody on. And Brocious hitting the number 6 spot, pounds it into center field. Finley didn't get a good read at the beginning and goes back to make the catch to end the inning. A late break, another look back, and the leaping catch to end the top of the 2nd. Bottom of the 2nd, no score.
Something big is happening. Introducing the new Silverado. It's bigger. It's the truck from Chevrolet.
Babe Ruth is up. He looks sluggish.
Martin, all he's doing is sweating. I'm not sweating, and I'm wearing a turtleneck. You're fired.
Jackson's out to talk to Ruth.
What's wrong, babe? I was out all night, Reg. Try this. Lipton Brisk Iced Tea. Ah, that's brisk, baby. Give it a ride, babe.
Holy cow, what a shot!
Man, with this stuff, I could have hit 80.
Tony, I really think we should rest that arm.
Hey, well, we gotta help him. I'll take that. You gotta rest your arm.
Can you try that, please?
Mr. Tony,
rest his arm.
Yeah, honey. Yeah, I'll be home soon.
Remember what happened last time?
Here comes the choo-choo.
All right, hey, pitch a good one, Cody. You okay?
Hey.
Oh, hey, buddy. Come on.
You had to do it. Did you wash your hands?
You're a better man than I am.
For over 70 years, our business has been helping generations of families live a better life. With retirement plans, life insurance, consumer loans. We're American General Financial Group. 50,000 men and women, over $100 billion in assets, helping over 12 million people live the life they've imagined. American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
The 1998 World Series on Fox is brought to you by The Truck, the new Chevy Silverado, Motor Trend Truck of the Year, and by American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
What a sight for our sounds of the game.
Steve Finley, I'll tell you, we talk about team speed a lot, and generally it applies to running the bases, but Steve Finley was fooled twice on that ball, still able to use that great speed to get back, make that crashing catch against the center field wall.
So the Padres, who went down in order in the first, have Caminiti, Joyner, and Finley. The tangle with David Cone. Caminiti at the very end of game number 2 took a couple of big swings against Jeff Nelson and tweaked a groin injury. He says, like he always does, that he's fine, but when you watch him take his position top of each inning, he is having a tough time just getting out to third base. But he has convinced Bruce Bochy that he is ready to go. 1 ball, 1 strike from David Cone.
The times that you increase the injury prospects, something like that, is when you swing and miss. If you make contact, you don't feel it. If you swing and miss, a chance of hurting it further.
That's foul. Ken Caminiti in game number 2 trying to back up Andy Ashby committed this key error in the first inning. Got to the ball, but the high throw on the ball hit by Paul O'Neill. That sent Chuck Knobloch to the plate and was the beginning of trouble for the Padres in a 3-run Yankee first. There's strike 3 to Caminiti, and he is gone for the first out. Strikeout number 1 for David Cone here in game 3.
David Cone with a splitter down. Splitter in the strike zone. Fastball down that Caminiti pulls foul, and then the somewhat sidearm Laredo breaking ball that started off the outside corner, and Caminiti having a bite.
It's a heck of a toothpick. 1 out, nobody on for Joyner. He takes low. David Cone is so much fun to watch pitch, and you heard Tony Gwynn say he doesn't have the giddy up. He doesn't have the great fastball that he once possessed. But as Tim, you mentioned early, he is still one of the game's very few big game pitchers. He proved that in 1996, and he backs it up 2 seasons later in 1998 with another 20-win season, his first since 1988. 1 and 2 strikes on Wally Joyner.
See 90 miles an hour on that last fastball. That's been his fastest pitch so far in the ball game.
2 and 2 on Joyner.
Joe Girardi back there, he would be the first to notice something like that. Girardi's been behind the plate in 30 of 31 starts for Cone this year.
Missing up and in, full count on Joyner with 1 out, nobody on here in the second.
That's usually your pitcher's best gauge, your catcher.
Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach for the Yankees, on your right. Now a fan has jumped onto the field. And that will delay play here in the bottom of the second. Let's talk more about David Cone and what he has done in his career in the postseason. Big ERA in the division series. He gets better in the LCS. And a 2.76 ERA with 1 victory in his career in the World Series as he makes his 4th World Series start here tonight.
Other World Series appearance with the Toronto Blue Jays in '92.
Here's the 3-2 to Joyner. Just up and away for a 1-out walk. Cone wanted it. You can't blame him. That barely missed. And Joyner is on with 1 out here in the second. Folks, for the latest Fox Sports World Series coverage, log on to www.foxsports.com. Sponsored by Qualcomm, which is the name on this stadium now, and it is a stadium packed with just about 65,000 people. They try to get the Padres off the deck, down 2-0. Ball 1 to Finley. The numbers in this postseason for Steve Finley, who's 1 out of 8 in this World Series.
We talked about how Steve Finley could come in and go back. This is what he did on Chuck Knobloch. And then going back on Scott Brocious.
And now on 2-0. 2-1 on a nasty pitch down and away from David Cone.
That's why you can't hit and run against David Cone. He's too unpredictable when he's behind in the count. He rarely gives the hitter a predictable pitch on which to hit and run.
Joyner at first doesn't run all that well. 1 out. Finley to first. Tino Martinez, nice play to second. Out. Back to first, not in time. And the force out 3-6 for the second out here in the second.
That ball had second and third written all over it.
Tough play for a first baseman. After holding the runner, you shuffle off a couple of steps, and then Finley hits a rocket to him on a short hop. Nice play by Tino Martinez, but with Finley's speed, no chance to turn 2 on that play. Very little time to react as a first baseman when you're holding that runner on.
So Martinez, a good play for the second out, and now with Finley at first, 2 down, it's Jim Leyritz. You heard Chip Carey talk about the 20-plus gallons of paint they put on the grass here at Qualcomm Stadium, as the turf here has been chewed up because of football, which is played here. Leyritz, strike 1. San Diego State and the San Diego Chargers. And you look at the field as they've tried to make do here with what they have, but it's going to be interesting to track tonight the hops these fielders get off the grass here in San Diego.
I thought Tony Gwynn had a great line. He came out and took a look at the field and said Natron Means must have had a big day yesterday. They must have been running the ball a lot. Those big linemen pushing off.
Finley is running. The throw by Girardi, not in time. And Steve Finley gets his first World Series stolen base.
A quick tag by Derek Jeter. It appeared that Finley was out. Another look. Very close. He touched the knee, but did he touch the knee before the foot hit the bag? He was out.
The definitive look on that super shot replay, and Joe Torre is out to argue, and he has reason to be there.
Girardi with a good quick release. Finley appeared to get a good jump at first base. Here you'll see the end of the play. Jeter takes the throw that's a little bit high, slaps the tag down on the knee. Just a split second before Finley was on the bag.
So now the Padres have a runner in scoring position with 2 down for Jim Leyritz, who has a 1-ball, 1-strike count. 2-1.
Tag on the knee just before that front foot got there.
So Finley at second with 2 down. A 3-ball, 1-strike count on Leyritz with Gomez on deck.
Catchers and ex-catchers too love middle infielders that straddle the bag like Jeter did. That gave Jeter the chance to get the call. They didn't get the call, but you love those infielders to straddle the bag as opposed to the infielders who take the throws in front of the bag and then come back. That takes too much time.
Leyritz takes a high strike. He didn't agree, but the count full 3-2. David Cone trying to get around a 1-out walk. Later a stolen base by Finley. At second with 2 down. Inning over. Strikeout for David Cone, his second of the inning, second of the night, no score after 2. Back after this from your local Fox station.
November on the Fox 5 10 o'clock news. An airbag is released to protect your family. But is it releasing toxic chemicals into the air you're breathing? Find out in November on the Fox 5 10 o'clock news.
Beautiful new car and a beautiful new house. We're living the American dream. Leasing our Chevy Malibu was easy, $219 a month. It has air, automatic, ABS, and goes 100,000 miles before its first scheduled tune-up. This is the car you knew America could build. Malibu gives me more trunk space and more standard safety features. For $2,000 less than Camry. I wish the house had been as great a deal.
Lease a Malibu for $219 a month, 36 months with $1,384 due at signing, which includes a security deposit. Shop Chevy Malibu now.
Hello?
Steve Young?
Yeah.
Here's our new cellular offer, Mr. Young. Outside of long distance, weekday minutes are divided into
listen to this guy.
non-quasi-peak, semi-peak, non-semi-peak, pseudo-peak.
Cellular phone offers are not always clear, but ever since Sprint PCS built the only all-digital nationwide network, everything is clear, including the offer.
Hello?
Sprint PCS is now just a dime anytime, with free long distance.
That's good.
Mr. Young? Steve? As I said, weekday minutes are... Say, what's that smell? Anyway...
Now it's just a dime anytime, with free long distance.
Pride and tradition, that's what this team is built on. Drive, dedication, focus. Our quality is second to none. Give 100% at all times and we'll stay the best. The deli best.
Thulman's Cold Cuts, made from the finest, leanest cuts of meat. There's lower salt and absolutely no MSG.
Thulman's, the deli best.
It's the Infiniti Model Year-End Sales Event, featuring the I-30 Sign and Drive lease. No down payment, no acquisition fee, no security deposit, no first month's payment, no initial payment. It's that simple. The I-30 Sign and Drive lease, $399 a month for 39 months. Offer ends November 2nd. Infiniti, own one and you'll understand.
Watch Good Day New York.
Weekday mornings at 7 on Fox 5.
Folks, these aerial pictures are courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Eagle, based in Carson, California. Goodyear recently increased its blimp fleet to 6, adding 2 airships in Europe and 1 in South America. Beautiful night in San Diego, which is just about redundant. When is it not beautiful here in San Diego? And we had great weather back in New York. The Yankees, with their commanding 2-0 lead, have Shane Spencer in the lineup tonight. Mentioned during the lineup portion, from El Cajon, California, which is straight out Interstate 8, about 30 minutes east of here, and he grew up a Padre fan. Now here he is, making his first World Series appearance as a starter. Here in Game 3 and leading off the 3rd with no score. Strike, and it's 1-2.
You can see the unusual way, especially from our center field camera, how Sterling Hitchcock hooks the ball behind his body on his delivery. He actually tries to do that. He has changed his delivery since coming to the San Diego Padres.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
You know, as a hitter, you look for little things like that. Sometimes guys will tip pitches by hooking the ball on a breaking ball and having their wrist straight on a fastball. Right there in that location, Hitchcock hooks every pitch, so the hitter can't really tell by the grip what pitch he's going to throw.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spencer patient. 3-2. What a flourish for Shane Spencer at the end of the 1998 regular season. And for the year, in 67 at-bats, hit 10 home runs, drove in 27, and hit .373. He hit 2 home runs in the division series against Texas. Out in front, struck him out, 1 away, and that's the 2nd strikeout for Hitchcock.
Here's what we're talking about. Sterling Hitchcock, when he was with the Yankees in 1995, had a higher way to come set. He took the ball out right around his chest. Now compare him to this year, when he takes the ball out of the glove right around the waist. And that's much more deceptive and better control for Sterling than he had 3 years ago.
Girardi now, and Hitchcock misses with ball 1 low.
And the new delivery is much more compact, probably won't generate as much power. You could also see his right leg back in 1995 came behind the rubber before he delivered the ball.
Career numbers with the New York Yankees from 1992 to 95. He's in 59 games and won 16 of them. To the right side for Veras. 2 up, 2 down in the Yankee third. Bases empty, no score with a pitcher David Cone coming up this week. On Fox NFL Sunday, the undefeated Vikings will head to Motown with the Lions coming off their big win over the Packers. Look for their second straight victory over a tough division opponent, plus other regional action. Coverage begins at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, right here on Fox. Check your local listings.
David Cone may have forgotten that he's supposed to hit. Oh, there he is.
No batting gloves on yet. Had to find a helmet to use. This is not totally strange for David Cone. He's been in the National League. He knows that he anchors that 9 spot in the lineup. But for whatever reason, he's very tardy getting up there.
You know, I minored in lip reading in college, and I am guessing, because I can do nothing more than guess, but it looked like he said to Dale Scott when he walked to the plate, "I forgot."
Well, at least he has his own bat to use. Not sure exactly how many he has, but he's got at least one.
C271, that was a bat that was designed by Lou Brock of the St. Louis Cardinals. First time that I ever saw that C271 was when Lou Brock used it.
1 ball, 1 strike. As opposed to the C270 or the C272. Strike 2.
Well, they're designed for the hand size. There's Lewis Clark Brock, the Hall of Famer. The hand size, a C272 instead of a C271, may have a thicker handle, may have a thicker barrel.
2 out, nobody on. David Cone takes ball 2, 2-2.
If I'm not mistaken, that C271 has a little bit of what they call a coned knob. It's appropriate that David Cone uses that bat, but the handle flares out a little at the bottom where the cone is.
That's right.
And Cone flares one into left field. Back to get it, Greg Vaughn. And Sterling Hitchcock has faced the minimum through 3. It'll be Gomez, Hitchcock, and Veras coming up for San Diego. No score.
Your investments help pay for this dream house. Unfortunately, it belongs to your broker. With the new E-Trade, the power is in your hands. The #1 rated place to invest online. Now open free to the public with 10 times more research. Free real-time quotes, still from just $14.95 a trade. Sign up now and get $50 free. Hey, now the power's in your hands. E-Trade. Someday, we'll all invest this way.
55. What'll it be?
We'll take some rice and...
Get some Favre, too.
Yeah.
Now you can choose which teams you see every Sunday with DirecTV and NFL Sunday Ticket. There's up to 13 regular season games a week.
Price check on Favre.
So stock up on all your favorites.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, John. NFL Sunday Ticket. It's not on cable. See it on DirecTV. So what are you looking at?
The more you do something, the better you get. State Farm's been settling car insurance claims for over 75 years, millions of them. We've come up with a system that works so well that more drivers trust State Farm than all those cut-rate insurers put together. You're buying into that promise that we're going to be there to take care of you when the claim happens. Every day, State Farm handles over 30,000 claims. It's a practice makes perfect thing. That's the reason the competition doesn't stand a chance.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
9 programs, $27. 5 hot dogs, 6 pennants, $45. 1 big puffy hand, $6. Their first big league ball game, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, the card at the heart of Major League Baseball.
It's the most hair-raising Halloween special ever.
I'll show you hair.
An all-new Simpsons, part of a full hour, Fox Sunday at 7:30, 6:30 Central.
David Cone heads back to the hill. Bottom of the 3rd inning. No score, no hits. Each side has a walk. Here are David Cone's thoughts on the Yankees standing in this series so far.
Certainly we feel good about it, but we only go back 2 years, and remember when we were down 0-2 going into Atlanta, and we know what that feels like. We know that every World Series game can swing the momentum the other way. We know it's going to be a wild football crowd here in San Diego, and this thing's a long way from over.
And you will hear that sentiment echoed really throughout the Yankee team. Talked about it during Game 2 that Joe Torre at no point feared that his team would ever become lazy with the kind of lead that they had in the American League East. They ended up winning the division over Boston, which won the wild card with the second best record in the American League. They won the division by 22 games and really never were challenged in those quote-unquote big games throughout the 1998 regular season. Joe Torre didn't worry about it, and you can bet that the Yankees aren't going to relax up 2-0. That's been their season since it began the final day of March.
Joe Torre fond of quoting the great golfer Bobby Jones, saying that his team plays against par. That's what keeps them going.
Sidearm delivery from Cone, and the count 1-2 on Chris Gomez.
Sidearm breaking ball from David Cone, tries to get Chris Gomez to chase right out of the strike zone. He's able to hold up.
And now the 1-2. Strike 3 called over the outside corner. Back-to-back strikeouts for Cone. Going back to the second in 3. Strikeouts here in Game 3 for the Yankee right-hander.
Same breaking ball, but a little better location this time. Just changed his release point, his line of sight, able to hit Joe Girardi's glove right on the outside corner.
A strike in at the knees to Sterling Hitchcock, who in this postseason is 1 for 7. During the regular season, 7 out of 50 with just 2 RBIs, but he's put the bat on the ball. His one hit was an important one in Game 3 of the NLCS here against Atlanta. And if you remember, he hit that little flare into left field that was botched by Danny Batista in Game 6 of the NLCS to score a couple of big runs and lead to another. Easy for Jeter. 2 up, 2 down for the Padres in the 3rd. Oh, we told you about the 20+ gallons of paint have been spread on this field, and George Steinbrenner walking the field before the game and then meeting up with Joe Torre. It has been confirmed that he said the field was in the worst condition he has ever seen.
And so far, that was the most noise we've heard in Qualcomm Stadium when George Steinbrenner walked out on the field during the Yankees batting practice. Really got a reaction from the fans. And it wasn't a positive reaction. Let's just put it that way.
A strike to Kilvio Veras. They always say this game isn't played on paper. Well, tonight it's being played on paint. You see the grounds crew guy showing up at the local hardware store? Like 20 gallons of your greenish paint. Just to make it look more presentable. But these infielders, and heck, the outfielders will tell you before the end of the night, the paint might look nice, but it doesn't improve the condition of this field. Strike 2 on Kilvio Veras.
Well, Qualcomm Stadium has always been one of the faster natural grass fields in all of baseball when in the best condition. Players will tell you it plays very much like AstroTurf. The ball gets in the gaps, rolls to the wall very quickly. It gets on the infielders very quickly.
A ball and 2 strikes on Veras. Breaking ball low. 2-2. What kind of a hop do you typically get off paint? Do you have a book on that?
It depends on whether it's oil-based or water-based.
2 pitches chopped up the middle for Knobloch. It's the true hop. Throws out Veras. The Padres go in order. We sail through 3 innings. Game 3, no score.
These days, everything's faster. Everything. So how come pain relief isn't faster? Introducing Advil Liquid Gels. On tough pain, they're stronger and faster than extra strength Tylenol. New Advil Liquid Gels. Stronger and faster.
You look awful. Sinus pressure, huh?
You know how Advil handles your tough pain fast? Well, Advil Cold and Sinus handles tough sinus pain fast. This is in this, plus a decongestant. That's why they call it Advil Cold and Sinus.
Trust. We are not born with an instinct to trust. Trust must be earned. Trust must be proven. We earn it with integrity. We prove it with sound advice. Trust is the ultimate measure of our success. And that is why we measure success one investor at a time.
He picked up his bet. Then he picked up our hearts. Enterprise Rent-A-Car salutes Mark McGuire for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Prodigy Internet has fast email. So you spend less time online and more time on life. Prodigy Internet.
I miss San Diego Chicken. He was a happy chicken. He would come out and wiggle and dance, and I would laugh and laugh. I miss him.
King of the Hill returns next Tuesday, now for a full hour, starting at 8/7 Central.
Wish granted. Very basic sign, very to the point, very honest, and it worked. Hello to Uncle Greg. We go to the fourth inning. There is no score. And Sterling Hitchcock brings it to Knobloch. By the way, I don't have an Uncle Greg. That's what the sign says. Ball one to Knobloch. Knobloch 0 for 1. Think back to the first inning. If you were with us, that was the ball that Finley bobbled in center and eventually hung on to. Juggling act for the first out. 1 ball, 1 strike on Knobloch here. Hitchcock on 1-1 to Knobloch. Off the end of the bat into center for Finley. Knobloch 0 for 2. John Travolta checking out Game 3 of the 1998 World Series.
Little Tuesday night fever here at Qualcomm.
Derek Jeter walks to the plate. Jeter walked his first time, then was involved in the double play hit into by Paul O'Neill. Glare in by Hitchcock. As Jeter tests Gomez. It's through him and into left field in the first Yankee hit of the night.
And remember that graphic that we showed you earlier. First time through the order. His fourth start. They're now 0 for 31. But with that hit by Jeter, 8 for 26 the second time through the order. That's not uncommon with most pitchers, by the way. They're more successful early, first time, because the hitters haven't seen them. And you get more or less used to the rhythm of the pitcher, the speed of the pitches, where his splitters are breaking, curveballs reacting.
Now 1 on 1 out for Paul O'Neill as the Yankees try to get something started in the fourth inning with no score. Ball to O'Neill.
One thing that Sterling Hitchcock has working in his favor right now, he has showed very few breaking balls up to this point of the ball game. Basically going with fastballs that'll sink away from righties, cut fastballs that will move in on the righties, and that split finger. He's thrown very few curveballs, which is a very good pitch for him.
The Yankees, by the way, did not go out of their way to get the left-handed hitters out of their lineup. Check on Jeter. Bobby Cox, on the other hand, against Sterling Hitchcock. In the 2 starts that Hitchcock made against Atlanta, used his right-handed hitting lineup. Joe Torre sticks with, for good reason, Paul O'Neill and Tino Martinez. 2 guys who usually face left-handed pitching anyway. And the other aspect to it is Hitchcock might be more dangerous against right-handed hitters. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The Yankees, for the most part, undeterred by left-handers. They were 33-11 this year against left-handed pitching.
Dave Stewart was quoted after the divisional play and then the NLCS talking about the opposition loading up right-handed bats against Sterling Hitchcock. He said big mistake. Brian Cashman, the Yankee general manager. 1 on, 1 out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Strike 2.
I don't think there's any question that Sterling Hitchcock's best pitch is that split-fingered fastball, and many left-handed pitchers hesitate to throw that pitch to left-handed hitters. They'll go more to the traditional breaking balls, and in Hitchcock's case, that is not his first or second best pitch. He's going to his 3rd best pitch if he throws breaking balls to lefties.
A ball and 2 strikes on O'Neill. 1 on, 1 out. No score, 4th inning. 2 gone. Strikeout number 3 for Sterling Hitchcock. A high fastball, and O'Neill will have a seat. The Aflac trivia question: 3 players have won the World Series MVP award twice. Can you name them? I know you know one of them, Mr. McCarver.
Yes, I do.
Here's Bernie Williams, 1 on, 2 out.
I actually think I know one of them this time.
What if it's the same one? Then we have to guess the other one.
Williams is 1 for 9 in this World Series. The one was the 2-run home run in Game 2. Jeter has drawn a couple of looks over at first base from Hitchcock. During the regular season, Jeter stole 30, was caught 6 times. This postseason, he has stolen 3 and has not been caught. Ball 1 to Bernie Williams.
That was a terrific pitch to Paul O'Neill. Paul O'Neill very adept at taking that ball the other way, particularly with 2 strikes. And you mentioned Dave Stewart, the terrific pitching coach of the Padres, saying that one of the things that the Padre pitchers have not done is come inside, and that's where Hitchcock threw that last fastball. Neck high and inside off the plate to O'Neill.
2-0 to Bernie Williams.
Dave Stewart said through the first 2 games he didn't see any of the Yankees hitters jackknifed at the plate. It's that up and in fastball to force them to respect the inside part of the plate and not reach out there and hit those good pitches on the outside corner. That guy had no problems jackknifing hitters.
No.
2 balls, no strikes. Bernie Williams was ahead in the count in his first at bat. Eventually struck out looking. The ground ball up the middle. Gomez. Big time range to his left, and the flip for Veras. The force out 6-4. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Gwynn, Vaughn, Caminiti coming up, no score.
Are you concerned about losing more hair? Do you wonder how much further it will go? Do you wish you could do something about it? Well, now there's a pill for men with certain types of hair loss. Introducing Propecia. In clinical studies, the vast majority of men, 83%, maintain their current hair count, and most, 66%, regrew some hair. Take it daily and you could see results in as little as 3 months. Propecia is for men only. A small number of men experience certain sexual side effects. Each occurred in less than 2% of men. Women who are or may potentially be pregnant must not use it or handle broken tablets because of the risk of a specific kind of birth defect. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist and read the consumer information they can provide. Propecia, helping make hair loss history.
Before you do this or this or this, you want to have this and this and this.
You'd be surprised how much of our technology goes into your day.
So for this or this or this or this.
We're Siemens.
We can do that.
truck. The award, the new Chevy Silverado, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year. It's bigger, it's more powerful. It's the truck from Chevrolet.
All right, bring it in here, guys. Huddle up. Now listen up, fellas. We got a full house out there. They can't get to the Rockies, so let's bring the Rockies to them. Right. We got the coldest beer around. With frost-brewed Coors Light and entrees, there's no reason we shouldn't have a great day. Now, what do they want? Coors Light. What do we got? Coors Light. What? Coors Light. I can't hear you. Coors Light. Get ready.
Imagine making a deal with the devil to get to heaven.
It's burning in hell.
Peter Horton in Brimstone, premiering Friday at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
Chris Gomez, when he was 5 years old, his mother used to roll him balls. And when he'd miss it, he'd have to go chase it, obviously. And he figured that the best thing to do was to catch it because he didn't have good speed. Well, Mom, you did a good job. That was our super shot there. Fine play by Gomez to end the Yankee fourth.
2, 3, and 4 hitters for San Diego. Gwynn, Vaughn, and Caminiti. No score. Bottom of the fourth inning. Game number 3. 1 ball, 1 strike from David Cone. These should be good battles as long as they last. Cone against Tony Gwynn. A guy who does nothing but think on the mound against one of the game's most accomplished hitters as Gwynn pops it into center. Bernie Williams doesn't see it, but has time to recover 1 away. We gave you our Aflac trivia question. 3 players have won the World Series MVP award twice. Can you name them? Our Aflac trivia answer. One of them, Tim McCarver used to catch. Bob Gibson in 1964 and 67. Sandy Koufax in 63 and 65. And Reggie Jackson 1973 and 1977.
How about that? Reggie Jackson, the only one with 2 different teams.
Bernie having a hard time finding the ball in the twilight here in San Diego, but stays with it. Both his right fielder, left fielder, and second baseman were streaking to the spot to help him out.
Strike 1. Greg Vaughn lined out to first. A soft liner caught by Tino Martinez back in the first. He pounded 2 home runs in game number 1. And he rips this one into left. Spencer. 2 gone.
Well, during Ken Caminiti's first at bat, we're going to get a look at the pitch placement as David Cone goes after Ken Caminiti. You see his hot zone. First pitch is a splitter down out of the zone, then a hanging splitter for a strike. He pulled that pitch foul to go to 2 strikes, and then the Laredo slider in the red zone, but Caminiti not anticipating that backdoor breaking ball.
And with 2 out, nothing working for the Padres here in the 4th inning. Here is Caminiti. With that strikeout to his credit so far, ball 1. Caminiti hit 29 home runs during the regular season. 1 ball, 1 strike. It'll be real interesting to see Caminiti try to run if he's put in a position where he has to really burn it down to first or in an extra base situation with that strained groin. How well he can move. 1 ball, 1 strike, and now 2-1.
Is it early enough in the game for us to talk about the fact that David Cone has a no-hitter going, or should we? When do we stop talking about the fact that David Cone has a no-hitter going? Like the 5th or 6th or something?
You're talking about jinx time.
Yeah.
You can only talk about it for so long, and then there's a period of time where you can't bring it up at all. But you're a more veteran announcer in this type of situation.
Yeah, but you're our leader. You got to give us signals.
2 out, nobody on, 3 balls and a strike. David Cone hasn't given up a hit, but he has given up 2 walks. That's his second, and it keeps the 4th inning alive for San Diego. Here's Wally Joyner.
I always find it interesting to watch how a veteran pitcher goes after hitters from at bat to at bat. During Wally Joyner's first at bat in this game, David Cone fed him a steady diet of four-seam fastballs.
And the fastball up and away for ball one. Wally Joyner has the other walk. Caminiti is on base. 2-0.
Against most pitchers, again on a 2-0 count, with the runner being held at first base, most left-handed hitters would look for that fastball to jerk. But remember, Cone is unorthodox.
A strike on the outside corner. Let me ask you this. With the groin injury, part of Ken Caminiti, is it worth it to hold against him with a left-handed batter Joyner up and 2 outs here in the inning?
I think against a different left-handed hitter, you may see the Yankees play Tino Martinez behind Caminiti at first, but Joyner is not really a pull hitter. He hits the ball from gap to gap. Occasionally he'll pull an off-speed pitch.
Three and one to Joyner. Game 2. Those last couple of cuts by Caminiti. This is not a replay. He had 2 swings in succession as Joyner pops it up left side. Caminiti getting down to second as Brocious in foul territory takes care of Joyner, who's retired for the first time tonight. The Padres have stranded 2. We've played 4. Martinez will lead off the 5th for New York. No score.
The ES300, now with a more powerful V6. Apparently, nothing else can stand up to it. The price of an ES300 is within striking distance at your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer.
It's here. A whole new way to use your wireless phone from Bell Atlantic Mobile, with no roaming or long distance charges. One single rate coast to coast. It's Digital Choice Single Rate USA. Of course, if you'd like a plan that works a little closer to home, there's Digital Choice Single Rate East. Digital Choice Single Rate from Bell Atlantic Mobile. There's nothing better in the world.
Just a reminder, you haven't got long. For McDonald's screaming savings, get a morning fresh hot Egg McMuffin for just 99 cents. And after 4, get a juicy, delicious bacon double cheeseburger for just 99 cents. So hurry, get to McDonald's before your time runs out. Did somebody say McDonald's?
We started out a pretty small business, but it sure wasn't small to us. We needed help, financial help. That's just what we got from the people at American Express Small Business Services. We got equipment financing for bigger stoves and faster computers, a line of credit to keep our cash flow flowing, plus the buying power to help our business grow. 1-800-SUCCESS was the best call we ever made. Like my father says, you can do anything you set your mind to, but you can't do it alone. He's right.
Where would you turn for the best sports news? With 3,500 pro games a year, we are your news source. Fox Sports News, better because we are there.
This is a worthwhile look at the pitch count of Sterling Hitchcock through 4 innings. Game 3 of the LCS, Game 6. And now tonight, only 50 pitches through 4 innings. He has economized very, very well. Only 1 hit by the Yankees.
1 hit, 1 walk. Tino Martinez. As we move to the top of the 5th inning, along with producer John Filippelli, director Bill Webb, Joe Buck, Bob Brenly, Tim McCarver. Only 1 hit tonight. It belongs to Derek Jeter. Tino Martinez takes it just outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. You're looking at a pitcher in Sterling Hitchcock that the Yankees didn't think had any heart. 1992 to 1995. He got his opportunity with the Yankees as Martinez hits the comebacker. Hitchcock gets the out. And if you remember back to the NLCS this year, after Kevin Brown pitched in this stadium in Game 5, Sterling Hitchcock immediately went to Dave Stewart and Bruce Bochy and said, give me the ball for Game 6. I'm ready. And what did he do? He went out and won the clincher against the Braves in Atlanta.
It got to the point in New York, Joe, where the owner, George Steinbrenner, actually called Sterling Hitchcock the fat boy. And obviously not a sign of respect, but Dave Stewart has worked long and hard with Sterling Hitchcock to develop that demeanor out there on the mound where, as you said, he wants the ball in crucial situations now.
So pitching against the New York Yankees, Sterling Hitchcock, with his Padres down 2-0. He's allowed no runs on 1 hit, and he's 0-2 on Scott Brocious.
And experience teaches you in the game of baseball not to give tags like that at a young age. Maybe if a guy's 35 and his career's almost finished, then a tag like that might be worthwhile. But when you say a 23, 24-year-old pitcher doesn't have a heart, you better know it. And I think he's proven whoever said that and whoever hung it on him wrong.
Brocious lines a drive into left center field. Over to cut it off is Vaughn, moving around pretty well in left field. And Scott Brocious has the Yankees' second hit of the night. Well, tomorrow it's Game 4, and we'll be right back here as the Yankees and Padres continue to battle for the World Championship. It's Game 4 of the World Series tomorrow night, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox. And as we talked about at the top, while the Yankees will have a fresh Andy Pettitte scheduled to go in Game 4, the Padres are hoping and leaning toward using Kevin Brown. 1 on, 1 out. Shane Spencer takes the ball low.
You would think that if the Padres are down 3-0 tomorrow night, you have to use Kevin Brown. If they're down 2-1, you should use Kevin Brown. Bruce Bochy unsure right now.
1 ball, no strikes, 1 on, 1 out. 1-1.
I agree with you, Tim. I mean, if they're down 3-0, obviously you have to start your best pitcher in Game 4 in order just to try to continue the series. Should the Padres win tonight, you start Kevin Brown tomorrow. Conceivably, should the Padres be able to run it to Game 7, you could have Brown available to pitch Game 7.
If you hold him off for Game 5, then you don't have him available in a Game 7 situation if you get there.
Unless it's in relief.
They almost picked off Brocious. He was wandering, and Hitchcock, with a better throw, might have had him.
Brocious just completely fooled by that move. Didn't appear to be running, just kind of wandering off there, getting his secondary lead, and realizes very late that Hitchcock was coming over to first base.
He's at first with 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike on Shane Spencer. Strike 2.
Shane Spencer burst upon the scene this year, just wearing out fastballs. Every fastball he saw, he hit out of the ballpark. Team started to go after him with big curveballs. He eventually made an adjustment, started hitting the curveball. But the Cleveland Indians fed him a steady diet of change-ups, split fingers, off-speed pitches with good arm movement. Spencer has yet to figure out that pitch.
And 1 in the dirt to make it 2-2. Shane Spencer in the division series against the Texas Rangers, Game 2. His first in the postseason at Yankee Stadium, over the .399 mark in left center field, and then in the clincher, Game 3. He pounded the home run, made the score 4-0, and the Yankees rolled right through the Texas Rangers, allowing only 1 run along the way. To get to the ALCS, a look at Ricky Leday, who's had 2 strong games in this World Series. Sitting this one out is Spencer. Keeps it 2-2.
A high leg kick from Spencer. That appeared to be a split finger that just didn't split. Stayed up in the zone. Had a pretty good hack at it. Many times as a hitter, if you see a mistake pitch, a hanging breaking ball or a split that doesn't do anything and you foul it off, that's more frustrating than swinging and missing or taking the pitch for a strike.
1 on, 1 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that's foul.
Against major league pitching, you tell yourself, I'm going to take advantage of mistakes. If he makes a mistake, I'm going to be ready and hit it. And then you get that mistake pitch and foul it off. That can be very aggravating.
Most of your good split finger fastballs, and this was one, out of the strike zone. Big difference between that one and the ball he fouled back. Poor swing at that splitter.
The count's still 2-2, 1 on, 1 out. No score in the 5th. Inside corner, struck him out. Got him with a fastball. And strikeout number 4 for Hitchcock.
That 90-mile-an-hour fastball looks about 100 miles an hour when you have been fed a steady diet of splitters. Fastball on the corner. Pack the bags, light the lights. Curves are coming left and right.
So 1 on, 2 out. Working with Nipsey Russell all of a sudden. Girardi down the left field line, hooking foul into the Padre bullpen.
We talked about the speed of the grass here at Qualcomm Stadium. Another unique feature is that area in the bullpens. Down the left and right field line where Girardi just hit that foul ball. Many times a hitter will pull a ball inside the line. It will roll into foul territory and end up ricocheting around in that bullpen, and occasionally a fielder will actually have to throw the ball over the stands to get it back into the infield.
And occasionally there's more than one ball rolling around down in there. I mean, you said the other night, bullpens are not the most well-kept areas on a baseball diamond, and you don't know what's laying around down there.
And how right you were, too, Bob.
You see jackets and duffel bags and towels and paper cups laying around. Tough to find a ball in there sometimes.
The 0-1 pitch, Girardi takes it low, a ball and a strike.
You can imagine right now what's going through third base coach Willie Randolph's mind. On a ball hit down the line or any kind of gapper, he's going to try to score Scott Brocious because David Cohn is on deck and there are 2 outs. Outfield in this situation plays a step or 2 deeper to try to cut off the extra base hit with the pitcher coming up next.
That nasty splitter for strike 2. There's a guy who featured a pretty nasty splitter, and he brought that pitch to this San Diego pitching staff.
See that tumbling movement? The ball just dives toward the ground. Looks like a strike about 90% of the way to home plate, and then suddenly it's out of the strike zone.
Hitchcock through 5.
Ask 100 brewers and they'll tell you the same thing. Great water helps make the most refreshing beer. So do you think all brewers use the same ice-cold water? Think again.
Volvos have always forced other cars to be safer. This one will force them to be better. The new Volvo S80.
They've had to do a little remodeling at Pizza Hut headquarters since their co-founder came out of retirement to become a Papa John's franchisee. See, he thinks Papa John's makes better pizza than even the company he helped found. Today, Frank owns over 70 restaurants.
Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza. He's got it.
Papa John's.
Hey, looks good here.
Try our Papa's Choice. That's a large pizza with your choice of up to 5 toppings for just $9.99.
Your investments help pay for this dream house. Unfortunately, it belongs to your broker. With the new E-Trade, the power is in your hands. The #1 rated place to invest online. Now open free to the public with 10 times more research. Free real-time quotes, still from just $14.95 a trade. Sign up now and get $50 free. Hey, now the power's in your hands. E-Trade. Someday, we'll all invest this way.
Safer than any car we've ever built. As thrilling as any car anyone's ever built. The new Volvo S80.
The 1998 World Series is brought to you by E-Trade, the #1 rated place to invest online, and by Nasonex.
One of the world's most enduring symbols, the Goodyear Blimp Eagle, has been providing these aerial pictures all night long. For a look inside the Goodyear Blimp and how it maneuvers, try its website at www.goodyear.com. San Diego will bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. There is no score. Finley, Leyritz, and Gomez coming up against David Cone, who has yet to allow a hit. The Padres in this series have now seen 3 starters for the Yankees who are more than willing, seemingly in any situation, to change their arm angle. We saw it with Wells in game 1. We saw it just about all night with El Duque in game 2. And David Cone, one of the first to bring that to this group with the Yankees. 1 ball, 1 strike on Finley.
The difference with David Cone, when you compare him to David Wells or Orlando Hernandez, is that Cone will do it to left-handed batters. Wells, a left-handed pitcher, does it to left-handers. Hernandez,
that's foul,
for the most part, does it to right-handed batters, but Cone will do it to right and left-handed batters. We have seen him drop down and get a strike 3 to Ken Caminetti in the 2nd inning.
Andy Pettit was in your picture there. He is one who doesn't change the arm angle.
No.
He is scheduled to pitch game 4 as Finley took one just out of the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I think it's strange to see the arm angles, the change in arm angles that you're talking about on 3 effective pitchers. Generally, that's something a pitcher does towards the end of his career to try to trick hitters.
Finley was almost tricked right there, and he stays alive.
I mean, the guys we're talking about are all right on top of their game, and they're incorporating that as part of their repertoire to change the look of their pitches. Fastball right in on the hands, ties up Steve Finley, tried to pull the bat in a little bit, barely able to get a piece of it.
The 2-2. Full count to Finley leading off the 5th.
Tried to come in the side door, and the 2-2 pitch missed, but even throwing a no-hitter through 4.
1 away as Cone comes up with strikeout number 4.
David Cone with a lot of deep counts. The 3-2 pitch, and what does he throw but the splitter? You just cannot guess with this guy.
As a hitter, you have to be prepared to protect the plate. You see the arm motion, you assume it's a fastball. And much like Sterling Hitchcock from the other side of the rubber, that split finger just dies as it gets into the hitting zone.
Look at Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach for the Yankees on your right. David Cone, his 62nd pitch of the night, was strike number 3 to Finley as Leyritz falls behind early. Leyritz 0 for 1 tonight, 0 for 6 in this World Series. One ball, 1 strike.
I do not think David Cone and Joe Girardi will come inside to Leyritz unless it's a bad fastball right around the letters. Everything else will be away, one would assume.
Sound like he broke his bat. Pop up to the right side for Knobloch. Staggers a bit. 2 down. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th inning for San Diego. We'll give you a look at our game summary brought to you by MCI. And what else can we tell you other than David Cone through 4 2/3 innings? He's allowed no hits. He's walked 2, struck out 4, and Sterling Hitchcock against his former team, 5 innings, no runs on 2 hits with 5 strikeouts and 1 walk.
Yeah, the only guys that have been busy in this game are the 2 pitchers and the bat boys, putting the bats back in the rack.
Ball one up and into Chris Gomez, the number 8 hitter, with 2 out. Nobody on, and the pitcher Hitchcock on deck. One ball, one strike as Cone hits the outside corner.
They usually change bases in the middle of the game. They won't have to change third base. It's perfectly clean because nobody's been there. Look at that. Spotless.
Gomez loops one into right. Paul O'Neill. The running catch in toward the infield, and we go to the 6th inning. Already in game 3. Yankees up 2-0. There is no score.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Fortunately, there's Nasonex nasal spray, an effective nasal allergy prescription medicine taken once a day that relieves sneezing, itchy runny nose, and congestion, indoors and out. Now that's wonderful. Nasonex, what good days are like every day. The most common side effects were headache, viral infections, sore throat, nosebleeds, and coughing.
Dandruff, psoriasis, scalp dermatitis. If you asked all the dermatologists listed here to recommend a therapeutic shampoo, Neutrogena T-Gel would come out #1. T-Gel works on all 3 itchy, flaky scalp conditions. Neutrogena T-Gel, it works.
9 programs, $27. 5 hot dogs, 6 pennants, $45. 1 big puffy hand, $6. Their first big league ball game, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, the card at the heart of Major League Baseball.
My cousin Al still swears he never gets enough to eat. So tonight we took him back to the Olive Garden for more of their never-ending pasta bowl. It's any special pasta you like, with all the free refills you want, plus all the salad and breadsticks for $6.95. The Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
I want to hear everything they're afraid to show us in school.
From the director of The Usual Suspects comes the movie Newsweek calls an ambitious investigation into the nature of evil.
Stop it!
Apt Pupil.
He wanted to know everything.
Rated R. Opens Friday.
The X-Files. The new season begins November 8th on Fox.
The truth is out there. So is one of the stars of the X-Files, Gillian Anderson, here enjoying tonight's World Series Game 3. You can catch her in the much-anticipated new season when the X-Files returns with all new episodes Sunday night, November 8th, only here on Fox. Your cover is blown, Agent Scully. Got the hat pulled down low. Anybody watching in the ballpark now knows that Gillian Anderson is here and watching Game 3. David Cone takes a strike over the outside corner. As each team is at the same spot in their lineup here in the 6th inning. The pitcher leads off in the top half. Pitcher's spot will lead off in the bottom half. 1 ball, 1 strike. From Hitchcock to David Cone. Cone lines one into left field for a base hit. David Cone, who in his career had 61 base hits, gets his first of this season. And I say this season because of interleague play, and it comes leading off the 6th inning.
Fastball up and out over the plate. That's what you're supposed to do with it if you're a hitter. From catcher cam, you'll get a look at the location of this pitch. Hard of the plate, up around the belt. Well, he looked like a hitter on that pitch. He sure did.
Interesting situation. Now, do you bunt? David Cone is not only a pitcher, but almost no base running experience. Last time he hit in a game and ran the bases was in this ballpark back in 1993.
He's at first with nobody out. Draws a throw.
They check on him right away, hoping to catch him leaning the wrong way. Perhaps checking for signs while Hitchcock throws to first.
Of course, David did hit in the World Series in 1996, talking regular season game. But not a good base runner.
And not a big lead as Knobloch does bunt, drops down a beauty. Caminetti, the barehanded pickup, the high throw, and the first two Yankees are on here in the 6th inning. Back-to-back hits by Cone and Knobloch.
So you don't sacrifice, you try to bunt for a base hit as Knobloch does. Caminetti plays back, and because he didn't square around, he had to stay back, forced into a barehanded pickup, and he throws it wild. I think that will be a base hit.
Get a look from Super Shot as Caminetti bare hands this ball. I think perhaps that groin bothered him. Very deliberate as he charged that ball. Normally a very aggressive fielding third baseman, but was a little tentative as he got close to that ball and had to bend down and make that barehanded play.
It is ruled a base hit. It's David Cone. Lined one the opposite way for a leadoff single. Chuck Knobloch gets the bunt base hit. And now with 2 on and nobody out. And Derek Jeter coming to the plate. Not only a visit from Dave Stewart to his pitcher Sterling Hitchcock, but a little meeting on the mound amongst the infielders with his 2 on nobody out situation.
Bob, you brought up a great point in that Atlanta series when Kevin Brown was the runner at second base down in Atlanta in game 2 and nobody was out. And you brought up the fact that if a hitter bunts through the ball in a situation like this, a pitcher has a very difficult time determining whether to break for third or not. Their instincts are just not as good, obviously, as everyday players.
And keep in mind, Javi Lopez was a catcher for the Braves, a man with a strong throwing arm that liked to throw to second base. We'll see if Leyritz is as aggressive if there is a bunt situation and Jeter misses the ball.
2 on with nobody out. And a look back towards second. Corners of the Padre infield creeping in. Joyner at first and Caminetti at third.
Puts a lot of pressure on the infielders, especially the corners, because Jeter is such a good hitter. You can't be guaranteed that he's going to bunt the ball here.
Two on with nobody out for the Yankees. A ball low. No signs of the bunt from Jeter there as he took ball 1 from Sterling Hitchcock. And a perfect opportunity for the Yankees up 2 games to none. With 2 on, nobody out. Jeter, O'Neill, and Williams coming up. Already 1-0 on Derek Jeter. One ball, 1 strike.
Well, in the event of a base hit to the outfield, here's a scouting report on the Padres outfielders. Greg Vaughn, a below average arm. We know he's been hampered by that sore leg. Finley, the best arm by far in the Padres outfield. And Tony Gwynn, very accurate and gets himself in good position to make a strong throw.
Yeah, and on a base hit right to an outfielder in this situation, no way Willie Randolph tries to score David Cone, not with nobody out.
The 1-1 to Jeter, high, 2 balls and a strike, and no signs of the bunt from Jeter on any pitch from Hitchcock.
I think Joe Torre would put the bunt on if anybody else but David Cone were on at second base.
Two balls and a strike. 3-1 on Derek Jeter. Already action for the Padres in their bullpen now as Sterling Hitchcock has hit his first bump here in game 3. Joey Hamilton getting ready as the 3-1 pitch is brought to Jeter. Full count. And the Yankees have played it straight. Jeter trying to put New York out in front. One away. big strikeout for Hitchcock.
And again, that's why you don't send the runners in that situation, because your pitcher is your lead runner. Looked like a fastball, a low heater. You don't see Jeter swinging through that pitch that often, but that was a big, big strikeout for Hitchcock.
See a pitch down around the knees. Yeah, having David Cone as the lead runner in this situation has really changed the entire outlook of this inning and what Joe Torre is able to do.
Yep.
Now 2 on, 1 out for O'Neill. Strike 1. You've got Paul O'Neill up now. The switch hitting Williams on deck. Anybody after that, Tino Martinez, another left-handed batter. So the big strikeout for Hitchcock, as he would figure to stay in now for the next 3 hitters, including O'Neill. 2 on, 1 out. Up the middle, through. They will bring Cone to the plate and now hold him late. Cone put on the brakes, and Finley with that good strong arm throws it on the fly to the plate, and the bases are loaded with 1 out for the Yankees.
Yeah, there is no way you could try to score David Cone on that play. Willie Randolph was bringing him around third, and that's in case Finley bobbles the ball momentarily. He'll be in a position to score. But David would have been out by 10 feet.
The Padres may have been able to steal an out at second base had Wally Joyner been in the cut position early enough. Chuck Knobloch was watching the runner ahead of him, took a very aggressive turn around second, and was out in no man's land. Joyner was late getting to his cut position. There was nobody there to cut the ball off and make the play at second base.
Yankees thought they had something. They get the hit from O'Neill, but it loads the bases with only 1 out for Bernie Williams. A high fastball, strike 1. It's now Bernie Williams' chance to put New York out in front here in the 6th inning. Again, Williams up now, and the left-handed hitting Tino Martinez on deck. Strike 2.
Bernie Williams swinging at the first pitch out of the strike zone. Back inside. Strike 2. And now the splitter gets him.
Now the left-handed hitting Tino Martinez. Again at the plate with the bases loaded. 3rd time in this World Series already he's been in this position. He's come through for the Yankees once. Strike 1. And again, we tell you, no player has ever hit 2 grand slams in World Series play. Martinez got one in Game 1. Still no score.
A Major League Baseball season to remember. Sponsored by American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
Teamwork made '98 a season to remember, and the Yankees are a great example.
play.
There's no secret to their success, just hard work, camaraderie, and sacrifice. And they set an American League record with 114 victories in a season.
And the Yankees get the win.
What do you want out of life? What do you imagine it to be? What does your future hold? Does it scare you? Or does it fill you with promise and anticipation? Having the vision is the first step. Achieving it is where we come in. We're American General Financial Group. 50,000 men and women who can help you with retirement plans, life insurance, and consumer loans. American General Financial Group. Helping over 12 million people live the life they've imagined. Live the life you've imagined.
He picked up his bat. Then he picked up our hearts. Enterprise Rent-A-Car salutes Mark McGuire for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
The 1998 World Series is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, who reminds you the three most important words are "Hey, beer man," and by Propecia. Talk to your doctor today.
Folks, we remind you, watch for the Gillette Mach 3 Strike Zone Challenge prior to Game 4 tomorrow night, the 1998 World Series, where you will see one lucky fan get the chance to throw a pitch for $2 million. Gillette will donate $1 million to the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation. In addition, the $1 million Gillette will pay the Strike Zone Challenge winner. Sterling Hitchcock, a big hand as he leads off the bottom of the 6th inning. In the top of the 6th inning, it was good news, bad news for the Yankees. The good news, David Cone got a base hit. The bad news, David Cone got a base hit to lead off the inning. And it changes the way it was played. And now Hitchcock returns the favor. Sterling Hitchcock with a leadoff base hit to start the bottom of the 6th. And the first hit for the Padres tonight belongs to Sterling Hitchcock, who gets his second of this postseason.
He looks like a hitter, too. Both these left-handed swinging pitchers going up there and putting a nice stroke on the ball.
Now the Padres are confronted with the same thing that the Yankees were confronted with. Do you bunt over an inferior runner with his jacket on?
Veras, no signs of the bunt. Ball one. Kilvio Veras has bounced out twice, once to short, once to second. Now what will Bruce Bochy do? With a leadoff base hit, Veras takes a strike on a perfect pitch over the outside corner from David Cone.
Well, pitcher or no pitcher, Sterling Hitchcock needs to work for a little bit better lead over there at first base. Get a look at that last pitch to Kilvio Veras. Nice job by Joe Girardi framing it. I mean, he could fall down and be on the base from that position.
The bunt is shown and taken back on ball two.
Third base coach Tim Flannery running through the signs for Sterling Hitchcock and Kilvio Veras.
Brocious now in at third. A 2-2 count. So Veras showed the bunt once. Back to the swing, and it's 2-2.
Showed the bunt to get into a favorable count. Got his fastball, but fouled it back.
No score in the bottom of the 6th inning here in Game 3. Hitchcock at first with nobody out. Veras took it just low. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
You have a contact hitter at the plate and a pitcher on base. Normally, no question, you send them. I think you got to send him anyway.
Not going as Veras takes ball 4. And the first 2 Padres are on in the 6th.
Excuse me, didn't we just see this half inning?
Deja vu all over again here.
Mel Stottlemyre on the phone to the bullpen. And who better for the Padres to have at the plate in this situation, even with Hitchcock the lead runner, than Tony Gwynn?
I think the Padres, if they don't let Tony Gwynn just straight swing away, they'd be more likely to use a hit and run with Tony Gwynn than a bunt.
The problem with that is the pitchers don't know what the hit and run is, because they're rarely in a situation where you use them running. Seems to me like Bochy's going to play this straight up and just let Tony hack.
2 on, nobody out. And a ball from David Cohn.
There's a scouting report on Tony Gwynn. Can place that ball like he's shooting pool. He can wait on the ball so long, which is why he's very rarely fooled, and he's just as good a hitter with 2 strikes as he is on the first pitch of the count. Swung and missed at only 6% of his swings this year.
To the right side and through. They will bring Hitchcock to the plate. No throw by O'Neill. 1-0 San Diego. Now the throw gets away. It heads into the dugout. To the plate is Veras, and it's 2-0 Padres.
Throwing this ball.
I don't either.
In Little League, you teach your outfielders when in doubt, throw it to the pitcher. That looks like what Paul O'Neill does right here. Misses the cutoff man. The ball goes directly over the mound between third and home and into the dugout on the third base side.
Looked to me like Paul O'Neill was totally disoriented when he came up with the ball. Tino Martinez was in place as the cutoff man, and now you got to play the Yankee infield in.
Win at third with nobody out, and Vaughn misses the RBI opportunity as Jeter. A wide throw, but Vaughn out easily, 1 away. That is a rare misplay by Paul O'Neill.
Rare and a huge play as Veras is allowed to trot home, and Tony Gwynn goes all the way to third. Because this ball was hit down the line, Sterling Hitchcock was waved around by Tim Flannery. See, that's close to being down the line, so O'Neill has to go to his left. And now the throw. Inexplicable. I have no idea why Paul did that.
Now the infield in for Caminiti. Gwynn at third with 1 away. Padres leading 2-0.
Tony Gwynn alive for the wild pitch. A lot of cone splitters are in the dirt.
Right-hander Mendoza, left-hander Lloyd getting ready for the Yankees in their bullpen. Into center field. Williams back at the track to make the catch. Tagging and scoring is Gwynn, and it's 3-0 San Diego.
Bernie Williams on his horse all the way to the warning track in straightaway center field. Get a look from Super Shot as he catches this ball right down toward the heel of the glove. Cradles it with that bare hand and is able to hang on, but Tony Gwynn walks home from third base.
The reaction by David Cohn.
So instead of 2 runs scoring in this inning, the O'Neill error has led to yet a third one.
And it's 3-0 San Diego in the 6th. Wally Joyner now with the bases empty. This for the Padres, by the way. is their first lead since the bottom of the 7th inning of game number 1. Sterling Hitchcock not only getting out of trouble in the top of the inning, but starting trouble in the bottom of the 6th inning with a leadoff base hit.
You remember, Dave, Tony Gwynn's comment to Merv Retman in the 1st inning when he hit that line drive to left field. David does not have any Getty up tonight. And Tony Gwynn caught up with that non-Getty up.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Wally Joyner with the bases empty, 2 down, 3 runs in 1. Important error by O'Neill, who committed just 4 during the regular season, and if not spectacular, is one of the best defensive right fielders in baseball.
Fundamentally rock solid.
Joyner to the right side. Great play. Tino Martinez race to the bag, and it is won by David Cone. Padres lead by 3 after 6. Back after this from your local Fox station.
After the game, did the police get a little too rough with gay protesters? Imagine getting decked by a raging bull. This guy's a lucky man. And a big decision on Yankee Stadium. We'll see you right after the game.
Zero to your heart in 1 second flat. The Audi A6.
Hello, I'd like a $20 billion loan, please.
Oh, pretty hefty number. What's the loan for?
So I can say I'm showing a surplus, even though my business is billions of dollars in debt.
Well, what's the name of this business you run?
New York State.
Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Pataki.
This kind of economics can't be explained away. You have to vote it away.
Let's hire an independent governor, Tom Golisano.
I'm sure we can come to some arrangement.
The more challenging the path, the more rewarding the life. That's the real spirit of a man. The Johnny Walker Collection. Sportswear and accessories.
New home of the New York Yankees, Fox 5.
Paul O'Neill resting on the dugout bench after the throwing error, which led to an extra San Diego run. Here's what he did when he came in after the bottom of the 6th inning, talking to Chuck Knobloch about that throw that got away.
Yeah, perhaps he was trying to get the ball to Knobloch to hold Gwynn at first base. But the throw sailed over Knobloch, over the pitcher's mound, and into the third base dugout.
And Paul was caught in between and threw it between first and second.
0-1 the count on Brocious leading off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Scott is 1 for 2 in this game and 5 out of 11 in the World Series. He leads the Yankees in the postseason with 10 RBIs. Hitchcock has got it working tonight. A ball and 2 strikes as he works here in the 7th inning.
And as this game has progressed, we've seen more and more of this pitch. The overhand curveball breaking down and in. Brocious swings right over the top.
The 1-2 from Hitchcock. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the order here for the Yankees, starting with the number 6 hitter. Cone is due up 4th in this inning. Anything starts to happen for the Yankees, you would imagine seeing a pinch hitter. 3 balls, 2 strikes now on Brocious as he tries to get on to start the 7th inning with Spencer on deck and then Joe Girardi.
Now he's forced to throw the fastball. You have a 3-run lead. You cannot allow Brocious to get on with a walk. Good hitting position for Scott Brocious. You know a fastball's coming.
True to form, and it's ripped into deep left center field. At the track at the wall, it's gone. The 3-2 fastball. Brocious knew it, and he goes deep to make it a 2-run game. It's 3-1. Well, you always hear it. That's preferable to a leadoff walk. Here, hit it, and Brocious just knew what was coming and did his thing.
That home run didn't come on a 3-2 pitch. I mean, actually it did. But what lost Scott Brocious was that 2-2 curveball. Catchers and pitchers are trained to throw the pitch that the pitcher gets over most on a 2-2 count, so you don't get in a position like this. You miss with a curve, now you've got to throw the fastball.
Brian Cashman, the general manager of the Yankees, with the thumbs up. Scott Brocious. This is Spencer. Joe Torre told us before game 1, he said, we had absolutely no idea the kind of player we were getting when we picked up Scott Brocious. None. He hit .203 last year. Into left center field. That's well hit. Won't be caught. Takes it up against the wall. A homer, a double, and here come the Yankees in the 7th.
Yeah, Bruce Bochy is going to make a trip to the mound. I think you have to do something to stem this momentum right now. As we've seen throughout the regular season and the postseason, the Yankees are very much a team that capitalizes on opportunities and has many big innings.
If we get a pitching change here, and we will, you're going to hear a heck of a reaction for Sterling Hitchcock.
You're going to get a hitting change, too.
Showtime.
It's up, Paul. We got money. Ready for the money. Go, 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 go. It's up, people. Clear out.
Kid, welcome to the big leagues.
Introducing the new Energizer Advanced Formula. No battery lasts longer.
Just 3 days, all hell breaks loose.
Time to give the devil his due.
Brimstone premieres Friday at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
Top of the 7th inning, Joey Hamilton in the game now for the latest Fox Sports World Series coverage. Log on to www.foxsports.com. Sponsored by Qualcomm. As Joey Hamilton steps out of the San Diego bullpen and will appear for the first time in this World Series.
Never know what's going to happen. I think this is a mistake on Bruce Bochy's part. To me, I would leave Hitchcock in the game and allow him to pitch to Girardi for several reasons, one of which it's easier for the left-handed batter to pull the ball and get the runner to third. And that's only one of them. You've got a much better matchup with Hitchcock against Girardi than Hamilton against Posada.
Jorge Posada, the pinch hitter, facing Hamilton. That gets away. Over to the third is Spencer. Great base running as he was on the move. The split second that ball got away from Leyritz. And it's now Spencer at third with nobody out.
Normally Bruce Bochy will take Leyritz out in a situation like this. But Leyritz is up second in the bottom of the 7th inning, and he wants to get one more at bat out of it. That ball should have been handled.
Hamilton, a considerably harder thrower than Sterling Hitchcock. It looked like Leyritz was caught by surprise.
Now with Spencer at third and nobody out, 1 ball, 1 strike from Joey Hamilton, a starter during the regular season. Facing Jorge Posada, it's ruled a passed ball on the part of Leyritz to get Spencer to third, and now Posada strike 2.
One thing that perhaps entered into Bruce Bochy's decision to bring in the right-hander is the fact that Posada hits about 130 points higher against left-handed pitching. Considerably lower numbers against the right-handers.
Ball and 2 strikes on Jorge Posada. This time Leyritz makes a nice play to keep it at the plate. 2-2.
Sometimes the hits come so rapidly too. Home run double, bang bang. You think it's time to take out a pitcher. Nice play by Jim Leyritz, coming up with either the splitter or a sinker.
This is the first time that Posada has ever faced Joey Hamilton. 2 balls, 2 strikes, runner at third, nobody out. 3-1 Padres in the 7th. 1 away and a big strikeout for Hamilton and San Diego.
Now, one scouting report on Joey Hamilton says he throws a turbo sinker. Look at the downward movement on that pitch. Throws it hard, gets a lot of movement. Posada, a good low ball hitter, but just can't catch up with that one.
Boy, that was a nasty, heavy sinker by Hamilton. Now with his work cut out for him, because Chili Davis, and we've mentioned it more than once, a lethal low ball hitter.
He bats for Cone. David Cone, 6 innings, 3 runs, 2 earned. 2 hits, that's it, but 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, and 1 important error behind him. Chili Davis. Spencer at third and 1 down here in the 7th. Strike 1.
Well, Tim, you mentioned it. Chili Davis, a lethal low ball hitter. You see that flashing zone inside, over the heart of the plate, or outside. Chili Davis loves that ball down. Has a hard time catching up with the high fastball, however.
Problem is, to be effective, Hamilton's got to stay down in the strike zone.
Chili Davis, the tying run at the plate for the Yankees in the 7th. 1 ball, 1 strike. You can see with the radar reading on the Fox box, 95 miles per hour from Joey Hamilton. The 1-1 pitch. Over but low. 2 balls and a strike. A leadoff home run by Scott Brocious on a 3-2 pitch. Followed up by the double by Shane Spencer. Pitching change. A pass ball. Runner at third. 1 out after the strikeout of Posada. And now time called as a beach ball. Gets loose out in left center field.
It gives the fans a chance to take a breath here.
Mendoza, the right-hander, Lloyd, the left-hander. They were up earlier, and one of those two will enter in the bottom of the 7th inning. Runner at third, one out. Chili Davis, the ground ball to the left side. Everyone will be safe, including Spencer at the plate. It's a one-run game, and you cannot convince me that Ken Caminiti is healthy. That makes it a 3-2 score as that ball got under the glove of Caminiti to his left.
You're right, Joe. Ken Caminiti usually sucks this ball up. He can't bend over. Goes under his glove, and even had Gomez gotten to this ball, no play on Davis. So an infield hit drives in the run. But Ken Caminiti normally just sucks that ball right up.
You can see he's had his glove where the ball was. He just did not have the glove down on the ground.
And now Bruce Bochy will make the walk out of the San Diego dugout again. We have a pinch runner, Homer Bush, at first, running for Chili Davis. He put the ball in play. It's an RBI for Chili Davis. They've ruled in an error on the part of Caminiti, which is rare because Caminiti did not get a glove on the ball. Typically, that's the qualifications for an error or a hit. Bruce Bochy has not signaled down to the San Diego bullpen as Randy Myers cranks it up for the Padres.
You're not going to bring Myers in to pitch to Knobloch and Jeter. This is a strategic meeting on Homer Bush.
This may be a time to bring in Hernandez. You mentioned, Timmy, that normally when Hitchcock comes out of the game, so does Leyritz. And now in a running situation, Bruce Bochy is indeed going to bring in his better defensive catcher, Carlos Hernandez.
So the tying run at first with only one out. In the range of Caminiti, and the error by Caminiti now. Talk about the error by O'Neill. The error by Caminiti puts the tying run on base for the Yankees here in the 7th. And the Yankees have a ton of speed over there now, and Homer Bush, the former member of this Padre organization, as Carlos Hernandez is now behind the plate, taking over for Jim Leyritz.
And no warm-up tosses of any kind for Carlos Hernandez unless he did it in the cage underneath the stadium. He's coming in there cold.
So the idea is if you're going to run on him, run early before he gets loose.
Tying run at first with one out.
And now in order for Hernandez to throw a couple more pitches, Joey Hamilton asked for a new baseball. Kind of a sly way of getting a couple of warm-up tosses for your catcher.
The old new baseball floor.
Chuck Knobloch at the plate. 1 out of 3 tonight. Homer Bush, the tying run at first with only one down. And the count goes to 2-0 on Knobloch. Well, we have talked time and time again about the middle relief of the San Diego Padres. Hamilton came into a tough situation. The defense has not backed him up. Play by Caminiti hurts the Padres. But all of a sudden, it's a one-run game in the 7th inning with a tying run off. A strike from Hamilton. It's 2-1. Bruce Bochy desperately trying to get this game into the hands of Trevor Hoffman, a top candidate for the National League Cy Young Award and a closer for the Padres, who has yet to work in this series. 2-2 now on Knobloch.
Homer Bush with a fake break on that 2-1 pitch. I think that Joe Torre will probably wait till the count's 3-2 before he'll run him. Jose Cardinal just making sure with Homer.
That's the tying run, the go-ahead run at the plate. Chuck Knobloch, who has one home run in this World Series. is going as Knobloch floats it down the right field line. Long run for Gwynn. Can't get there, but it's foul.
Well, had Tony Gwynn been able to get to that ball, an easy double play for the Padres. Homer Bush off with the pitch as you get a look at Gwynn trying to track this ball down on the right field line. It's about 3 or 4 feet foul as Tony makes the sliding effort. Watch the Padres middle infielders as they decoy Homer Bush into believing it's a ground ball double play. He's still looking at the infielders for the baseball.
That's why when you take 2 steps from first, you look back to see where the ball's being hit. Don't rely on the middle infielders.
The 2-2 inside 3-2, and you would think the Yankees would start Homer Bush at first. He's there with 1 out.
Bet your house on it.
Bet your house on it.
Good rates.
There he goes. Knobloch fouls it.
That time Joey Hamilton going with almost a quick pitch. Very quickly came set and delivered the ball to home plate, trying to unload so Homer Bush could not get a big jump. The other alternative, if you're a pitcher in this situation, knowing he's going to run, is to hold the ball. Hope to get him to jump early and then maybe pick him off at first base. That time Bush taking a peek back to home plate.
Runner goes. Knobloch takes ball 4, and now the go-ahead run is on for the Yankees here in the 7th. A homer, a double, a passed ball, an error, and now a walk. 1 strikeout mixed in, and it's 2 on, 1 out with Derek Jeter at the plate, who's walked, singled, struck out, and the left-hander O'Neill on deck.
This is a tough situation for Carlos Hernandez, because in order to be effective, Hamilton has to keep the ball down, and if the runners run, then you're not in a position to make the good throw. Joe Torre, I think Hernandez is going to talk to Hamilton now, and Joe Torre has a lot of options. You mentioned that hit and run. David Cohn's not out there anymore. The last time Jeter was up, it was 1st and 2nd. Now I think Joe Torre could go to a hit and run if Jeter gets the count in his favor.
Sterling Hitchcock started this inning. Jeter a little late. And we look at the outfield hits by direction on a hitter who likes to go the other way.
Very adept at what they call staying inside the ball. Doesn't get fooled very often, doesn't get out in front of pitches very often, and gets a lot of base hits the opposite way.
Caught. Double play. Inning over. Chris Gomez using every millimeter of that glove. The juggle, the double play, and a 1-run Padre lead.
Thanks to your support, Coors is celebrating 125 years.
From us to you, thanks.
Thanks a million.
Thanks for 125 years.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thanks for your support.
We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for everything.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for making our beer your beer.
Protect the body. Ignite the soul. The new Volvo S80.
Break through to the new world of Mach 3 from Gillette, the first triple blade shaving system. 3 blades specially positioned to shave progressively closer. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3. So you don't have to shave the same area over and over, which means less irritation. 3 blades, fewer strokes, less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
Recent reports of UFO sightings in the skies of Fulton County have caused...
Car trouble, son?
Yeah, I was just on the internet and.
You get the internet on that phone?
Yeah, email, stock quotes. It's a pager too.
The Q phone, the most advanced palm-sized digital phone from Qualcomm.
Weird guy. Cool phone.
Safer than any car we've ever built. As thrilling as any car anyone's ever built. The new Volvo S80.
The 1998 World Series on Fox is brought to you by MasterCard, official card of Major League Baseball and fan of the great American pastime, and by Qualcomm, leading manufacturer of wireless digital phones.
Back at Qualcomm Stadium, we move to the bottom of the 7th inning. And the new pitcher for the Yankees is the left-hander Graham Lloyd. New battery altogether with new pitcher and catcher Posada behind the plate. Finley to the right of the second baseman Knobloch. Good play, 1 out. Chuck Knobloch with a strong play to his right. We look at the numbers in this postseason for Graham Lloyd.
On that double play to end the top of the 7th inning, the two middle infielders for the Padres, Kilvio Veras, Chris Gomez, watch him decoying Homer Bush back to second. First Gomez moves in, then Veras moves in, and then Gomez able to make the play on the line drive, tip it up in the air, make the catch, and complete the double play.
All Graham Lloyd had to do was get 1 out. Joe Torre came out of the dugout, and we will see Mendoza when we come back.
Oh, hi, honey. Am I excited about Thursday? Of course, Thursday's our anniversary.
Of course I planned a trip.
Yeah, we're taking the Orient Express to spot in Thailand for bird watching. Love you too. Bye.
Visa Platinum.
Did you go to Thailand?
With a world of purchase power for the unexpected, including that trip you never thought you'd take.
This was such a surprise.
Yeah.
Visa Platinum. It's everywhere you want to be.
What's Ansky?
What?
What the hell is Ansky?
Oh,
this. I didn't do good at all. Slide back.
Hey, what is that? There you go.
Nice, right?
Yanks.
Yanks.
Yes! Oh. Let's go,
Buy a set of 4 selected Goodyear tires before November 28th and get a $50 or $100 U.S. savings bond. For the retailer nearest you, call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
Samson's so healthy. Know why? Cat Chow has advanced nutrition with omega-6 fatty acids to help keep his immune system healthy inside, skin and coat healthy outside. Purina Cat Chow for a healthy cat.
Major League Baseball and Polygram Video present the Ultimate Series Souvenir, the official 1998 World Series home video. All the drama and excitement of the 1998 World Series, plus exclusive interviews, are showcased in this remarkable video. To order the official 98 World Series home video for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, use your credit card and call 1-800-243-1010. That's 1-800-243-1010. A message from Major League Baseball.
The X-Files. The new season begins November 8th on Fox.
Welcome back to San Diego. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without expressed written consent. What a weapon the Yankees have to bring out of their bullpen. Even though it's getting late, they have Ramiro Mendoza. 1 out, nobody on, dealing with Carlos Hernandez. First at bat of the night, first pitch from Mendoza, strike 1.
He will get a lot of ground balls. That over-the-top sinker, different from Joey Hamilton. Joey drops down about 3/4. Mendoza right over the top.
Right by Carlos Hernandez for strike 2.
Like a hard splitter.
Carlos Hernandez took over for Jim Leyritz. in the top of this 7th inning. Hernandez couldn't hold up. Nasty pitch from Mendoza. Out number 2.
Carlos tried to hold up, but just couldn't. That's that sinker just dying out of that strike zone.
So 2 out, nobody on for Chris Gomez. High jumper over the head of Brocious for a hit. Down the line, and Gomez is thinking 2. Spencer comes up throwing. Gomez is out to end the 7th inning. Shane Spencer guns down Chris Gomez to end the 7th. They go to the 8th. 3-2 Padres.
We will hunt down the enemy, and we will kill the enemy.
I want you to turn the heat up.
Their objective was the enemy.
We don't know who the terrorists are for sure.
Their methods were different.
I am declaring martial law in this city.
And our freedom
Do you have any idea what you're starting?
Don't ever again question my command. I'm not under your command.
hangs in the balance.
You can't do this. Right now, right here, I am the law.
The Siege. Rated R. November 6th, only in theaters.
People smile and tell me I'm the lucky one, and we've just begun. Think I'm gonna have a son. And in the morning when I rise, you bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright.
Aflac, insuring over 40 million people worldwide.
Your investments help pay for this dream house. Unfortunately, it belongs to your broker. With the new E-Trade, the power is in your hands. The #1 rated place to invest online. Now open free to the public with 10 times more research. Free real-time quotes, still from just $14.95 a trade. Sign up now and get $50 free. Hey, now the power's in your hands. E-Trade. Someday, we'll all invest this way.
Man, it's hot out there. Sports.
Zima.
The season's breakout hit is back.
As God is my witness, there will be a party.
That 70s show Sunday after an all-new Simpsons Halloween special.
The Lost World with new scenes added November 1st on Fox.
From Super Shot, you see Shane Spencer making the nice play, gets in a good position to throw. Great play at the other end by Chuck Knobloch. Watch him play this short hop. Get the tag back on the elbow of Chris Gomez before he's able to get to the bag.
And now Randy Myers takes over here in the 8th inning. Facing Paul O'Neill and missing with ball 1.
Trevor Hoffman has not pitched in 6 days. He has not started the 8th inning in any game this year. But Bruce Bochy, if the Yankees come back to tie it, you're not going to be able to use Hoffman anyway. Hoffman up and throwing now.
Low 2-0 on Paul O'Neill.
Randy Myers struck out Paul O'Neill on 4 sliders on Sunday night at Yankee Stadium. But it's a different Paul O'Neill you're looking at because now he's seen Randy Myers once.
In this postseason, he has hit 2 home runs. You hear it said quite a few times. Sometimes the save comes in the 8th inning. Maybe not statistically, but with the heart of the order here for the Yankees, it's Myers instead of Hoffman and a strength to Paul O'Neill with Williams and Tino Martinez to follow. Randy Myers has fallen behind on the count to Paul O'Neill, who tonight is 1 for 3. 2-2 with the Padres leading 3-2 here in the 8th.
Well, the Padres have had trouble getting the ball to Trevor Hoffman in this postseason. See what Hoffman has done as opposed to the rest of the bullpen for the San Diego Padres.
Hoffman getting ready, but right now it's Randy Myers on the mound with the Padres up by a run here in the 8th. And another beach ball gets loose out in the outfield to delay the action. Tony Gwynn will go to get it.
That's one sure way you know you're in San Diego and not Yankee Stadium. Beach balls instead of bowling balls flying out of the stands.
Paul O'Neill will get something away here.
Full count, 3-2.
We mentioned it the other night. Randy Myers does not have a pitch to left-handed batters that tails inside. So if you're a left-hander, you take the inside part of the plate away and look outside as Bernie Williams waits on deck.
Padres down 2-0, leading here tonight in the 8th, 3-2. And a leadoff walk. The tying run is on as Paul O'Neill heads down to first. That is the 3rd walk handed to the Yankees tonight. And now Bruce Bochy will come out and evidently make a double switch. He's got the pitcher spot due to lead off in the bottom of this 8th inning. Andy Sheets will come out, take over at short. Gomez is gone. And this place will shake when Trevor Hoffman comes in from the bullpen for San Diego. Myers is finished here in the 8th.
One official Major League Baseball, $9. New ball, $9. New ball, $9. New ball, new ball, new ball, $9. New windshield, $100. Making home run history priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Official card of Major League Baseball and believer that records were made to be broken.
Looks like Taz just got his AT&T phone bill. Taz, don't you make a lot of calls on Sunday?
Yeah, Taz call.
Then use MCI 5-cent Sundays. It's just 5 cents a minute every Sunday. AT&T charges 3 times as much. Uh-oh. Taz, let's call 1-800-Sundays. Become an MCI customer.
Yeah.
Batting next, Mark McGuire. Where is he?
Did somebody say McDonald's? Oh, and you better make that to go.
Break through to the new world of Mach 3 from Gillette, the first triple blade shaving system. 3 blades specially positioned to shave progressively closer. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3. So you don't have to shave the same area over and over, which means less irritation. 3 blades, fewer strokes, less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
For the Padres. That was the scene as Trevor Hoffman came out of the Padre bullpen, and here he is, the closer, with a tying run at first. Nobody out in the 8th inning for the Yankees.
53 saves on the year, and the big question is, if he can pitch now to try to get 6 outs in the 8th and 9th, why didn't he start the inning?
During the regular season, Bruce Bochy regularly used Dan Maselli and Randy Myers to get to Trevor Hoffman, but this is not the regular season.
Tying run at first for the Yankees as Bernie Williams takes a strike.
Paul O'Neill at first base, a very smart base runner. 15 stolen bases in 16 tries. He tries to steal by timing the pitcher. Hoffman with a huge leg kick, easy to run on.
1 ball, 1 strike.
You can see Hoffman right there, a slide step. And when you get a pitcher like that in a slide step, you're going to take something away from his normal delivery. That's another reason he should have started the inning.
You see that slide step, just barely picks the left foot up off the ground, unloads the ball quickly to home plate.
Outside corner, strike 2.
Well, if O'Neill is thinking about running, this is the changeup situation for Trevor Hoffman when he normally goes to that devastating changeup. Good pitch to run on.
Time called, and while we have a moment, I'll tell you that the only player available now to Joe Torre who has faced Trevor Hoffman for the Yankees is Chad Curtis. Williams looking at him for the first time, and he has a 2-2 count. Girardi, the other, who has already been replaced in the lineup for New York tonight. Curtis watching from the bench as Bernie Williams, the cleanup hitter for the Yankees, bats with a tying run at first. Nobody out. Into right field, Gwynn back at the track, feeling for the wall. The catch, O'Neill will stay put, 1 away. An anxious few seconds here in San Diego as that ball carried a long way off the bat of Bernie Williams.
Tony Gwynn goes all the way back to the wall, feels with his left hand to see how close he's getting, and at the same time Steve Finley was streaking over from center field, letting Tony Gwynn know that the runner at first was tagging.
Kelby O'Barris with his back to the infield, unsure as to whether O'Neill was going to run or not. You can't hear anything down there. Tony Gwynn getting into proper position to throw the ball and hit the cutoff man, but Barris's throw was errant.
Now Tino Martinez takes a strike.
Talked about that devastating changeup that Trevor Hoffman features, without a doubt his best pitch. An average fastball, a better than average curveball, 3 quality pitches, which is rare for a closer.
But that fastball becomes outstanding playing off the changeup as he misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's a very good point, Joe, because that's why it's important that he come in with nobody on. That way he can use his high leg kick. That serves him well with both the fastball and the changeup. But he hadn't been using it because of the fear of O'Neill running.
One ball, 1 strike on Tino Martinez. Just missing the outside corner, 2-1.
Very close with this 1-1 fastball. Hernandez pulls it back a little bit. Can't buy a strike from Dale Scott behind the plate.
Tough to watch for some of these fans here in San Diego. The 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. Martinez checked his swing. Tying run at first with only 1 out here in the 8th inning. Padres leading by a run, trailing by 2 games. The 1998 World Series. Hoffman behind on the count, 3-1. Ball 4, and now the go-ahead run is on for the Yankees here in the 8th inning. 2 walks. A walk by Myers to O'Neill leading off the inning after Williams flied to the track in right. Tino Martinez draws the walk, and now Scott Brocious bats. Brocious is 2 out of 3, and he got the scoring started for the Yankees with that swing in the top of the 7th inning. A 3-2 pitch from Sterling Hitchcock. The Yankees would get another run driven in by Chili Davis. They trail by 1. Two on, 1 out. Brocious. Strike 1.
First time we've seen the curveball from Trevor Hoffman. Get a look from over the top. Brocious well out in front of home plate as he tries to check his swing.
Brocious with 11 postseason RBIs for this Yankee team, leading the way. Hernandez kept it in front. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Fortunately, it was in front of Carlos Hernandez. Had it trickled off to the right or behind him, O'Neill goes to third base.
Well, Hernandez has done a great job already catching Hoffman in this inning, keeping that changeup in front. It's a relatively easy pitch to block because you anticipated going in the dirt. Hernandez with perfect position that time.
Two on, 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike. And another block by Hernandez to save a wild pitch. 2-1.
Now, when some guys are on the mound, you just know you have your work cut out for you behind home plate. And Carlos Hernandez has been a real dirt dog this inning.
Why is this 8th inning important? Outside of the obvious reasons for the Padres down 2-0 as Dave Stewart visits Trevor Hoffman. The Padres this season, including the playoffs, 92-0 when leading after 8, and dating back to July of 1996, 181-0 as we play here in the top of the 8th inning, and the Padres leading 3-2, but 2 on, 1 out for the Yankees with O'Neill the lead runner at second. Tino Martinez on at first. Both walked in this 8th. And Brocious, the Yankees leading RBI man at the plate. That's a big reason why. 5 out of 11 with runners in scoring position. Here he is with 2 on, 1 out. To the third baseman, foul. 2-2.
I think Dave Stewart may have gone out and told Hoffman to go back to the high leg kick. He had not used it with any consistency this inning, but that last pitch is more Trevor Hoffman-like with that high leg kick that helps, again, both his fastball, but particularly that changeup.
Now the 2-2 to Brocious. Into center field, well hit. Finley back at the track, at the wall. A 3-run home run for Scott Brocious. And just like that, the Yankees take a 5-3 8th inning lead.
Staggering.
Brian Cashman, the Yankee general manager, trying his hardest not to root. And now with 1 out, nobody on, the batter is Ricky Leday, off the bench to bat for Shane Spencer. The Yankee bench reaction as New York has taken the lead here by 2 in the 8th. Scott Brocious continues to stun, coming off a 203 season A year ago in Oakland, during the regular season, he drove in 98 at the bottom of the order. He has hit 2 home runs in this game, has 4 RBIs tonight, and has driven in 14 runs in the postseason for the Yankees. 1 out, nobody on. 3 runs are in. 2 balls and a strike. And Leday up the middle. Veras to his right. Good play for the second out of the inning. And you go back to what both you, Tim, and you, Bob, said starting this 8th inning. Why not Trevor Hoffman to start? It was Randy Myers, the leadoff walk follow.
Well, it'd be a different story if you had used Trevor Hoffman in games 1 and 2.
Yep.
But he's very well rested, perhaps too well rested, with 6 days off between appearances.
2 out, bases empty. And the batter's Posada takes ball 1. These Yankees trying to continue their methodical march toward their 24th World Championship. Up 2 games to none. Now here in the 8th inning, up 5-3. 1 ball, 1 strike on Posada. Right back up the middle, and Trevor Hoffman is having his troubles with this Yankee lineup. He issued the 1-out walk after getting Williams to fly to the track. Then the 3-run home run hit by Brocious, and now a base hit up the middle with 2 out by Posada. She's watching now and not liking what she sees. With the Yankees leading by 2 in the 8th.
65,000 stunned folks here at Qualcomm Stadium.
2 blown saves for Trevor Hoffman in this postseason. You remember he blew the save in game 1 of the National League Championship Series, a game in which the Padres won on the 10th inning Ken Caminiti home run. Here's Mendoza, who obviously will stay in and pitch. The bottom of this 8th inning, he takes a strike. So this should be the out valve for Trevor Hoffman here in the 8th. And it's turned into a long 8th. Strike 2. 7th man to bat in the inning. To the shortstop, Andy Sheets. Fresh into the game. The throw to first, and Mendoza in his first major league at bat. Grounds to short. Big damage again. And again it's Scott Brocious into dead center field. The 3-run shot. It's 5-3. Yankees in the 8th.
Gosh, you know, I just went to use the phone.
You say once you got back, your wife was gone.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
What?
Have you checked the hot enchilada?
Oh, no. Millicent gets terrible heartburn.
Not this time.
What's that?
Looks like the remains of an individually wrapped Pepsid AC chewable.
Introducing Pepsid AC Chewables, the first chewable to stop heartburn before it starts.
Millicent? Is that you?
Start living heartburn-free with new Pepsid AC Chewables.
What do you want out of life? What do you imagine it to be? We're American General Financial Group, helping over 12 million people live the life they've imagined. With retirement plans, life insurance, and consumer loans. American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
Get ready to taste life for the first time, people.
Watch out now! You want to taste life? Then take a big swig of this new Pepsi One. This one's got it all. The most awesome cola taste that's bigger than the Wild Blue Yonder. But only 1 calorie. You want to taste one? Yeah. You want one? Yeah. You want one? Come and get it. Go! Go! Go!
You got one for me?
Put your tray table up and prepare for takeoff, my man.
New Pepsi One.
Murphy, I want you to pick my wife up from the airport. Her name is Thelma.
I'm Thelma.
Really?
Really?
Camry's extra value package with CD player and 6 speakers and a power driver's seat.
Thanks for the ride.
No problem, Mrs. Burns.
Who's Mrs. Burns?
Did we mention anti-lock brakes? The 1999 Camry. At least the road will be smooth.
The 1998 World Series on Fox is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball, and by Toyota. Get the most out of your day every day.
High above, the Goodyear Blimp Eagle has been providing aerial pictures all night long. At the controls, pilot Joel Chamberlain. 1998 is the 100th anniversary of Goodyear and the 73rd for its blimp fleet. The camera operator is Glenn Hampton. Up above, sure it's nice and quiet. Down below, it got awful quiet after the home run hit by Brocious. Andy Sheets will lead it off for San Diego, and they trail 2-0 and 5-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Ramiro Mendoza is trying to do for the Yankees what the middle relief hasn't been able to do for the Padres, and that is get the ball in the hand of their closer in the 9th inning. Strike 2 quickly on Andy Sheets with Kilvio Veras and Tony Gwynn to follow.
Well, Mendoza is an ideal setup man because of that hard sinker and the hard slider. Everything is down. It's hard to hit the ball in the air against this guy. Very rarely will give up a home run late in the game.
Still 0-2 on Andy Sheets' first at bat. Took over in the double switch in the top of this 8th inning. Trevor Hoffman with a blown save. Sheets takes it high, and it is a blown save, even though it came in the 8th inning. Randy Myers will be charged for the 1 run, the tying run to score, and Hoffman is on the hook right now. The 1-2 pitch to Brocious. Ball throw is perfect. Scott Brocious hit the home run to put the Yankees out in front. Here's Padre hitting instructor and former Oakland A's coach Merv Rettenman after the home run.
You know, our reports on him, Brocious is a great breaking ball hitter. I know. But in Oakland, you know what he used to be? The best fastball hitter in the organization. He could hit a heater. I mean, that ball was crushed.
He's hit 2 high fastballs tonight for home runs.
Ooh, that came up and hit Veras like it caught him in the face on the foul ball, and the count 0-2. The heart of the order will bat again tonight for the Padres. As we take another look at this painful strike.
Yeah, the flap's on the right side, and Kilvio had the ball come up on the left flap. Appears to be all right.
Now the 0-2. Veras into left center field. Well hit. Leday will not get there. 1 hop up against the wall. Kilvio Veras has a 1-out double. And it looks like that'll be all for Mendoza. Joe Torre points down to the Yankee bullpen, and he points at the New York closer. Mariano Rivera will enter here in the bottom of the 8th inning with the tying run Gwynn at the plate.
Break through to the new world of Mach 3 from Gillette, the first triple blade shaving system. 3 blades specially positioned to shave progressively closer. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3. So you don't have to shave the same area over and over, which means less irritation. 3 blades, fewer strokes, less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
Introducing AT&T 5-cent weekends.
Perfect. Perfect. No.
Perfect.
Now calls from home on weekends anytime, anywhere are just 5 cents a minute.
Perfect.
So get comfy, because weekends have never been better.
I take my calling very seriously.
To get 5-cent weekends, call now to enroll.
Hello? A snowflake falls at the far end of history. And that snowflake, we'll call him Steve, winds up as part of a droplet of water. And one day, that droplet, Steve's droplet, could wind up in a brewery where a man you'll never meet discovers the perfect temperature to frost-brewed beer. And like that, Steve is in a Coors Light can, and then a tray, and the cup. And now, he's here with you. So I ask you, gentle stranger, do not spill, Steve. Coors Light!
This is a lonely place when there are no fans. The world's a lonely place when you have a secret. If your secret is that you're being sexually abused, don't be ashamed. You're not alone. Talk to a teacher, a police officer, or call this number for help. You don't even have to give your name if you don't want to. This isn't a game, it's your life.
Well, tomorrow it's Game 4, and we'll be right back here as the Yankees and the Padres continue to battle for the World Championship. It's Game 4, the World Series. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific time, only on Fox. But right now, it's Game 3. And it's a 5-3 Yankee lead in the bottom of the 8th inning, with the Padres down 2-0. And Mariano Rivera out of the Yankee bullpen.
Two totally different pitchers. Mendoza, who throws the sinker, and Rivera, who throws the cutter and the high fastball. So the Padres have to change their thinking. With Mendoza, you had to make him get the ball up. With Rivera, you have to make him get the ball down.
Well, the hitter at the plate is very familiar with making adjustments on the fly.
That's right.
Tony Gwynn. Runner at second is Ferris, tying run at the plate here in the 8th inning. And a fastball poured in there for strike one. The opposite way, falling in a hurry. Leday won't get there. Base hit. It's first and third, one out for the Padres in the 8th. That was the first at bat for Tony Gwynn against Mariano Rivera. And here's the scouting report on the hard-throwing right-hander.
That explosive high fastball you were talking about, Tim, and also it comes from a very deceptive, easy motion after making him get the ball down in the zone.
Well, Gwynn gets the hit to put the tying run on. And with Mariano Rivera on the mound, his cousin Ruben Rivera comes off the Padres bench to run for Gwynn. And Greg Vaughn, the top run producer for the Padres in 1998, digs in. 0 for 3 tonight. 3 home runs in the postseason. Vaughn trying to launch one. Strike one.
You would think that if Greg Vaughn does launch one, as this foul tip is off the shoulder of Jorge Posada, right up under the neck, he appears to be all right. But you would think that if Vaughn does launch one, it's going to be to right field. Rivera throws so hard. He throws that cut fastball away, and the high fastball. I don't think Vaughn will be pulling Mariano Rivera.
0-1 the count. 2 big swings by Vaughn. The count 0-2.
Posada's got to feel this is a personal thing. 2 pitches, 2 foul balls off the mask as we get a look at Greg Vaughn's hit zone. He's had a couple of good rips at fastballs in that red area right down the heart of the plate.
Vaughn 0 for 3 in his career against Mariano Rivera. Hit 50 home runs during the regular season. 3 big swings by Vaughn, and he's just gotten a piece of each of the first 3 from Rivera.
Posada out to have a word with his closer here. Shook off a slider to throw another inside fastball. Vaughn with another great rip. Had a pretty good pitch. However, the cuts and pitches like this, the high fastball, not as dangerous as they appear, even though that one was down more in the zone. That was initially thrown. I thought it was up a little bit more, but that was about belt high. Try to go up the ladder, does Rivera. Very difficult pitch to lay off of.
Center field. Back is O'Neill. Tagging is Veras. He will score to make it a 1-run game. It's 5-4 Yankees here in the 8th.
Cut fastball on the outside part of the plate. Greg Vaughn tracking the flight of that ball, wishing it would go further.
The reaction of Kevin Towers, who thought that ball would carry a little further than it did. Vaughn still staring out into right center field where O'Neill came up with it, and now with a tying run at first, Ruben Rivera. Mariano Rivera works to Ken Caminiti.
See, that's what that cutter does. You could see it just dart a bit, about 2 or 3 inches late to Greg Vaughn, and really it cuts away from the, and that was another one right there. It cuts away from the back part of the bat to the end, and that's where Vaughn hit it, on the end of the bat.
A little low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Posada with a cannon behind the plate, one of the better throwers in baseball. 40% of the runners were caught. Rivera with great speed at first base.
Caminiti fouled that one off his front leg. Down in a heap on strike 2.
Going back inside, you see where Posada is set up. Rivera hits the target. Caminiti fouls that ball off his leg.
Right off the knee.
Bob, I think in this situation, this is a running count. If you're thrown out at second base, Caminiti leads off the bottom of the 9th inning. You've got to take a chance against this team.
Mariano checks on Ruben. During the regular season, 5 out of 6. Stealing bases was Ruben Rivera.
Have to be mindful of the pitch out, however, ahead in the count 1 and 2.
Struck him out, and Caminiti ends up seated at home plate as Mariano Rivera comes in, allows one inherited runner to score, and we move to the 9th. Yankees lead by 1.
Your investments help pay for this dream house. Unfortunately, it belongs to your broker. With the new E-Trade, the power is in your hands. The #1 rated place to invest online. Now open free to the public with 10 times more research. Free real-time quotes, still from just $14.95 a trade. Sign up now and get $50 free. Hey, now the power's in your hands. E-Trade. Someday, we'll all invest this way.
Butter must be cold.
Papa John's says they have better ingredients. They want you to think their tomato sauce is fresh. But what they don't tell you is Papa John's sauce is made from canned, pre-cooked, processed tomato sauce. They get their mushrooms out of a can, too, packed with preservatives. You won't find canned mushrooms at Pizza Hut, but you will find the Sicilian pizza with garlic, basil, and oregano baked right into the crust. Now just $8.99 for a Supreme Sicilian. Pizza Hut, the best pizzas under one roof.
Out here, you don't worry about running out of gas. You worry about running out of dirt.
It's the biggest Halloween special ever.
He's entering the terrible twos, all right.
An all-new Simpsons, part of a full hour. Fox Sunday starting at 7:30, 6:30 Central.
Again, thanks to all of our friends at Goodyear for this shot. Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego. Score 5-4. Yankees leading. Kevin Brown seated on that dugout bench. Good chance that he will start in Game 4 tomorrow night. Right now it's Game 3 and it's the 9th inning, and Trevor Hoffman misses with a ball to Chuck Knobloch. Knobloch 1 out of 3 with a single and a walk. Jeter will follow, and then O'Neill. One ball, one strike. At the end of tonight's game, Bob, Tim, and I will select the Chevy Truck Player of the Game. Right now, it's Brocious in a landslide. He's hit 2 home runs and driven in 4 of the 5 Yankee runs tonight. 2-1 on Knobloch. Three and 1 on Knobloch is Trevor Hoffman. With all of that rest, hasn't worked since Game 6. The NLCS in Atlanta just closing out the win, the clinching victory. He's not been his sharp self here tonight as Knobloch pops it into right. That's Rivera back to get it, 1 away. Ruben Rivera stays in the game in right field, taking over for Tony Gwynn on the bases. And now defensively, Joe Torre managed the St. Louis Cardinals from 1990 until part of 1995. And right at the end of his time in a Cardinal uniform as manager, Joe Torre and his Cardinals lost 13 in a row here in San Diego. At the time, those were less than dominating San Diego Padre teams. So here he is back in a Yankee uniform. New York 3 outs away from a thrilling come-from-behind victory.
Yeah, Joe Torre has managed against 28 of the 30 major league teams. The only teams against whom he has not managed, the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Yankees. And San Diego has been his worst opponent as a manager.
Jeter to the shortstop Sheets. 2 out. The Padres in the bottom of the 9th inning. They'll be trailing by at least 1 run and facing Mariano Rivera. We'll have Joyner, Finley, and then Carlos Hernandez, the scheduled hitter. With a left-handed bench of Sweeney, Vanderwall, and Greg Myers left for Bruce Bochy. Here's Paul O'Neill. 5-4 the Yankees lead here in Game 3. Over the outside corner to O'Neill. Paul O'Neill led off the 8th inning. Drew a walk, but it was not against Trevor Hoffman. It was against the left-hander Randy Myers, and that's when the trouble began. That 8th inning for the Yankees, it was a leadoff walk, the pitching change, fly ball caught at the track off the bat of Williams, a walk, and a 3-run pop from Scott Brocious. O'Neill way out in front, strike 2.
Change up in the dirt. National League hitters have been waving at that pitch all summer long.
Hoffman trying to keep it a 1-run game. Two and 2.
Well, depending on how the bottom of the inning unfolds, you can be pretty sure you're going to see Greg Myers hitting for Carlos Hernandez. Myers, one of the few guys that has a history against Mariano Rivera, 3 for 7 lifetime.
The 2-2 to O'Neill, reaching for it, and the ground ball to Joyner. Top of the 9th inning, over. Wally Joyner will lead off the bottom of the 9th inning with Finley and then Hernandez, the scheduled hitters. Yankees lead 5-4.
Start feeling connected. Stop feeling everything. Start feeling the road. Introducing Alero, featuring the active response system. Alero by Oldsmobile. Start something.
French, German.
You're the genius behind the new Speak in a Week foreign language CDs. But can you say global distribution? You know linguistics, not logistics. Entree UPS. The same people you rely on here clear customs electronically and deliver to over 200 countries worldwide. Soon orders are rolling in and everyone's speaking your language.
Bonjour. My city of
UPS, moving at the speed of business.
Step up. Learn to see farther. Learn there are teachers who won't allow you to fail. Learn to dance, to draw. Learn that the real challenge doesn't come from the outside, but from within. And that there's more to you than you ever knew. Be all you can be.
The most evil souls in history have escaped from the devil.
He screwed up, and now I need someone to fix things.
Now, one man must hunt them down or return to hell himself. And you thought your job was tough. Peter Horton, Brimstone, premieres Friday at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
How dominating have the Yankees been when leading after 8, including the postseason? 111-1. The main reason is the man on the mound, Mariano Rivera. Before we start this bottom of the 9th inning with the Yankees leading 5-4, to revisit the top of the 8th, we talked about the difference in Trevor Hoffman not starting the 8th inning, coming in with a tying run on in a 1-run game. And Hoffman was ineffective in that 8th inning. Gave up the lead. And all of a sudden the Padres find themselves down by 2-1 now.
Short relievers, when you talk to them, they don't mind cleaning up their own messes, but the way they make their money is not cleaning up the mess of somebody else. And with Paul O'Neill on at first, Trevor Hoffman was not allowed to take that high leg kick. I think that was one of the things, the fear of Paul O'Neill running and the inability to get that high leg kick. By the time he did it against Brocious, it was ineffective.
Wally Joyner at the plate. 5-4 Yankees in the 9th inning. And a little broken bat pop-up. Jeter one away. And the Yankees are 2 outs away from taking the first 3 games of this World Series. That'll bring in Steve Finley, who, in case you're wondering, hit 14 home runs during the regular season.
This figures to be the most dangerous hitter Rivera faces here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Finley, a very good fastball hitter, a dead pull hitter, and likes the high fastball as well.
A strike over the inside corner from Rivera. Finley to the right side. The Yankees are 1 out away from taking the first 3 games. Great teams hurt you throughout the game. Great teams don't get a lead and quit. They don't fall behind and quit. And Joe Torre's Yankees in this series have scored 12 runs after the first 6 innings.
Padres had a 3-run lead in game 1. The Knobloch home run, a 3-run shot, and then Tino Martinez with a grand slam. And a 3-run lead tonight. Bob, I agree with you. I think, you know, Greg Myers is there on the bench and at least has some successful track record against Rivera.
But it's Carlos Hernandez instead. The last hope for the Padres to extend this 9th inning. Ball 1 from Rivera. The Yankees won game 1 9-6. They won game 2 9-3. Hernandez, the base hit into left field, and now the tying run is on. So Carlos Hernandez gets the base hit to extend it. And you almost see a pinch hitter here.
You're going to see a pinch runner too. It could be George Arias, I would think. If you do pinch run, then you're down to your last catcher. But you have to. John Vanderwall is one of your better pinch hitters. So why would you use him as a pinch runner instead of a guy like Arias? Could be your 25th guy.
Or even use a pitcher, somebody that you feel confident won't hurt you on the base paths. Somebody that's got decent speed. Mark Sweeney's going to be the pinch hitter, a left-handed bat. Very much a first pitch hacker.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, even using Sweeney as the pinch runner, John Vanderwall is one of your best hitters against right-handed pitching.
So Vanderwall is the tying run at first with 2 out. Sweeney is the pinch hitter. And he gets a base hit into right field. Vanderwall will take the turn, head to third, and now the tying run is 90 feet away. And Andy Sheets is going to walk to the plate with first and third 2 out.
Boy, very puzzling.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Unless there's an injury to Greg Myers that we don't know about. Well, this really is a head scratcher right here.
Well, again, if you use a pitcher or George Arias, anybody but John Vanderwall, then you have Vanderwall to pinch hit for Andy Sheets.
And he has been one of the best pinch hitters in the game the past 3-4 years, mainly with Colorado.
Then you could leave Arias, if they do tie it, leave Arias in the game to play shortstop.
Greg Myers is left. George Arias is left. And this game is going to come down to Andy Sheets against Mariano Rivera. There's the tying run. John Vanderwall at third. Potential winning run across the way. Mark Sweeney at first. And it's Sheets at the plate for the second time tonight. Strike 1.
That was a very good cut by Andy Sheets. I think on a short pass ball or a short wild pitch, be alive if you're the runner on third.
Another good swing, but it's 0-2, and the Padres are down to their final strike. Again, John Vanderwall came in to pinch run. Sweeney got the base hit. Myers is still on the bench, and it's Andy Sheets at the plate. Nothing and 2 the count. Mariano Rivera trying to finish off the Padres in game 3. Ball and 2 strikes. Tying run at third with 2 out. Sheets stays alive at 1-2. A hit ties this game, and out ends game 3. Game over, and the Yankees have won the first 3 games of the 1998 World Series. So with the Padres' best pinch hitter, pinch running and standing at third, Andy Sheets strikes out to end game 3. Mendoza gets the victory. The loser is Hoffman. The save for Rivera, his 5th of this postseason. And Scott Brocious is tonight's Chevy Truck Player of the Game.
I think that last move that Bruce Bochy made, the most puzzling move of the night, pinch running Vanderwall and having Andy Sheets have to face this.
Greg Myers sitting on the bench, John Vanderwall standing at third, and the Yankee dugout exploding onto the field. The reaction of Scott Brocious. He hits 2 home runs tonight, drives in 4 of the 5 Yankee runs, and the Yankees have won the first 3 games of this series. There's got to be a lot of head shaking right now on the part of the Padres and their fans. Right now, we take you down to Chip Caray standing by with Scott Brocious.
Joe, thank you very much. Scott, every kid's dream, I guess, to be the hero in a World Series game. 2 home runs tonight. How about that?
There's nothing more fun than this. I mean, this is what you grew up dreaming about doing, and to play a big part in tonight just feels great.
Is it the man or is it the uniform? Last year with Oakland, you hit 203. Now with the Yankees, you drive in 98 runs and you help them win game 3.
Well, certainly coming over here was just like a shot of adrenaline for me to come over and know that we had a chance to win over here. And like I said, this is what you play for. When you grow up, you want to go, have a chance to get the World Series and play. So this whole year has just been great for me.
What's it like to play for a team that's now won 124 games and is on the cusp of another World Series championship?
Well, it feels good. Like I said, we'd like to get 125, and then it'll feel real good. But we're in a good spot right now. We just want to go out, bear down, and try to get that last one. Take us through the at-bat, the home run against Trevor Hoffman. Well, Trevor, he's just the type of pitcher, you're just going to have to battle and hope you get a pitch to hit. And, he threw one fastball earlier that I kind of was out in front of and fouled off. And he came back to another one. I stayed back on a little bit better. Well, Scott, congratulations. 2 home runs tonight. 3-0. The Yankees have the World Series lead. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. Thanks a lot. All right. Scott Brocious, the hero of game 3 for New York. Joe Buck, back to you upstairs.
All right, Chip. Thank you. And thank you to Scott Brocious for joining us. The hero from McMinnville, Oregon. Scott Brocious, what a postseason. He just keeps continuing to pound the baseball tip.
Now 7 for 12 in the series with 5 RBIs and 2 home runs. As we said in game 1, this Yankee lineup, they can bite you from anywhere.
Yeah, a lot of very puzzling moves tonight on the part of Bruce Bochy. We mentioned a lot of moves that he would normally make during the regular season, but this is not the regular season.
It started with bringing in Myers to start the 8th inning, the 3-run 8th inning for the Yankees, and it ended with Vanderwall, his best pinch hitter, standing at third as Andy Sheets struck out to end the game. Fox Sports coverage. The 1998 World Series continues with game 4 from San Diego at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific tomorrow night. For Tim McCarver, Bob Brenly, Chip Caray, and Steve Lyons, I'm Joe Buck. From San Diego, where the New York Yankees have taken a 3-0 lead in the 1998 World Series. They have won 124 games. They get to 125. The Yankees will have 24 World Championships in their storied history. It's game 4 tomorrow night. We expect to see Kevin Brown against Andy Pettitte. Hope you join us. Good night from San Diego.
This has been a presentation of Fox Sports, where legends are made, where champions are crowned, where dreams come true. Fox Sports, home of the 1998 World Series and Super Bowl 33.
I don't know what's up with the market, but I do know I've got a long-term strategy. And so does my mutual fund company.
Oppenheimer Funds, the right way to invest.
It's a typical bad Washington deal. Congressman Frank Pallone and his buddies dealt us a bad hand when they raided the Social Security Trust Fund to pay for welfare and other wasteful programs. Frank Pallone cut himself a pretty good deal when he promised he wouldn't raise...
Padres desperately need...
Since back in 1984 when they lost to the Detroit Tigers in 5, it was not a happy return for the Padres. The Yankees, in dramatic fashion, as you saw, came from behind and beat the Padres 5-4 to go up 3-0 in this best of 7. Now looking to wrap it all up tomorrow night. And how about Scott Brocious? 3 hits, 2 homers, 4 more RBIs. And Brocious did it against one of the game's best in Trevor Hoffman, working in relief. Now, the last team to come back from a 3-0 deficit in a best of 7 series, the New York Islanders in 1975 beat the Pittsburgh Penguins. No one has ever done it in the World Series. That is our fact for the night. Al Troutwig is standing by in San Diego. Al, I don't know what more can be said about Scott Brocious. Certainly the leading candidate as the MVP in the World Series. Many say he was the Yankee MVP during the regular season, and you watch him circle the bases after he hit the home run. He does it in such calm fashion. It's almost symbolic of the Yankee ball club.
Marv, he is symbolic of the Yankee ball club. A good guy who does his job well and is clutch in the postseason. That, more than anything, defines him as a Yankee. Clutch in the postseason. And even earlier in the ball game, he hit that fly ball that Steve Finley made, the great catch in center field. So he was on top of his game tonight. And I wish you could have been here. The air go out of this ballpark. I mean, the noise when they went up 3-0 was unbelievable. When Trevor Hoffman came in the game and they played that song Hell's Bells, it was almost out of Major League when the Wild Thing came in. And then the Yankees just retook control of this game. Again, the Padres bullpen.
Now, the Padres, as you mentioned, finally were able to get Trevor Hoffman into a game, and you watch the Yankees go against Hoffman, who basically terrorized the National League during the regular season, and the Yankees had no problem with him at all.
Well, again, you know how that all started with Paul O'Neill's walk. I mean, and then Tino Martinez's walk. O'Neill faced Randy Myers, got on base with a walk, a very good at-bat, and then an even better at-bat against Tino Martinez, who may be recognized, as some people did here in the ballpark, that the one pitch that's the key pitch for Trevor Hoffman is the changeup. He could not get that pitch over for a strike, and if you know that the changeup isn't going to be a strike, you just sit and wait, and he couldn't find the strike zone.
Al, the Padres seem to be a tired ball club in New York, not to take anything away from what the Yankees did to them up at the stadium, but they did get a huge lift from their former Yankee pitcher, Sterling Hitchcock, who was magnificent in the early going.
Marv, he was really amazing. You know, people inside the Yankee camp want to know, when did Sterling Hitchcock become a pitcher like this? And the one knock against Sterling Hitchcock when he was a Yankee was that they thought he was just emotionally unstable. You know, he'd get all sorts of tight on the mound, and he'd lose his stuff, he'd lose his concentration, maybe a little microcosm of a David Wells sort of thing. Well, somewhere along the way, he found his composure. 6 innings tonight, only 1 run, and he allowed 7 hits, but the Yankees weren't able to make anything out of it because once he allowed that hit, he completely shut them down with 7 strikeouts and only 1 walk. But he gave the Padres everything they could have hoped for tonight. Even got a hit like David Cone did that began that big inning when they built up to a 3-0 lead. And that inning, by the way, included just one rare Yankee mistake, Paul O'Neill's throw. I don't know where he was intending to throw it to, but that allowed the Padres to get what at the time seemed to be a very big extra run.
Actually, there were 2 key errors uncharacteristic by the players who committed them. As you mentioned, the misplay by O'Neill with that throw sailing high and far. And then Ken Caminiti had one go under his glove. But as Joe Buck had mentioned on the telecast, it looks like he is playing hurt. He just couldn't get his glove down.
He really got to the point where he was hurting San Diego tonight, and we'll cover all that. We'll show you the replays, but as you can see, the local guy has made good. Shane Spencer here to join us. Shane, congratulations on playing a big role in that game win.
Thanks. You know, I got a couple strikeouts. Sterling was pitching great. He was mixing it up pretty good, and we finally got a piece of him in there in, the 6th or 7th inning.
Now, we've seen Shane, in an at-bat you'll learn something. Tonight, did you learn something in those first 2 at-bats that led to the later success, the big double?
Well, I was trying to be patient, and he waiting for a mistake, and he didn't make any mistakes. He was nipping the corners, changing speeds, and he got me twice. And last time up, he left the changeup out over the plate, and that's what I do, is try to take advantage of the mistakes.
Was there any thought in your head that might go out?
No, it was a kind of pitch out over the plate, and I just hit it hard. I was just hoping Finley wouldn't run it down.
How many tickets did you need for this game, Shane?
I only needed 14, a lot of my friends.
Oh, man, how'd you do that?
Come on, I don't ask for much.
Yeah. All right, talk to me about the feeling in the Yankee dugout. I mean, it was one of those games, especially where Paul O'Neill's throw, a rare Yankee miscue, allows them to build up 3 runs in a game where it felt like 1 run would be the difference.
Yeah, you know, we got down just for a minute. You know, we got back, and a couple guys were swinging the bat good, and we knew we had to get something rolling. And Scott, he's been swinging the bat so good, and he got it. And, you know, as soon as he got that home run, we're like, okay, we're right back in it. And my job was to get back on base, and we did. And you know, we haven't quit all year. It's just been a great year.
What role did the crowd play in this game, if anything?
Oh, they were loud. I mean, there's so many people here, and the stadium's so big.
Do you feel distracted? Does it unnerve you?
No, I think, you know, the thing is they keep playing our music. So, you know, everybody in our dugout's like, hey, that's our music. Let's go. Let's get pumped up.
How about a comment about Scott Brosius? 3 hits the last game. Tonight, 2 home runs and 1 fly ball to the wall.
Oh, he's locked in. You know, the ball wasn't carrying early, and he hit that ball good to center. And I noticed the ball started carrying a little bit better, and he crushed that last one. I mean, they said it's Death Valley out there, but that just tells you how much he's locked in right now.
Yeah, he really is. Hey, Shane, thanks very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Shane Spencer returning to San Diego, getting the start in left field and hitting the double. And as you can see, a lot of the Yankee fans who are here in San Diego, California, have stayed to cheer on the New York Yankees. Well, Marv, as we have said many, many times, we try to assemble and give you a feel for what this game was all about. And there were so many elements in this game. I mean, it's really tough where to start. But early on, it was a pitcher's duel, and we want to, you know, establish the tension in this game. Why things were so tense. We'll start things off with Steve Finley's defense early on. There, he made the bobble and the catch. Here's off the bat of Scott Brosius, bouncing into the wall, and that's how things started. It was the defense of San Diego. They had made the mistakes at the games at Yankee Stadium, and you know, as we've seen, Scott Brosius will make a play, perhaps after a rally at third base, and it seems to settle the stadium and the team down and reestablish their belief. So Steve Finley did that for the San Diego Padres. Now, in the bottom of the second, there were 2 outs. Steve Finley's on at first base. Bruce Bochy, he knows all about National League Baseball. He knows all about get him on, move him over, get him home. And he runs Steve Finley. Derek Jeter thought it was close, but David Cone bared down and struck out Jimmy Leyritz, who's been a 0 factor in the series. Now Sterling Hitchcock is grooving. I mean, his stuff was great. The crowd was behind him, and the Yankees were struggling. As a matter of fact, through the first 3 innings, Sterling Hitchcock allowed only 1 walk. We now go to the top of the 5th inning. Scott Brosius is on base with a single, the first of his 3 hits. And watch what he does to Shane Spencer, who talked about this at bat. Frozen on that beautiful pitch on the inside corner. The next batter is Joe Girardi, and he strikes out. Meanwhile, David Cone had not allowed the San Diego Padres a hit, but that, as you could see, really had the stadium energized. Now we're getting down to tension time. Which pitcher was going to tire? Which bullpen would be exposed first? We know the San Diego Padres wanted to hang on to Sterling Hitchcock as long as possible. We're going now to the top of the 6th inning when the Yankees missed a major chance to make something happen. David Cone started things off with a leadoff single. That's how the inning began. Then the very next batter was Chuck Knobloch, and well, there's one of those explanations as how Caminiti is killing them. But Derek Jeter struck out. Paul O'Neill to the plate. His 2nd hit of the World Series, a little bouncer up the middle. So now the Yankees have 2 on with only 1 out. The next hitter is Bernie Williams. 3 pitches. Hitchcock got him to reach for that pitch low and outside. And the next batter was Tino Martinez. And all he could do with that pitch was pop up to second base. And so the Yankees stranded 2 and missed a major chance to get to Sterling Hitchcock. And obviously the Padres are juiced up here. Now the Yankees would finally get to Sterling Hitchcock in the 7th inning. This came after the San Diego Padres got 3 runs in the 6th, in the bottom of the 6th. And ironically, David Cone had gotten a single. Sterling Hitchcock would too. So that single to right field now sets up what could be a big inning, because the single by Kilvio Veras is then thrown away by Paul O'Neill. Didn't hit the cutoff man, and the Padres get a 2nd run. Now Caminiti with 1 out to center field. He got all of it. Bernie Williams makes an outstanding catch on the run. Tony Gwynn would score, and that was a 3-0 lead for San Diego. Tino Martinez made an outstanding play on a ground ball at first base to end that inning. So what do the Yankees do? All season long, we have seen them respond immediately. And the stage was set for Scott Brosius to make a very large statement for him to be the World Series MVP. Certainly, if they voted right now, he'd be the man. A leadoff home run to give the Yankees immediate belief that they could come back. And for the first time in the ball game, the Yankees had belief they could get to Sterling Hitchcock. After Spencer's big double, Davis's pinch hit is blown by the left side of the infield. And now the great play. Knobloch had walked. Jeter lines out into an inning-ending double play. That was a crushing blow for the Yankees, or at least it felt like that at the time. They missed a chance to tie the game, so it's 3-2 now as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. If you're the San Diego Padres, you desperately want to build an insurance run. Chris Gomez to the plate, a high bouncer that goes over the head of Scott Brocious, and now Gomez tries to put himself in scoring position, but there's Shane Spencer gunning him out, and it would turn out to be a very big play. Well, now we go to the top of the 8th inning. The Yankees trail by the score of 3-2. Bruce Bochy brings in Randy Myers. He walks Paul O'Neill. Trevor Hoffman with another walk, and Scott Brocious with a launch to center field. And the mystique of the Padres closer is over the center field wall. The Yankees leap off of the dugout bench. They had the lead at 5-3. There was a scary moment in the bottom of the 8th inning when Greg Vaughn just missed, and I mean just missed, maybe by an 1/8 of an inch off his big 50 home run bat, sending Paul O'Neill to the wall. The Yankees watched the Padres make it a 1-run ball game, and then it was Mariano Rivera in the 9th inning, as you just saw moments ago. 1st and 3rd, but he gets Andy Sheets to strike out, and Bruce Bochy's going to have to answer some questions. After all, John Vanderwall was put in as a pinch runner. He's one of the Padres' hottest hitters lately, especially in this World Series. And there the Padres strand 2, and the Yankees win this 5-4. As Marv detailed, no team in baseball history has come from 3-0 down. Certainly no team as good as the 1998 New York Yankees, and they are 1 win away from affirming their status as one of the greatest teams in baseball history, certainly one of the greatest teams this generation has ever seen. Wide-ranging media coverage, over 1,100 members of the media, and we again would like to thank the folks at the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company for providing these live pictures of Qualcomm Stadium from the Goodyear blimp. The Jeep postgame continues from San Diego, California in a moment.
You are watching the Jeep Post Game Report, brought to you by your Tri-State Jeep dealer. Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s on earth. And by The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
Jeep Cherokee can climb a 30% grade. Laugh at an 80% chance of snow. Give you 100% freedom. And do it all for 10% less than the competition. Lease a new 99 Cherokee Sport for $0 down, $289 a month, and $784 due at signing, and get all this at no extra charge.
Introducing Bally Sports Clubs, exclusive full-service fitness facilities designed for business professionals. Our sports clubs offer all the services and equipment that make Bally the most popular fitness corporation in America, plus special features like personal training and group fitness programs. There are already 5 Bally Sports Clubs open to accommodate New York executives, plus more on the way. Become a Bally Sports Club member by paying only your first monthly payment at the time you join. Call 1-800-WORKOUT for more information about our new Bally Sports Club.
This program is brought to you in part by NAM, National Arbitration and Mediation, the most timely and cost-effective way to settle your legal disputes.
Getting dizzy just trying to find something to watch? Why not put things into focus with TV Host? Let's take a peek at what's coming up this month on Lifetime.
I'd rather be talked about than forgotten.
It's the true story of the regal ambassador to France, whose life was a scandalous mix of love, power, and politics. Anne Margaret stars in Life of the Party, the Pamela Harriman story. To see this premiere and a whole lot more, call today and order cable. And to make it easy to focus in on all your favorites, add a subscription to TV Host. We bring it all into view.
RCN brings you its 10th year of Princeton University football. Join us live at every home game in Princeton's brand new stadium and catch the replay of every game on Tuesday nights following the high school game of the week on RCN's Channel 8. Princeton football is better than ever, so tune in and watch RCN's coverage of Princeton University football.
Sponsored in part by McCaffrey's, a supermarket experience in Princeton, West Windsor, and Yardley, Pennsylvania.
All right, here is the damn tough call of the game. Bruce Bochy, the Padre manager, makes a curious decision as Al pointed out a moment ago, John Vander Wal is used as a pinch runner that takes Vander Wal, a hot hitter, out of it. They take the bat out of his hands, and it leaves the Padres with Andy Sheets to face Mariano Rivera, and it was a mismatch. This concluded matters. The Yankees win it 5-4. The tough call of the game brought to you by NAM, National Arbitration and Mediation, the most timely and cost-effective way to settle your legal disputes. Game 4 is coming up tomorrow night in San Diego. Andy Pettitte, hoping to bounce back from the troubles he had against the Cleveland Indians, will go for the Yankees, and it will be Kevin Brown apparently for the Padres. Brown subpar in Game 1 at Yankee Stadium on Saturday night, suffering from the flu, and the Padres are hoping that he regains the usual form as he tries to preserve the series for San Diego. Game 4 tomorrow night at Qualcomm. And as we mentioned earlier, the last team in professional sports to come back from a 3-0 deficit, the New York Islanders of 74-75. They did it against the Pittsburgh Penguins, and that is what the Padres are facing. They're down 3-0 to the Yankees as they look to tomorrow night. Let's get back to San Diego and Al Troutwig. Al?
All right, Marv, once again, a live look at Qualcomm Stadium. It's going to be a long, slow exit for the 65,000 who really came to play. Ken Singleton with Gary Thorne broadcast the game around the world on Major League Baseball International. I mean, tension, drama, indecision, noise, theatrics with Hoffman. Manager decisions. It had everything.
Well, this is what the World Series is supposed to be all about. Wasn't much suspense in the first two games outside of the 7-1-7 for the Yankees in Game 1. You get to the second game, it's a blowout. This is what World Series baseball is all about. Two good teams going right down to the wire. A lot of controversial moves at the end by Bruce Bochy. He didn't have John Vander Wal, one of the top pinch hitters in the game, available because he used him as a pinch runner. Then he has to have Andy Sheets come up and hit against Mariano Rivera. That's not going to work. And it didn't work in that instance, and the Padres lost by 1 run. You got to wonder where Vander Wal's bat was, who was standing at third base with the potential tying run.
Tell you what, we're going to take a look at it, and David Cohn is standing by as well. So as we do that, we'll move along. Here's Bruce Bochy. David, come on in here. Here's one of the moments of the game as you see Andy Sheets stepping to the plate. And this is in the 9th inning against Mariano Rivera. Hernandez is out.
Using as a pinch runner, he used John Vander Wal, a good left-handed hitter off the bench, to run for Hernandez. That situation comes up where he has Sheets as the hitter. It's not going to work against Mariano Rivera. I thought that was a major blunder by the manager of the San Diego Padres in this instance.
Well, as you can see, David Cohn has joined us. We're trying to make sense of an absolutely wild, fun, tension-filled baseball game. What's your take on it, especially from the way you started in that battle with Sterling Hitchcock?
Well, it was tough. It looked like when I actually got a hit, and it looked like we were going to score some runs, and we squandered that opportunity. And then I go right back out on the mound and kind of lose a little focus and give up 3 runs. And bang, we're right back in it. Brocious just had a great game. He almost had a Reggie Jackson-like game. He should have had 3 home runs.
Yes, he did. That Finley catch changed everything in center field. Now, tell me, does Brocious's leadoff home run right after you've given up the 3 runs mean as much as it seems like it means?
Oh, yes, without a doubt. I mean, there was a big flip there in that we squandered an opportunity to score some runs, and then I go back out there and give up 3, and then we're right back in it with Brocious' home run. So I thought that was huge.
Now, last game, David, you had some problems getting loose as the game progressed. You looked like you had really great stuff.
I was good. Yeah, I felt good early. There's a few balls I left up and got hit pretty hard at people, and I got lucky. But up until that last inning, I thought I was pretty good, and I kind of lost it a little bit in the 6th.
Now we're going to take a look at some of your work here tonight. Obviously, you like looking at that. That's one of the strikeouts that you had in the game.
Yeah, I thought early in the game, I was pretty good as far as establishing my fastball, better than I had my previous start against Cleveland, and I kind of kept them off balance and mixed it up. And right up to the 6th inning, when Hitchcock broke up the no-hitter, I was pretty happy.
David, you did a lot of running after you had that leadoff single in that inning. Were you tired as a result of that, or are you in better shape than that?
Well, I'm not so much tired. I think you lose your focus a little bit. You're used to, in the American League, being in your pitching kind of game plan, and you don't want to get rattled out of your focus. But after running the bases, I went back out there and tried to get it back. And I think the second guy I walked was the big key to the inning.
Did the fact that you pitched here before and know what San Diego's all about play into your early success?
Well, possibly, yeah. I mean, I'd warmed up here and I'd pitched here before. I like pitching here. I think it's a good pitcher's park. It's a good mound, and you know, I felt comfortable early on.
All right, what was it like in the dugout when the home run was hit by Brocious again?
Incredible, just an incredible feeling. We just leaped off the bench, and guys in the clubhouse as well were just jumping for joy. He just crushed the ball. It was in a dead center. It's just an amazing hit.
Hey, as always, thanks for your time.
Okay, Al, thanks.
All right, that's David Cohn. Thanks to him for joining us. And here's the ball that was absolutely crushed by Scott Brocious. And, you know, maybe whatever Shane Spencer took in the divisional series, Scott Brocious is taken here. And the Coneheads are here, and the San Diego Padres fans are waiting. And there's a lot of barbs and beer being thrown between the warring factions here. But the Yankees won this one, and they, you know, not that they care about the Padres fans, but just think about them for a moment. The last time they were here, they had a lead, and Michael Tucker hit the grand slam for the Atlanta Braves and forced them to go back to Atlanta. And here tonight, Scott Brocious erases what was a 3-0 lead.
And the fact that no team has ever come back from a 3-0 deficit to win a World Series, I think this game was key for them tonight. They didn't get it, and they lost it in a crushing way. That home run that Scott Brocious hit was about the only thing that Steve Finley didn't catch in center field tonight. They finally hit one where he couldn't get it, although he came pretty close.
And we are not surprised, are we, that the two men that were on base when he hit that home run got on via the walk?
Via the walk, and it points out again that the Yankees are very patient hitters. The Padres, Sterling Hitchcock, during the course of the game, had his pitch count down low. He got a little tired. They got him out of there. The Padres actually ended up throwing 154 pitches in this game, and primarily the bullpen threw a lot of them because they couldn't get the Yankee hitters out when they needed to. Paul O'Neill's keel walk, Tino Martinez throwing a walk, points out again that this Yankee team is patient. They will set up the guys behind them in the order. Tonight, the guys who were setting it up were Paul O'Neill and Tino Martinez, and the closer tonight for the Yankees was Scott Brocious.
Amazing. Thanks a lot, Ken. All right, and the bullpen of San Diego gives up 21 runs from the 7th inning on over their last 6 games, and the Yankee bench was up and into it and in front in this Game 3. And they've taken all of the games to lead 3-0, and they'll have 2 chances to close out the San Diego Padres as we come to you live from high above San Diego, California. Joe Torre when we come back on the Jeep Postgame.
I just love this place. It is so much fun. I mean, I'm totally entertained, you know?
I know, but do you have to be entertained in this immediate area?
What?
You're hovering.
Hovering?
Go have fun someplace else.
Well, where? Iowa Mini Systems, car stereos, audio, redhead.
Hover.
Come hover around the Iowa 60-watt mini system with 3 CD changer. On sale for only $179. At The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
This Craftmatic Model 2 electrically adjustable bed costs no more than many quality flatbeds. And when you buy selected ones with optional heat and built-in massage, you get this fabulous bonus. A 25-inch color TV absolutely free. In a Craftmatic bed, you adjust yourself into comfortable positions automatically. Call toll-free so we can mail you our adjustable bed catalog and a certificate for a free 25-inch color TV with bed purchase.
Call toll-free 1-800-673-4554, 1-800-673-4554.
This program is brought to you in part by NAM, National Arbitration and Mediation, the most timely and cost-effective way to settle your legal disputes.
The Bronx is home to a fabled ball club, chiseled from tradition and grit. Their house was built by the Babe and the many home runs he hit. The Iron Horse Lou Gehrig forged a legacy of pride along the way for the New York Yankees, where legends come to play. Joe DiMaggio wowed him as the Yankee Clipper. 5 straight they won with Yogi, Scooter, and Casey, the skipper. And there was Mantle and Maris. The M&M boys had their day at historic Yankee Stadium, where legends come to play. Thurman thrived in the clutch here. So did Mr. October. Guidry hurled his lightning, and Billy drove their thunder. Donnie hit him deep into the night, and Rags had his no-hit day. In glorious Yankee pinstripes, where legends come to play.
The heroes of 1998 can take their place alongside legends past. Just bring the championship home to the Bronx to make these memories last.
Scott Brocious has been Mr. Clutch for the Yankees all season long. This back on August the 22nd, we flash back 8th inning against John Wetland, and Texas 3-run home run for Brocious. leading the Yankees to the victory. Brocious with 98 RBIs during the course of the regular season. A career season for the Yankee third baseman, bouncing back from the .203 batting average a year ago with the Oakland A's. The Yankee third baseman has 4 home runs, 14 RBIs now in 12 postseason games. Trevor Hoffman allowing only the 3rd home run this season. Had given up 2 during the course of the regular campaign and 3 for the entire year. As Brocious hits 2 tonight, 1 against Hoffman, which turns out to be the game winners. The Yankees take it 5-4, winning game 3. Look to wrap it up in San Diego tomorrow night. Let's get back to Al.
All right, Marv, you know, there's been a lot going on inside the Yankee clubhouse. Still strong thoughts for Darryl Strawberry, and the Yankees hope that they can see him on a float in a World Series, World Championship parade down the Canyon of Heroes once again, and they're 1 win away from doing that. Joe Torre has said there are a lot of similarities to the thoughts for this team and thinking of Darryl Strawberry and Frank Torre, his brother, a couple of years ago. And now Andy Pettitte will pitch, thinking of his dad as the entire team is in support of him. Meanwhile, Michael Kay talked to Joe Torre moments ago.
Speed. Joe, you're 1 win away from your 2nd world title in 3 years. What are you feeling right now after what was really a great game to watch? I don't know how it was to manage.
It was draining. I'm excited, Michael. You know, again, we're allowed to be excited until tomorrow, and we got to come back and try to get back into our business suits. And this is an incredible ball club, and you've been with us all year, and I think you're fortunate for having been there all year, just to see things that probably you wouldn't believe if you had to read about it.
Now, you're down 3-0. And this team has come back an awful lot. Do you doubt at that point, or you say, hey, we're going to do it?
You know, we don't have time to doubt. You got to try to figure out how we're going to get back, and I think that's the most important thing. And Scott Brocious, what a pickup he was for us and what he gave us tonight.
Now, Trevor Hoffman comes in, and that makes sense because this is their season. Nobody's come back from 3-0, but the board outside said 89 miles an hour. Was that strange? Was there something wrong?
No, he doesn't throw much harder than that. It's just that changeup is so good, so that 90 miles an hour looks like 100. So no, that's about right for him. But you know, he got a couple of pitches up, and what a great approach Brocious had on him.
Okay, David Cone pitched a no-hitter through 5. Then he got on base when you guys left the bases loaded. Do you think that took something out of him?
No, I really don't. He gave up a base hit to Hitchcock. You know, then a ball that, I mean, you should never apologize for giving up a base hit to Tony Gwynn. You know, then Paulie got confused on the cutoff man, and he threw it to Knobloch instead of Tino, and all of a sudden there it was. But he was frustrated with himself, Coney, but I mean, I'll take that every time. Give me 5 or 6 innings from Coney, and the way our bullpen's been pitching, I'll take it from there.
All right, speaking of your bullpen, in the 8th inning you have Mendoza. Guy gets on. You could either go to Stanton to face Gwynn. You decide to go to Mariano for 5 outs. Why?
Well, he's my closer, and I got close enough. You know, I'd rather have 4 outs, much rather have 3 outs. But when you get in the situation to come back from a game like this, I wanted to make sure that the guy out there was the one that closed the games out for us.
All right, final thing, twice Mel pops out of the dugout to talk to Mariano. What's he talking about?
Well, the first time it was talking to Vaughn about Vaughn with 2 strikes, you know, and he made too good of a pitch with 2 strikes. So I think we decided that we're not going to talk to him anymore about what to do. The other time it was just a couple of hits. He just wanted to sort of calm him down.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
You can almost hear in Joe Torre's voice, he knows he is so close to getting another ring. Meanwhile, Bernie Williams' big contribution in this series, of course, the home run in Game 2. But tonight, while not having a hit, he made an outstanding catch in center field on a sacrifice fly off the bat of Ken Caminiti in the 6th inning. That pretty much closed out the Padres and only allowed them to score the 3 runs and ended that inning. Moments ago, Michael Kay spoke to Bernie in the Yankees clubhouse.
Bernie, I thought that when you hit the long fly ball off Hoffman, it kind of gave this team hope. Hey, this guy's hittable. Did you just miss that?
I just reacted to it. I think it was an inside fastball that he tried to sneak by, and I just reacted to it. I just missed it a little bit, and you know, when I was rounding first and saw Tony Gwynn catching it, I was like, wow, man. Oh, I think it gave a little bit of hope, you know, to the rest of the line.
When you got back to the dugout, what'd you say to the guys?
Well, I didn't say anything. I was just trying to get get calm and collected again. But I think they saw a lot of pitches in that at bat. They saw that he was hittable, and they saw that if they could wait on that changeup, he was not going to blow the fastball by us.
Bernie Pettit was talking about the fact that the confidence level in this team is so high. Even when you guys were down, people were walking in the dugout just saying, "Hey, look, don't worry, we're going to win this thing." Is that the feeling you guys always have, no matter what?
Well, I think that the feeling that we have is that we're relentless. We don't really care how the score is. We're gonna, give it a shot. We're gonna give it our best shot, and we're just gonna go out there and play hard till the end. And that's the kind of attitude that we have had through the whole year, and it shouldn't be any different right now.
Talk about the Brocious attitude. I mean, what he's meant to this team all year, and what was going on in the dugout when he hit the home run?
Oh, I was just jumping up and down, I was just hysteric. He's just so locked in right now. He's seeing the ball so well, having quality at bats, making the pitcher, throw his pitch, and when he gets it, he doesn't miss it. He's going out there, and I would like to be in that groove right now.
What does it mean to the legacy of this team to close it out in 4 games?
I think it will mean a lot, to have an opportunity to sweep them. But still, we're not gonna relax at all. Those guys are in their home turf. They're a little bit shocked right now, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna watch a lot of the tape, and they're gonna come out here swinging. They have, they're against the wall, and that's when they see, how good are they gonna be.
Well, we don't know how many more games Bernie Williams will play in a Yankee uniform, but you could tell right there he wants it to be at least one more for the 1998 season. That comes tomorrow night when we continue on the G postgame for the 1998 World Series on MSG. We'll hear from Scott Brocious, plus Michael Kay joins us as we continue live from San Diego.
New York is a city of excess. Why one trade tower when you can have 2? Why just one Broadway? Why 9 to 5 when New York never sleeps? And like New York, Delta Airlines offers you more, like the most non-stops to more cities in Europe, as well as service from all 5 airports. And as for getting to them, why one bridge when you can have 18? Delta Airlines, putting you on top of the world.
Homeowners, if you're drowning in high-interest credit card bills, National Finance can help you substantially lower your monthly payment.
I'm David Filipino, president of National Finance Corporation, and I have a very special offer for you. I'm so confident that we could lower your monthly payments with our home equity loan that if we can't, I'll pay your existing mortgage for an entire year. So call now at 1-800-LOAN-NFC and find out how to start saving on your monthly payments right away.
Dial 1-800-LOAN-NFC. The money you need when you need it.
Remember back when you were one of the boys of summer? The game was in your heart, and you played like a champion, snagging line drives, turning the double play. You imagined every victory was a step toward the World Series. Today, you can own a piece of the most incredible season in the history of baseball. Major League Baseball Properties has licensed Environment to produce 1998 World Series commemorative coins. Only 7,500 commemorative coins will be minted before the mold is destroyed. Each coin is individually numbered, and it's yours for only $49.95 plus shipping and handling. Each limited edition World Series commemorative coin features both team logos and is meticulously handcrafted from a full troy ounce of pure silver, a valuable addition to any collection. Due to the limited quantity authorized, only advanced credit card reservations will be honored. Call the number on your screen and own a piece of baseball history. The 98 World Series commemorative coin, just $49.95. Order now.
Scratch and Match is back and it's bigger than ever. Win $100,000 instantly in the Daily News Instant Win Game. With 8 chances to win, it's like getting 8 lottery tickets free.
I scratched, I matched, I won $100,000.
I won $250 in Scratch and Match.
I just won $1,000 in the Daily News. Next week I go for the big one, $100,000.
Thank you, Daily News.
So if you've got the itch, get scratching because it could make you rich. Get the bigger, better Scratch and Match game free in the Sunday Daily News.
Welcome back to our Sports Desk special, the Yankee Postgame Show. We have some noteworthy statistics to share with you on a night that saw the Yankees defeat the Padres 5-4. They go 3-0 in this best of 7. Scott Brocious, 4 home runs, 14 RBIs now throughout the playoffs. He's had the hot bat Tony Gwynn with 3 RBIs thus far in the World Series. How about Mariano Rivera? Through 22 pitches, 19 were strikes tonight. And the Yankees 124-50. That includes the playoffs and the World Series. Yankees beginning to come alive at the plate after having some difficulties against Texas and then the Indians in the American League Championship Series. Scott Brocious practically has that MVP trophy in his grasp. 7 for 13 overall in the World Series. Yankees have outscored the Padres 12-4 from the 7th inning. That has been the Yankee formula throughout the season. And the Padre bullpen tonight did not have it. Their ace, Trevor Hoffman, getting into trouble. So first Kevin Brown, then Andy Ashby, and then Hoffman tonight. The Yankees have shown the Padre pitching no mercy at all, though Sterling Hitchcock was effective in the early going. Scott Brocious, the man who wrecked the Padres tonight, talked with the media moments ago.
Last year in September, could you ever have envisioned a scenario like this?
Probably I might have envisioned it. Now, whether I realistically thought it would happen or not is another thing. You know, last year was rough, and you know, I don't think anybody would want to go through that. But you never know. You know, the game can humble you, then it can turn around, and that's certainly been a great turnaround for this year.
Yes. Scott, can you talk about what this evening means to you, what the emotions are that go through you winning a World Series game like this?
Well, it's fun. This is the type of thing that you, as a kid, you dream about. You know, it's something I've done in my backyard 100 times, and you never know if you're ever going to get the opportunity to do it. And to come out and to do something to help the team win feels real good.
Back there. Were you thinking home run on the second at bat?
Not at all. You know, with Trevor on the mound, you know, when you get a closer on the mound, my only thoughts were just trying to, you know, pick the ball up and just see him as good as I could and try to put a good swing on the ball. And just so happened it was a fastball out over the plate, and I hit it hard in the air.
Mel? Okay, Bud? A year removed from it, can you talk about what happened in Oakland? How did you hit 203 last year?
I think sometimes it was harder to hit 200 than it was to hit 300. But it was just a year where if anything could go wrong, it did go wrong. You know, everything from, you know, just at times swinging the bat just, you know, horribly to other times swinging the bat pretty good and being unlucky and just not feeling real healthy either. And it was just, you know, it was one of those things that kind of snowballed, and I was never able to come out of it.
Well, Scott Brocious, the Yankee hero tonight with the 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, knocking in 4 of the 5 Yankee runs. A reminder, tomorrow night, game number 4, it should be Kevin Brown for the Padres and Andy Pettitte for the Yankees. Our Michael Kay is alongside Al Troutwig back at Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego. Al?
Okay, Marv, which is just about 10 minutes outside of downtown San Diego as you look live from the Goodyear blimp shot. Spectacular pictures in this absolutely gorgeous city. It didn't feel like the fall classic here today. A lot of the Yankees got a chance to sit outside and enjoy some sun and relax before this game, which was filled with enough tension to fill 2 baseball games.
It's unbelievable. This team continues to stamp itself as one of the best teams in baseball history. I mean, that's the bottom line. And for a single season, I think you could argue that this team is one of the best that ever played the game.
Mike, we watched him play all season long, but I don't think anyone could have envisioned someone blossoming in big games like this, like Scott Brocious. And we've seen the home run, the first one and the second one, the big 3-run shot that blew the game open. But look how close he came. And David Cohn mentioned he came about, what, a foot and a half, 2 feet short from joining Reggie Jackson on the all-time World Series, 3 home runs in 1 World Series game. First inning, Scott Brocious at the plate, and I'm sorry, this is the bobble of Steve Finley. This is the very first at bat, Chuck Knobloch, and watch Finley battle this. Then the second inning, Scott Brocious would step to the plate, and Finley would provide another outstanding defensive play going straight to the wall. Watch this. This would have been, you know, if you believe that everything follows after this ball goes over the wall, a 3-home run night for Scott Brocious. That's how close he came.
I'll tell you what, though, Brocious and Reggie Jackson are so much alike, so they would really fit the record.
Right, yeah. Personality-wise.
It's an amazing thing in these 3 games, Al, if you think about it. Ken Caminiti's value has plummeted. I mean, he looks like a guy who's really spent. And Scott Brocious, who's going to be another free agent third baseman, he might have moved ahead of Caminiti. I know Caminiti has got great power, but Brocious has done nothing but do great things for the Yankees all year. Now, Derek Jeter just told me moments ago, he said, there's so many good players on this team. He said this a week ago, and he said it confirms it tonight. He's the MVP of the team. He said, you have a number 8 or 9 hitter who drives in 98 runs and hits 300. It's pretty amazing, and he's made all the plays at third base. And talk about coming up big. Shane Spencer told me the one thing about Scott Brocious right now, he doesn't swing at bad pitches. He doesn't have to swing hard. Everything is like a beach ball to him. And Shane Spencer felt that in September, and Scott Brocious is feeling it now in October.
There are certainly big ups and downs in games like this, and I'm a believer that there is no such thing as momentum game to game, sometimes not even inning by inning. Derek Jeter's line drive to end the 7th inning certainly seemed to just kill what felt like a big inning for the Yankees as they finally got to Sterling Hitchcock. When this play was made by the shortstop Chris Gomez, I mean, didn't you feel like that was their big chance?
I thought Andy Pettitte has to win tomorrow, or it's going to be 2-2. I thought that was their chance. You know, you don't have many chances to come back from 3-0.
He hit this
a line
ball
drive
on the button.
Right on the screws, and, you know, Gomez made a nice play moving to his left, but when it popped out of his glove, I thought definitely was going to fall out of the glove and at least have the bases loaded. And I asked Jeter, I said, now you guys keep saying over and over and over again about how you know you're always going to come back, but after that play, I mean, do you still think you're going to come back? And Derek Jeter said, we have to get 27 outs. And we know that as long as we have a couple more outs left in us, we can come back. He said, we never doubted for a moment we were going to come back. Even when Hoffman came in, even with Hell's Bells playing, even with 64,000 people screaming, we still felt we had a chance.
And the bat boy, James D'Angelo. This guy's got an undefeated record, and if I didn't see Paul O'Neill seek out Michael Kay to make sure he was on the pregame again on the radio, I wouldn't have believed it. But the superstition of those two people involved in this thing is undefeated.
I'll tell you what, you could talk superstition, you could talk anything like that, rabbit's foots, and your ball players are very superstitious. The reason this Yankee team wins, it has an incredible amount of heart, and they're a great team. You know, top to bottom, they have role players that accept what they're supposed to do. They have pitchers who get big outs, and they have guys with a lot of heart. There's not one non-gamer in that clubhouse, which is pretty amazing to assemble in this free agent type of market.
The first time it has happened in the Yankees postseason tonight, a closer of either the Indians or the Rangers in a save situation as Trevor Hoffman comes into the ball game, and even the luster off of this absolutely lock-sure closer went right out the window.
Absolutely, and I think that the problem that happened with Trevor Hoffman, he had not pitched in 6 days, so he didn't have the feel at all on his changeup, didn't even have a feel on his fastball. He was clocked at about 88 miles an hour on the fastball. He's about 91, 92. Sometimes he could even get it higher than that. He kept bouncing the changeup, and I think that Bernie Williams long fly ball told the Yankees it's doable. We can get this guy, and that was that one swing that did it. I felt that the whole team kind of locked in after that. They said, let's just work this guy, take the changeup. He's not throwing it for strikes, and then Brocious gets the big hit. I mean, you can't fall behind on the count and throw changeups.
All right, it's a good point by you. Now, Trevor Hoffman was spoken to by our own associate producer, Anthony Fucilli, inside what had to be a very, very quiet San Diego Padres clubhouse, especially after this home run went over the wall.
Any effect on you?
No, it felt great.
None at all?
Nope.
What about with O'Neill at first? Were you at all concerned with him running and all of your delivery out of the stretch at all?
We use a slide step a lot with him to try and hold him in place. But again, the key to keeping runners at where they're at is make good pitches and get people out at the plate, and that's something that I didn't do.
Feel like you guys can come back? I mean, nobody's ever come back from 3-0.
Well, it'll be a nice time to start. Back's against the wall, obviously, you know, and this team has battled back from a lot of adversity all year long. We just need to find a way to get it done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trevor,
to be in your position, obviously a closer is very up and down. After you come back out, I mean, do you need to talk to yourself? Do you just say, I've been here before, let's just go out there and shut it down now? How do you do it?
I've never been in this position as far as the World Series goes, but I understand what you're saying, and you know, it's not a situation where you're going to overanalyze what you did wrong or you did right. You know, your preparation has a lot to do with how you do out there, and now's not the time to second guess, you know, how you did on the field. Now's not the time to sit on your laurels and go, hey, I'm okay. You know, this is going to hurt, and it's you know, a big game, but and you just don't perform the way you want to. It can be frustrating.
For those of us who know this team, does the team have that kind of moxie to win 4 straight?
Well, we're in the World Series, so you know we got to be doing something right. Obviously, our backs are against the wall, and we're going to have to pull together as a unit. I mean, we've been in real close in 2 ball games and let some leads slip away, mainly the bullpen. and so we're going to have to do what we got to do to get back in this thing.
Trevor, sometimes in a situation when a hitter hits your best pitch, you just take your hat off to him. Do you feel that happened with Scott Brosius?
You know, I got to feel that he did a good job with the pitch he got. I'm not going to worry about saying he hit my best pitch, because you know, obviously I'd like to have had it in a different spot. But you know, again, you know, you have to give credit where credit's due, and he'd been hot all night. He did a great job at the plate with a 3-2 fastball, not to get too big, and he got another pitch out up over the plate and did something with it.
You said he missed or fouled back a pitch before that.
No,
2-1, I think.
No, 2-1. He hit down third baseline, foul. Ball was in.
You got this one up a little bit?
That ball he hit down line was in. This one was up over the plate and not away enough.
Well, Trevor Hoffman took the fall here tonight and stood there and answered everybody's questions inside that Padres clubhouse. So a stand-up performance by him during the regular season, the playoffs to this day, and tonight post-game in that clubhouse. Now, if you're the Padres, you could excruciatingly look at the situation and say, if our bullpen was just 2 pitches better, we could be up 2-1 in this series.
I'll tell you what, they spent a lot of money on this team, okay? But when you have a difference in salary, as the Padres and the Yankees do, of about $20 million, maybe high teens, the reason that you do that, you spend the extra money on the middle guys in the bullpen and the bench. The Yankees have a much better bench than the Padres, and obviously their bullpen is so much better than the Padres, and that's where the difference in money comes in if you spend your money wisely, and the Yankees spent it on the bullpen and the bench.
And some people thought Hoffman could have pitched in 1 or 2 in this series and been a little bit sharper.
I'm really surprised he didn't, because if he pitches in game 2, even in a mop-up role, he gets the feel again. He's not sitting out that whole time. Now, the first time he pitches after 6 days off, well, that's an important time. He's trying to save the season, and he didn't have the feel on the changeup, and I think that was huge.
All right, we're digging for one more gem of knowledge. Bruce Bochy's insight into his use of John Vanderwall and not Greg Myers, and putting Andy Sheets up to the plate. More after this.
This program is brought to you in part by NAM, National Arbitration and Mediation, the most timely and cost-effective way to settle your legal disputes.
Introducing Bally Sports Club's exclusive full-service fitness facilities designed for business professionals. Our sports clubs offer all the services and equipment that make Bally the most popular fitness corporation in America, plus special features like personal training and group fitness programs. There are already 5 Bally Sports Clubs open to accommodate New York executives, plus more on the way. Become a Bally Sports Club member by paying only your first monthly payment at the time you join. Call 1-800-WORKOUT for more information about our new Bally Sports Club.
I just love this place. It is so much fun. I mean, I'm totally entertained, you know?
I know, but do you have to be entertained in this immediate area?
What?
You're hovering.
Hovering?
Go have fun someplace else.
Where? Iowa Mini Systems, car stereos, audio, redhead.
Hover.
Come hover around the Iowa 60-watt mini system with 3 CD changer. On sale for only $179. At The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
Celebrate the New York Yankees super season at all branches of Emigrant Savings Bank and go home a winner. Here's the lineup. An official New Era Yankees cap. Yours when you open any high-yield CD. A special Yankees commemorative baseball. Free for opening a savings account of $500 or more. And over 140 prizes in Emigrant super season sweepstakes. Like 2 Yankees season tickets, autographed caps, plus official jerseys and T-shirts. Get in on the action. Call 1-800-EMIGRANT.
This Craftmatic Model 2 electrically adjustable bed costs no more than many quality flatbeds. And when you buy selected ones with optional heat and built-in massage, you get this fabulous bonus. A 25-inch color TV absolutely free. In a Craftmatic bed, you adjust yourself into comfortable positions automatically. Call toll-free so we can mail you our adjustable bed catalog and a certificate for a free 25-inch color TV with bed purchase.
Call toll-free 1-800-673-4554, 1-800-673-4554.
Well, Game 4 tomorrow night in San Diego. The Yankees hoping to wrap it. The probable starting pitchers, Andy Pettitte for the Yanks, hoping to bounce back after the difficulties of the series against Cleveland. Kevin Brown not at his best in Game 1 Saturday night at the stadium, bothered by the flu and hoping to regain his form. The Yankees going for their first World Series sweep since back in 1950 when they won 4 straight against the Philadelphia Phillies, the Whiz Kids, the Phillies of 1950, featuring the likes of Robin Roberts and Richie Ashburn and Del Ennis and Jim Constanti, and I am dating myself. as tomorrow night the Yankees try to make it a record, an incredible record of 125 wins, 50 losses to complete one of the great seasons of all time. Let's get back to Al in San Diego.
All right, Marv, once again, we rejoin you with live pictures from the Goodyear blimp over San Diego. And Mike and I were just looking at each other. We never saw that team play live, did we?
I thought Marv was going to give us the entire 25-man roster. That was very impressive, Marv. Very impressive.
We have no confirmation from Bruce Bochy on a few fronts. Evidently, in his press conference with the media, no one asked him the question about why not use Greg Myers or John Vanderwall to hit instead of Andy Sheets and sending Vanderwall out to pinch hit. So we're coming up empty there. Pinch run. And no one asked him whether Kevin Brown was definitely starting tomorrow. So
he's got to start because Joey Hamilton relieved today. He has nobody else, so it's got to be Kevin Brown, even with the flu, and he's their last hope. And nobody comes back from 3-0. Those two hockey teams, Toronto and the Islanders, that's it. But no baseball team has ever come back, and no team is going to beat this Yankee team 4 games in a row. It's just not going to happen.
One of the headlines in the San Diego Tribune today was on the front page of the sports section. It said, Tony Gwynn deserves better than this. That was one writer who had already gone to the belief that down 0-2, the Padres had no chance. But this guy has had a very strong World Series. Anthony Fucilli again.
As hard as it is, you got to let it go. You got to let it go, and you got to, refocus and come back out tomorrow and try to do what you got to do. But, guys will be shaking their head like I'm shaking it right now. Like I said, they've done what they've had to do. Pitching's been good. Coney threw the ball good. And bullpen's been good. Offensively, the two catalysts at the top have been on base. But tonight it was the Brocious show. I mean, he just did us in. 2 homers, 4 ribbies, a couple of nice defensive plays, very selective at the plate. You understand why they've won as many games as they have, because normally he's a 9 hitter. Tonight he's hitting in the 6th spot, and he does what he has to do.
We believe. Could they really, after this, down 3-0, the San Diego Padres taking another big-time punch to the solar plexus. The air going out of Qualcomm Stadium about 45 to 50 minutes ago when Scott Brocious hit that one over the center field wall. Well, we talked 2-0. You said there's no way the Yankees were going to lose the series, and I said, hey, wait a minute. What if Sterling Hitchcock come back and pitches a great game and the Yankees are only up 2-1? We had a moment, at least, to feel what that would feel like, and now that's all gone. It's all erased.
It is all gone. If you think about it, the reason that you really don't worry that much about Sterling Hitchcock, even though he's pitched great in the postseason, he doesn't get you into the 7th inning. He gave up the home run, then he gave up the Shane Spencer double, and you're going to get into that bullpen. And once you get into the bullpen, that's the weakest part of this Padre team, and the Yankees did it. So, it's an impressive performance by the Yankees because they used up Sterling Hitchcock's pitches earlier in the game, and they got him to about 90 in the 6th inning.
Quick thought about Andy Pettitte.
I think Andy Pettitte now will coast. He just told me so much pressure has been taken off me. If I would have had a pitch when it was 2-1, that would have been a huge game. It would have been 2-2, a whole different series. Now he sleeps very comfortably tonight. I think he comes in and he pitches very well tomorrow.
Well, we've had a habit of going to these postseason parties in the World Series. In Atlanta, there were some sad Braves fans, and there's going to be a lot of sad Padre fans at that party tonight at Qualcomm Stadium as the 1998 World Series began with enormous amounts of noise. An outstanding defense by Steve Finley in center field. There was every reason to believe because David Cohn was being matched by Sterling Hitchcock. Pitch for pitch, 0 for 0, strikeout for strikeout. And the noise built as Tony Gwynn sent one down the line to Paul O'Neill, and his throw went errantly wide, and the Padres suddenly had struck for 3 huge runs. But then Scott Brocious' bat came to life, and it came to life twice. Once off of Hitchcock, once off of Trevor Hoffman, and the Yankees win this ball game 5-4. Tony Gwynn's Padres are on the edge of the abyss. Mark?
All right, thanks, Al. A reminder, tomorrow night, following the conclusion of the game telecast on Fox 5, tune over to MSG for the Sports Desk special post-game show. We'll have it all from San Diego right after Game 4 wraps up. Highlights plus post-game interviews and news conferences. See you tomorrow night.
You have been watching the Jeep Post Game Report, brought to you by your Tri-State Jeep dealer. Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s on earth. And by
bullpen. He's got great stuff, and once you get to Mo, I've never really had this feeling with the ball club to where you get to the closer and you just know that, this game could be over.
Well, back to Shane Spencer for just a moment. I mean, when he was a little bit younger, he watched Tony Gwynn play and said he went to one of those games in the 1984 World Series where Tony was a youngster, and Tony was just 5 for 19, all 5 singles, no RBIs. Before anything else is said, the performance of one of the all-time great hitters in baseball, Tony Gwynn, should be noted. Had the big hit off Rivera to keep things going in the 8th. Was 2 for 4 tonight in Game 3. It's been 6 for 12 thus far, including the homer in Game 1. Tony Gwynn and the Padres will not lay down in game number 4, no matter how formidable the task is. And, of course, against the Yankees, it is formidable. That's game number 3, 5-4, the Yankees coming from behind. More in a moment from the Big Q.
Seven World Series have the Yankees lost Game 4 after taking a 3-0 series lead.
One more win, and the Yanks go 125-50 for the year. Linda and I coming right back to do it again. Trevor Hoffman couldn't do it twice in the postseason, could he?
Right about now, get ready for
Sports Center mentality.
If a baseball symbolizes the Padres' fading title hopes, San Diego just trying to hold on. Bronx Bombers trying to slam their way to a commanding lead. Somebody is looking for his first goal. Somebodies are looking for their first win. Sammy goes home to a hero's welcome in the Dominican Republic.
Everybody wants to be on television.
Yeah, right. But only if you can keep your concentration, be able to take a big hit, and don't choke. Because Sports Center is next.
Hi, how are you? We're glad you're watching. Back alongside Stuart Scott, I'm Linda Cohn.
Coming up, either a milestone for mess or Premu making a mess of the Canucks. Questionable, doubtful, and a new NFL Hurts category called Maybe. Sammy Sosa goes home, but first, our black is a fashion statement. Coincidence that both of us wore it. It is not symbolic of a looming funeral in the World Series.
You sure about that? What was a guy who hit just 203 a year ago as a member of the Oakland A's doing as the Yankees' leading run producer in the postseason with 10 RBIs? Beats the heck out of his manager, Joe Torre, who said, "We didn't know what Scott Brocious was exactly. We had to pick up a press guide in spring training." In his first postseason in pinstripes, the Yanks' third baseman leads the team in hitting among regulars with a .359 average. Not bad for somebody who used to call New York an uncomfortable place. Now, Brocious attempted to put New York in a comfort zone to Q Stadium, or as George Steinbrenner put it, the cow pasture. George not a fan of what the Chargers did to the field and the dye job that followed to make the field playable. Early on, Padres pitcher Sterling Hitchcock with a moth on his hat. That moth on his cap had the best seat in the house, and he watched this. Chuck Knobloch, the shallow pop. Steve Finley, known for his acrobatics. That's Act 1. Check it out again. Finley, only 7 errors during the regular season. No error there. Great catch. More from Finley in the second. Scott Brocious at the plate. You had the feeling the baseball looked like a beach ball on this day for Brocious. Here was a start. Only Finley would save that from being a hit. Bottom second, no score. Bruce Bochy isn't stressed out yet. Ken Caminiti hitting .205 in the postseason. Not looking good there against Cohn's breaking stuff. Top of the third, no score. David Cohn up. Cohn gets the bat on it, flies out to Greg Vaughn in left. You know, opponents on their first trip through the lineup are 0 for 31 against Hitchcock in the postseason. Would that matter? We thought so. Top of the sixth, still no score. Cohn on second. Derek Jeter at the plate. Nobody out. Hitchcock gets Jeter. 7 Ks in 6 innings for Sterling. Paul O'Neill up next. Looking for space, finds it up the middle. But wait a minute, Cohn is on the base pass. You better hold him up at third. Finley's throw up the line a bit. Bases loaded now for Bernie Williams. There's only 1 out. Good move, right? Bernie's up, right? Whips on the splitter. 32 Ks in 22 innings in the postseason for Hitchcock. That's how they count him here. Game 1 hero Tino Martinez, not this time with the bases loaded. Tino pops up, and the threat is over for the Yankees as Cohn was stranded the entire inning on base. Would that matter? Bottom 6, no score. Remember, Cohn spent in the entire top of the inning on base. Would he be tired? Hitchcock gets to him with a leadoff single. The first hit allowed by Cohn. There goes the no-hitter. He had one after 5. 2 on for Tony Gwynn. Professional hitter. Look at Paul O'Neill. Just 4 errors during the regular season. Who was he throwing to exactly there? Kilvio Veras would come home on that misplay. 2-0 San Diego. Take another look. We're spot shadowing Knobloch at second. He had his hand up, so perhaps O'Neill thought Knobloch wanted the ball. The throw sails over Nobby's head, and the Pods would go on to score 3 in that inning. O'Neill and Nobby would talk about the miscommunication. Top of the 7th, 3-0 San Diego. Scott Brocious tuned into the Psychic Network because he said he knew the fastball was coming from Sterling Hitchcock. Suddenly, it's just a 2-run ball game, 3-1 San Diego. 2 batters later, Joey Hamilton now pitching. Yanks, runner on third, pinch hitter Chili Davis. Opposite way, Caminetti can't get it. He is playing hurt. He is a Warrior, but sometimes Warriors have to sit. 3-2 Yanks. Yanks runners on first and second, same inning. Big spot for Jeter. Up the middle he goes. Look at Chris Gomez. Good extension, good concentration. And then he doubles off Homer Bush, and the Pods hang on to a 1-run lead. Top 8, after a leadoff walk, Trevor Hoffman gets the call in his first World Series appearance on 6 days rest. And Hoffman would walk Tino Martinez. He couldn't get his changeup over. It had Dave Stewart concerned. Runners on first and second. Scott Brocious. Deep Impact, the sequel. He just belted a Hoffman fastball over the wall. The Yankees up 5-3 on Brocious' second homer of the game, his 4th of the postseason. Bottom 8, Mariano Rivera facing Greg Vaughn. Runners on the corners. And Vaughn trying to play hero. He gets the ball deep. Would it be deep enough? No, but it counts for a sac fly. 1 run comes in to score. It's a 5-4 Yankee lead. Next batter, Ken Caminetti. Runner on first. Caminetti hurting big time. And so were the Padres. Yanks still led by 1 after 8. Bottom 9, after a single by Carlos Hernandez, John Vanderwall, the Padres' best pinch hitter. What was he doing pinch running?
At first base.
Mark Sweeney up next to pinch hit, but Sweeney gets the job done. Singles to right, Vanderwall to third. But wait a minute, with your best pinch hitter on the base pass in Vanderwall, that meant defensive replacement Andy Sheets had to face the heat of Mariano Rivera, and you know what? No contest. That's it. The Yankees take a 3-0 lead. Scott Brocious, the obvious hero in Game 3. Wow. Win number 124 for the Yanks this season. One more win, they notch World Series number 24. Scott Brocious, 7 for 13 in this series. He's just hitting .538. Among the keys for the Yanks, patience at the plate. 12 of their 23 runs in this series have come after the 6th inning, which brings us to the Padres' middle relief. Has anyone seen it? No relief issues for the Yanks. Rivera's postseason ERA in his career, 0.53, all-time best for a minimum of 30 innings pitched. After the game, Padres skipper Bruce Bochy had to answer for his questionable decision-making, but not to be overshadowed amidst the controversy, this remarkable Yankee ball club.
Alfred Hitchcock couldn't have set it up better. Same surname, Sterling had already beaten 3 Cy Young winners in the postseason, was leading a 4th David Cone when Scott Brocious just blew up, matching Greg Vaughn's Game 1, the 2nd multi-homer game this World Series, the 8th time there have been at least 2 multi-homer games in one Fall Classic. Yanks looking to sweep for the first time since 1950, Pods just looking. Bruce Bochy admits we can only go and play our hearts out. With more in a fat Game 3, here's Chris Berman and company.
All right, Stu, thank you, and welcome to San Diego, along with Dave Campbell and Tim Kirchin. And guys, what a wonderful, a stupendous ball game we saw in Game number 3 in San Diego. From the fans waving the hankies and fired up, and the home team Padres trying to, if you will, pull the upset against the Yanks and get back in the series. Dual no-hitters for a few innings, dual shutout until the bottom of the 6th. You had the man that led the majors in saves, Trevor Hoffman, come in to face the American League batting champ, Bernie Williams. In the bottom of the 8th, you had the Yankee ace reliever, Rivera, coming in to face a future Hall of Famer in Tony Gwynn. And you had a come-from-behind victory by the Yankees thanks to Scott Brocious' 3-run home run. His 2nd of the game, only the 37th time that has ever happened in World Series that a guy has hit a homer twice in one game. He's with our Carl Ravitch. Ravi.
With Scott Brocious, hit 2 home runs in a game in Texas, and now 2 home runs in a game against San Diego. Can you hit one in the game?
I don't know. It's it's just one of those things. They're just going up there, just trying to put solid at bats up there, and got fastballs to hit and just happened to hit them hard in the air.
What happened in the 7th inning? Was this as if there was sort of a slap in the face, and you guys just started hitting the ball hard?
Well, I don't know. I think obviously the inning before we were knocking on the door, and we put some pressure on that inning. He threw a lot of pitches, so maybe by the time the 7th came around, he'd thrown some pitches and was starting to tire a little bit.
You could argue that Trevor Hoffman had been the most dominant closer in baseball all season next to your guy. What kind of ball did you see?
It was the pitch I hit was a fastball. You know, with a guy like Trevor, you're just trying to see the ball and just battle, and he just happened to throw a fastball over the plate, and I hit it hard.
You've arguably been one of the most amazing stories next to McGuire and Sosa. Scott Brocious comes to New York. He hit 300, and now you're as much an MVP of this team in the postseason as anyone else. How do you feel?
Well, I mean, it feels good. Obviously, you know, I felt real fortunate to get the opportunity after last year to come over and play on a winning team. And so my only goal is just to try to do something positive to help this team win. It feels good when you can do that.
Right, best number 7, 8, or 9 hitter in baseball. Thanks very much, Scott Brocious. Now back up to you.
All right, Ravi and Scott, thank you very much. Brocious actually on game number 3 hit number 6. And the 6 through 9 spots in the series for the Yankees, almost doubling the production of the bigger names, if you will, 1 to 5. And you see all the RBIs, 4 courtesy of Brocious on Tuesday evening. And Timmy, postseason problems giving up long ball for the Padres. It's been a recurring theme, unfortunately, for them the last 10 days.
Right. In the last 6 games for the Padres, they've given up 23 runs from the 7th inning on. It all started with Game 4 of the NLCS against the Braves. In that game, Andres Galarraga hit a grand slam against Dan Maselli to bust that game wide open and send it to Game 5. Then in Game 5, Kevin Brown, pitching in relief, gives up a 3-run homer to Michael Tucker to lose that game. It forces a Game 6 there. Now we go to the World Series. Chuck Knobloch, 3-run homer in the 7th inning off of Donnie Wall to tie that score. And then later in the 7th inning, Tino Martinez grand slam off of Mark Langston to bust that game open. And now in Game 3, Trevor Hoffman, 3-run homer to Scott Brocious. So that's 5 huge homers given up by the Padre bullpen, 3 3-run homers, and 2 grand slams. That pen just hasn't gotten it done.
7th and 8th inning are absolutely killing the San Diego Padres in postseason. 30 teams in Major League Baseball. I could not really pick out one dominant setup man in the 7th and 8th inning. Remember back to 1990 with the Nasty Boys? You had Rob Dibble and Norm Charlton, 2 guys setting up Randy Myers. 92 was Dwayne Ward setting up Tom Henke. 96, who can forget Mariano Rivera setting up John Wetland. I think in postseason, that setup guy in the 7th and 8th inning may be the most important guy in your roster. The Padres went out and got Randy Myers to do that job, but they didn't have a lot of confidence in him after they saw his stuff.
Well, the walk, and then Hoffman came in an attempt to get 6 outs, and afterwards, Trevor obviously chin a little bit down.
I hadn't pitched in any of the ball games. We'd had a couple days in between, so I was fully rested and ready to go. And Boch felt that, you know, now's the time to go to Hoffy.
I tipped my cap to Brocious because he had a great at bat. He had a great at bat. Didn't chase anything. Got a pitch he could handle. Put a good swing on it. And honestly, when it left a bat, I thought, oh, fly ball to center. You know. And it just kept on going.
Nothing seems to faze him. I don't know what his average is with runners in scoring position or runners on base, but I'd walk in with the bases loaded.
We've lost a couple tough games. They've gotten to our bullpen. I think it shows you how good the Yankees are. And, you know, they battled back twice against us, and you tip your hat, you know. Now we're down 3-0. Our backs, we can't go any further back to the wall. So we'll just come out here tomorrow and play our hearts out.
We're on the brink of something really special. I mean, there's going to be a lot of arguments historically about where this team fits in, but right now we've got one more game to go. We've worked hard all year. It's the most professional team. It's the best team in baseball.
Well, David Cone in game number 3 pitched brilliantly. He pitched like the 20-game winner that he was this year, Dave.
Well, he turned the series around in 1996 by winning Game 3 when they were down 2-0, and he went out and gave him a superb effort in Game 3 when they were up 2-0. Joe Girardi's his personal catcher because Girardi calls breaking pitches on fastball counts, and that's what Cone needs at this stage of the career. 3-1 to Leyritz after a 2-0 pitch. To Finley, 3-1. Then the meat of the order for the Padres in the 4th inning, he never got a ball in the middle of the plate. He kept it out of the wheelhouse all night long. Caminetti in, low. Finally walked Caminetti. Wally Joyner doesn't see anything, but he faced 4 batters, got 3 outs in the inning, and never got it in the wheelhouse. Then he got a base hit to lead off the 6th inning, but it ended up really hurting him because he had to run the bases, and he eventually ran out of gas. He was on bases the entire inning, and the first hitter in the bottom of the 6th, Sterling Hitchcock, touched him up. The Padres ended up getting 3 runs in the inning, and Cone was kind of toast, but, you know, for Sterling Hitchcock, when he got that hit, he ran the bases. He was also toast in the bottom of the 6th, or top of the 7th.
Timmy, let me go back, guys, to Scott Brocious. And people who maybe haven't followed the Yankees that closely all year think of, who is this guy, like Al Weiss for the '69 Mets? Where's he come from? He's been an all-star. He's been as steady a Yankee as anybody's been.
Absolutely. Chuck Knobloch was supposed to be the last piece to this puzzle. Really, Brocious was. Tony La Russa's told me for years this is the best defensive third baseman in the American League, and he can hit. And he's a free agent after this year, and I think they have to re-sign him.
Well, I would say that he's made his case pretty clear. 2 out, none on, 5-4 game, bottom of the 9th. Carlos Hernandez gets a base hit. Bruce Bochy decides to pinch run Vanderwall, then pinch hit a dead red hitter, Mark Sweeney, who delivered the hit down the line. Now here's Andy Sheets batting, not Vanderwall, and not even Greg Myers on the bench. Afterwards, he explained it. You agree?
Well, Bochy said that he thought the right-handers were having better swings against Mariano Rivera, but when you have a guy like John Vanderwall that set the all-time Major League pinch hit record, and that's the guy you went out and got on August 31st, I have a tough time justifying it. Plus, Greg Myers was 3 for 8 lifetime against Rivera.
Right. Bochy's had a great postseason managing. First 8 games, he pushed every button, but there's no way Vanderwall cannot be hitting there, or Greg Myers. You can't let Andy Sheets, a right-handed hitter, face Mariano Rivera to end this game.
I'd like to make this comment about the Pods and Tony Gwynn and what a classic performance he has put in, even in the team is down 0-3. 2 hits in Game 3. He's 6 for 12, including the homer. A Hall of Famer is at least giving his Hall of Fame effort, but they're up against a team now that won 6 straight postseason games. The Yankees are 10-2 in the postseason and 1 away from a preposterous magic number of 125 wins. Yowza. They are not only the boys of summer, they're the boys of fall. Back to the studio.
What do you say we go back out to them?
Was on the hill in Game 7 last year. They're down on the field with our Carl Ravitch. Ravi.
Hi, Chris. Thank you very much. And you look at what Sterling Hitchcock was able to accomplish tonight. He faced the minimum through 3 and didn't give up his first hit until the 4th inning. Al, what made him so effective?
Well, Carl, really, pitching is really just based on location and changing speeds well. And Hitchcock tonight had a great changeup to offset his fastball inside, where the hitters really just couldn't just look inside. And the great changeup that he threw was just able to stay inside the ball and keep his hand look like a fastball. It's basically just throwing like a fastball. You see there how it's basically having your hand inside the ball. It's called okay changeup. And then they see that ball going down the way, and it makes his 89, 90-mile-an-hour fastball inside, locks up Spencer there, real tough. Again, here you see the changeup come off of his hand, and it just goes down and away. And what makes him so effective is that he just throws it as hard, arm speed-wise, as his fastball. That's why it's tough to hit. So, Joe, why is it tough to hit?
Well, when you have a guy throwing a great off-speed pitch like Hitchcock was throwing, he's got a great, like you say, a great changeup. The one thing that he can do, he keeps you off balance. He keeps you in front of the ball. And now a good changeup will make the fastball that much more effective. And we saw just the reverse out because Trevor Hoffman, a great changeup, and all of a sudden he can't get it over. And now his fastball, he throws the fastball to Brocious. Brocious hits out of the ballpark, so the reverse is just the same.
As far as going inside here, David Cohn was nasty as well. When you look at what he was able to accomplish against guys like Ken Caminiti, through 5, he didn't give up a hit.
Well, he did, and one of the big keys there, he came up there in the 6th inning when they were down 2-0. Tony Gwynn gets a base hit, wild throw. He throws the ball to third base. They get there. Well, the bad play at third base, and then all of a sudden just men on third base. And now, one of the most boring plays in baseball, the sacrifice fly, but it was important at the time. And one of the things that happened is a hitter has to be patient. And we saw earlier that Greg Vaughn goes up there, swings the very first pitch, doesn't get the job done. In that situation, Caminiti comes up, takes the first pitch slider. Next pitch, he makes the pitcher, throws him a strike, and then all of a sudden there's a run. And the thing is, you have to make the guy throw you a strike. A lot of times it doesn't happen. In a situation like that, Al, what do you look for in a hitter, and how do you try to pitch a hitter?
Any big RBI guy like yourself, you always look for, stay away from the fastball. They're going to jump on it. You saw Vaughn there. He's looking fastball. David throws him a nice little slider. He rolls over on it. Caminiti was a lot more patient, and he did his job, really. That's what RBI guys do.
Generally, a 3-0 lead is a big difference as far as a 2-0 lead goes. That sacrifice you would have figured would have been absolutely enormous. The 6th inning, too, is another hot-button topic in this game. There's a question of whether you bunt Derek Jeter there or not. We were up there having a great discussion about it. What were your thoughts and your thoughts?
Well, Derek, you come up first and second in a 0-0 ball game, top of the 6th. David Cohn is throwing a no-hitter, and all of a sudden, I say you bunt him over. But I think Joe Torre is looking at, one, who's hitting behind Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter had a walk, a base hit. O'Neill's behind him, was 0 for 2 and was not swinging the bat well and has not swung it well. He let him hit. It came out to, it didn't hurt them, but also, you know.
I think we have to factor in one thing. David Cone hasn't hit. He's on second base. There's nobody out. Joe Torre's looking to see, even if it was a great bunt, he can throw him out at third base. The force is still, gets the force out. It's still first and second. You got Jeter to give up and out. That's why I don't think he didn't have him bunt there.
How much would it come into play with the pitcher running? You think if he makes him bunt, he gets the ball to third base? Coney has to exert some energy because he was bunting from first to second. Is that going to be relevant as far as him going back out there in the bottom of the sixth?
You might want to get him off the bases, but I think that's why Joe didn't have him bunt.
The other thing is, I mean, we heard from Coney earlier in the show. He claims that the long inning was what sort of prompted him to get tired, give up that hit to Hitchcock, and give up the walk to kill Bill Barris. All right, Al Leiter, Joe Carter, thanks. Now back up to you, Chris.
All right, guys, thank you very much. As we continue to dissect the 5-4 come-from-behind Yankee win in game number 3 at the World Series. And Trevor Hoffman came in with none out in the 8th inning. And what's amazing is in the 53 saves in the regular season, only one blown save. Again, the Padres eventually won right here at Qualcomm on a Sunday against the Astros. But in the postseason, he has not been automatic. And that, Dave, has been big reason why it's not 2-1 and we're not jumping about maybe 6 or 7 game series.
Well, Trevor Hoffman had not pitched in 6 days, and it really showed. The other thing is Trevor Hoffman came in with a man on. That's a mistake because Trevor Hoffman's got a high leg kick. It was obvious he was worried about O'Neill stealing bases. Totally got him out of rhythm. He threw one changeup for a strike in the entire 8th inning, and Bernie Williams almost hit it out of the ballpark. He couldn't locate his changeup because he was slide stepping. He got out of his normal pattern. He ended up costing him. Dave Stewart came out and talked to him during the inning, said, forget about the runner, go back to go back to your normal leg kick. But by then, it appeared to be too late.
There was so much symmetry in this game. I mean, both pitchers, for a little while, double no-hitter. Both pitchers twirling a shutout. Both pitchers leading off the inning, the 6th inning, each with a hit. Both ace relievers, Hoffman and Timmy Mariano Rivera, coming in after one batter in the 8th, although in Rivera's case, there was an out quarter before that.
Right. Rivera, an inning and 2/3 scoreless tonight, a little bit shaky, but now in his career, 2 earned runs, 33 2/3 in his postseason career. That's an ERA of 0.53. That is the lowest ERA of any postseason pitcher in the history of baseball. And the thing with Rivera is a couple scouts told me before the postseason he's not throwing very well. Well, I think he is now.
Well, he's the fastball just gets faster, a little higher, right across the letters as he goes, and that was the difference tonight. Well, I'll tell you who was a huge difference tonight is Scott Brocious. And I mean, not only the 2 home runs, but remember, he was on the ball all night long. His first at bat, Steve Finley, who played a superior game for the Padres tonight, even stealing a base, making a couple catches, made a nice catch. Next at bat for Brocious with 1 out in the 5th, single to left. Then, of course, the heavy metal, leading off the 7th with the home run, which got the Yankees on the board, and they immediately came back after San Diego hung the 3 spot. And then, of course, with 2 on, off Trevor Hoffman, Finley gave it a go, but this was tattooed. About 4:15, if we're to guess, a little bit below where we're sitting. And so Scott Brocious, as we said, 7 for 13 with the 2 home runs tonight and the 5 RBIs in the series. Conversely, third baseman for the Padres, the MVP 2 years ago, Ken Caminetti, has struck out Dave twice in all 3 games, and he's obviously playing very, very hurt.
He's an absolute warrior. Nobody is ever going to deny that. He'll do everything he can to play, but he is just beaten up. Couldn't bend over on a ground ball that Chili Davis hit. Looked off balance on the bunny field and a knob block. Was falling all over home plate. He is the ultimate warrior, but his body has given out on him, and it definitely showed in Game 3.
Although, you know, that doesn't mean that he will roll. He could have a 2 home run game tomorrow night, but he is not the Ken Caminetti that we all love so much during the year and certainly during his career. Well, the Yankees, even though the top of the order is not quite doing it at the plate as much, they certainly are just as key components in this World Series 3-0 lead. Tino Martinez and Paul O'Neill talk about a wild ride here at the Q.
We're very confident, but not overconfident. You know, we have a big game tomorrow. We got to win 1 more. You know, you got to win 4 games to win the World Series, and by far our work is not done yet, but we're definitely feeling good.
You feel like you let a lot of people down, but I mean, everybody has
things like that happen throughout the course of the year. You just do it in a World Series game, you pick bag night. But like I said, right now we can't be any better. I mean, we're 3-0, and that's what counts in this World Series. And man, it's good.
Well, the Yankees, they've got weapons all up and down the lineup, and defense, of course, of Mariano Rivera. So basically what the Padres have tried to do is they beat a team with 102 wins, Houston. They beat a team with 106 wins, Atlanta. Could they beat a team with 114? It's like trying to slay all the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. It's a tough task. Nighttime in San Diego, back to the studio. Game of 3 of the World Series, 5-4. Well, in the Hotel California for San Diego, they knew that this could be heaven or this could be hell. And usually when you play hell's bells, at least in 1998, it's almost automatic for Trevor Hoffman. But the ace reliever, AC/DC, became unplugged on Tuesday night. With more, Carl Ravitch.
Forget about the flu that has affected the Padres starters. It's the bullpen that's really sick. In the World Series, Donnie Wall's ERA is 6.7. Ryan Boehringer's is 9. Randy Myers is 13.5. Mark Langston's is over 40. And now Trevor Hoffman has the bug.
We've been searching and trying to find something that's going to work for us in those middle innings. And, we just haven't been able to put a handle on it yet.
That's just it, It hasn't been kind to anybody. Everybody's had a bit of a problem with it, so just haven't made pitches when we've had to, and they've capitalized on them.
We've had some good luck against their bullpen, and that's the way we've done all year. We try to get rid of the starters as quick as we can, take a lot of pitches, make them throw a lot. And we did that, and he started tired a little bit. And, once we go to the bullpen, it seems like our confidence goes higher and higher.
You have to remember, this is a bullpen that was 78-3 when leading after 7 innings in the regular season.
Day and night. I mean, during the season, we were getting what we needed. In the postseason, we're not getting what we need. The bottom line is, we have to find a way to get outs out there, and it's just not happening for us.
The Padres acquired Randy Myers to get left-handers out. In the 8th inning, leading by 1, he walked the leadoff man, Paul O'Neill. That prompted Bruce Bochy to go to Trevor Hoffman in the 8th inning with nobody out for the first time since September of '97.
We're down 2-0. We got to get a win. And, we go to a closer. We go to our guy. And I can't knock that. I think that, under circumstances, that's the right move to make. Because he was one guy that they hadn't seen. They'd seen a lot of the guys in the bullpen.
Hoffman, it's not going to happen very often to him. He's been premier closer in this league for a couple of years now. And, he hit a hot hitter.
Obviously, because we haven't been able to nail down those middle innings, it makes it a game where, the guy that we can count on, the guy we can depend on, we have to go to him earlier.
Contributing to the inflated numbers of the bullpen, the starters. Kevin Brown lasting 6 2/3 in Game 1. Andy Ashby 2 2/3 in Game 2. And even when they get a great effort from Sterling Hitchcock in Game 3, it gets wasted. Which means now, more than ever, the pressure is on Kevin Brown to play the role of not only starter, but closer. In San Diego, this is Carl Ravitch, ESPN.
All right, Carl, thank you very much. And now, as we look ahead to game number 4, the storyline is pretty simple. The Yankees complete an unbelievable season with a sweep, or the Padres stay alive with their ace, Kevin Brown, and San Diego boy David Wells gets a chance to nail it down in Game 5. Either way, it's a heck of a story if you're a Yankee fan. Andy Pettitte goes Game 4, Tim. What do you expect from him?
Well, he's in a much better shape now than he was before. His dad has been so sick lately that for the first 2 games of this series in New York, he was sitting on the bench saying, I'm not even thinking about baseball here. There's no way he should have pitched in either of those first 2 games. But his dad is feeling much, much better now, and he'll go in Game 4, and he seems to be ready. And let's not forget, this guy won 16 games this year.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Kevin Brown certainly knows what he's doing. We don't know if he's 100% healthy, but as soon as Joey Hamilton came into game number 3, you knew there was no question anymore.
Yeah, and Kevin Brown, the biggest question is how healthy is he going to be? I mean, postseason, he's been unbelievable. His first start, he struck out 16 batters at Houston Astros. The next start, though, on 3 days rest, only 6 1/3 innings. Then he struck out 11 on full rest. Then he gave up the home run to Michael Tucker in relief. I think the biggest question for Kevin Brown, I saw Curt Schilling strike out.
Cuba saved the Yankees against Cleveland, won in the World Series, and yesterday was able to get his daughters out of Cuba. He's had the greatest year you can have. El Duque, Orlando Hernandez.
Here's the Yankee from down under, Graham Lloyd.
Another player that formed the best bench in baseball, always contributes every time he plays, outfielder Chad Curtis.
One of the best left-handed relievers in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Stanton.
A 19-year Major League veteran who has won 2 championships with the Yanks. Switch hitter, outfielder The Rock, Tim Raines.
What a season this young man has had. 3-0 in the postseason, a perfect game, and he has grown into one of the most offendable pitchers in baseball. He's going to get his second key to the city, and boy, is that going to be dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Perfect, David Wells.
He's been one of the game's great pitchers for over a decade. A great competitor and a quintessential Manhattanite, even though he's from Kansas City. Here is David Cone.
Just picture, you haven't played much all year, you spent most of the season in Columbus, and you're in the starting lineup for the first game of the World Series. So your first time up, you're probably pretty nervous. Facing Kevin Brown, one of the best pitchers in baseball. So what does this guy do? Bases loaded double. Ricky Leday.
Here's a right-hand reliever the Yankees signed from Colorado in the offseason. Hurt most of the year, he finally got healthy and pitched just great in September, helping the Yankees break the record of most wins in a year. He'll be even better next year. Out of the bullpen, Darren Holmes.
In 1996, the picture that was emblazoned in New York fans' mind was John Wetland with his hand thrust up in the air, saying #1. Well, there's a new picture now. This man dropped down to his knees after saving Game 4 against the Padres. The Yankee closer, he saved 3 games in the series, Mariano Rivera.
This right-hand reliever has been with the Yankees 3 years, and they've won 2 championships, and he's been a big part of it. In that last game, he struck out the dangerous Greg Vaughn, doing what he does best, getting right-hand hitters out. Here is Jeff Nelson.
Signed as a free agent during last winter, hurt for most of the season, came back, got 100 at-bats in the regular season toward the end, but what a contributor in the postseason. The Yankee designated hitter, Charles Chili Davis.
Since this left-hander has been a Yankee, he's done nothing but win. Remember the 5th game against the Braves in Atlanta, 1-0. Well, how about a couple of days ago? The 4th and final game of the championship against San Diego, and another shutout. Here is Andy Pettit.
Talk about taking New York by storm. He got back to his hometown city where he saw his first World Series game sitting in the upper deck. Well, when he finally started, he got a very big double in Game 3. You know him, 10 home runs in September, an amazing 3 grand slams. A new favorite, Shane Spencer.
One of the truly great all-around players in baseball. Like DiMaggio and Mantle before him, he patrols center field with grace and elegance. Hits from both sides of the plate. Here he is, Bernie Williams.
And finally, he came in relief of David Cone in Game 3, and he pitched absolutely beautifully. Pitched well in the ALCS as well. Let's have a nice warm welcome for Ramiro Mendoza.
One name that we've omitted, you know that his name and his number has been with all the Yankees as they've gone through the playoffs to win the World Championship. He was at the parade, but he's gone home because he's still gathering his strength. But he'll be back better than ever next year. Number 39, Darryl Strawberry.
Ladies and gentlemen, the quintessential New Yorker. He grew up in Brooklyn, and when he finally got the Yankee managerial job, he decided to win a lot of World Series. 2 in 3 years. The manager of the greatest team in baseball history, Joe Torre.
He just tried to slip in without getting noticed, but we're not going to allow that. He's owned the Yankees for 25 years. He has perpetuated the brilliance of the Yankees. The owner, George Steinbrenner.
And now everybody, I know there's a lot of you out there, put your hands together for a final salute to the 1998 World Champion New York Yankees.
This next star has been that for over 40 years in the music world, and he just wowed him at the World Series in Game 1. Another quintessential New Yorker from Queens. To begin the program, here is the one and only Tony Bennett.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesties, above thy fruited plain, America, America, God shared his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And now we introduce, to sing our national anthem, Mr. Max von Essen.
Oh, say,
can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Mayor of New York, Mr. Rudy Giuliani.
Welcome. Welcome. This is a beautiful day, and for as long as baseball is played, the 1998 New York Yankees will set the standard. Every team from now on that has a good season is going to be compared to this team, the 1998 Yankees. And I predict when the history of baseball is finally written, this will be the greatest team in the history of baseball. But they've won more than games, more than the 114 games in the regular season, more than the 125 games overall. What they have done is not show us just how to play baseball. They've showed us character. They've showed us dedication. They've showed us friendship. They've showed us commitment. And for that, we really are grateful to them, because they are as good men as they are baseball players, and boy, that's rare. I'd like to take just one moment to add my congratulations for the city of New York to an exceptional Yankee, to someone who has played in this city for the Mets and for the Yankees and has shown us over and over again what a great baseball player he is. But in the comeback that he made as a baseball player, and that in the comeback that he's now making in life, Darryl Strawberry has gained the respect and the love of all New Yorkers. Darryl, absolutely. We salute all of the Yankees. This team won as a team. It is impossible to single out any one ball player because each and every one of them has contributed to the 125 victories. Virtually each and every one of them can point back to at least a game or two or three in which they were the hero of the game. And the exciting thing about this team is it teaches everyone, from the littlest little league to the most important major league player, that playing for the team is more important than playing as an individual. And that's a lesson that can get you through life, not just through baseball. I want to, for the city of New York, for the great, great accomplishment that they've brought to us and the high standard, thank the Yankee organization. Thank the principal owner, George Steinbrenner, for giving us yet another championship. Thank you, George. To thank the man who now has to be considered one of the great Yankee managers, which means you're one of the great managers in baseball, a boy from Brooklyn, which is the best thing you can say about anybody, a great player, a great man, Joe Torre. Thank you for all New Yorkers. When other teams try to figure out how to put together their organization, they're going to study the way the Yankees were put together. And beyond George Steinbrenner, we have to thank Hal Steinbrenner and Steve Swindell, who are the general partners in the Yankees, Brian Cashman and Lon Trost. Brian Cashman, his first year as general manager. What a great team he has put together. And we're going to thank every single player. I really can't single out one, because Scott Brocious was the MVP in the World Series, but they all were MVPs. This is a team that really shows all of us how to play together. I am so proud of them, and I know I speak for every New Yorker that in the history of this city, you are going to go down as our greatest sports team, not only for the kind of players you are, but most importantly, for the good example you give to our children. For that, I really thank you, and God bless you. This is a great day, isn't it? I kept thinking when Tony Bennett was singing America the Beautiful that this has to be a beautiful day for Orlando El Duque Hernandez. And it makes you want to bring tears to your eyes because you understand the value of freedom. It is my honor to introduce the great governor of the state of New York, George Pataki.
Thank you, Rudy. And what a great day, isn't it? How about the parade? Did you enjoy the parade? I'll tell you, I was here 2 years ago, and it was a great parade. Today was even better. There were more people and more enthusiasm, and I think that speaks volumes about this team. You know, and a lot of the historians are saying, well, maybe this is one of the greatest teams of all time. Well, let me make 2 points. Rudy, Mayor, this is the greatest city in America. There's no question about that. And thank you for what you've done there. And this is the best baseball team ever to take the field in the history of Major League Baseball. And congratulations to all of you. You know, this has been a great year for baseball. Earlier in the year, people were captivated by Sammy Sosa up against Mark McGwire, and they both carried that out with such tremendous dignity that we salute them. But then at the end of the year, there was this astounding team, showing that a group of individuals could play together as no team has played together before. People coming out of nowhere like Shane Spencer and Ricky Leday, David Wells being perfect, David Cohn coming back. What a great team, 125 wins. It's never been done before. The only team that will ever do it again will be the Yankees next year or the year after that. You know, you're all Yankee fans, right? All right, we're giving you the opportunity in the first time of the history of this state where you can go out every day and show that you are proud of our World Championship team. They didn't just win the World Series, they swept the World Series. And in honor of that, we are putting out an official New York State license plate you can get, and this is what it's going to look like. It was a sweep. It was a sweep. And let me say that I want to present the first official Yankee championship license plates. I know the first person isn't here, but he's watching this back home, and he was here for the parade. And we all know that this is accurate. This is how we feel about him. And Darryl Strawberry is our 39. This is his plate. And you know, what a great team, but in the World Series, one guy came through in a way that I don't know that he expected. And I want to give him his official New York State license plate. Get up here, Scott Brocious. Here it is. Scott. MVP, no question about it. But they are the champs. They are a great team because not only has George Steinbrenner and Brian Cashman put together an outstanding team, but they have a leader that we are all proud of, who was here 2 years ago when he led them there the first time. He is our champ. They are the champs. Joe Torre's license plate. Here it is. He deserves it. To all of you, the greatest team ever. A wonderful day. Let's come back and do it again next year. Congratulations, Yankees.
Thank you, Governor. And the governor told me that if you have those license plates, we cannot give you tickets. No parking tickets with those licenses. And now it's my great honor to present to the principal owner of the New York Yankees an official proclamation making today in New York City, and I'm sure for the rest of the year, New York Yankee Day. We all know that this team has a great leader. The character of this team comes from the leadership of the team. Not only its character as a baseball team, but its character as men of commitment and dedication and hard work. So, here is our hero, our most valuable manager, Joe Torre. Hey, after '96, I didn't think it could get any better. But this is dynamite. You fans are the greatest in the world, believe me. First off, I want to thank George Steinbrenner for trusting me with his ball club, a very proud tradition over the years, the New York Yankees. And I really thank the day that Arthur Richmond stuck my name under his nose and said, George, this is the guy you want to have manage this ball club. It's wonderful. I want to thank my coaches. Let me tell you, I was having breakfast yesterday morning in San Diego before getting on the charter, and John Scherholz, the general manager of the Atlanta Braves, came up to me and complimented my coaches on how well they have worked with the players, and I want to do that right now. Tony Cloninger, Jose Cardinal, Willie Randolph, Mel Stottlemyre, Don Zimmer, Chris Chambliss. Get up there. They are the best, and when you see me sitting between Mel and Zim, we do talk baseball every once in a while. Over the years, the New York Yankees have meant so much. I mean, I grew up in Brooklyn, never being a Yankee fan, but always respected what they had done. But the people who set the standards for us, Babe and Iron Horse, Joe D., Mickey, Elston, Yogi, Whitey, Reggie, and Thurman, our ball club here in 1998 lived up to those standards, and I'm very proud to tell you that. And when you look, and I know all the accent is going to go on the sweep and on the World Series. There was so much that went on getting us to the World Series. Even players that never appeared in a World Series game played such a big part in getting us there. But what's interesting about the series, normally, especially in a 4-game series, there's going to be a reference saying the home run, and you think of one player. We can say the home run, and you have your choice. You want Nabi, you want Tino, you want Brocious. You can have any one of them. And I tell you, I was very tense during the postseason, especially the two early series. And the players got me through it, believe me. In fact, I went in there before Game 4, and when I heard the loud music from my office, I said, wait a minute. I said, Boomer's not pitching today, because that's the only time I allow that. I don't want to talk badly about that kind of music. My wife likes it, but it's a little loud for me. So I went in there, and I was going to turn it down, And Boomer says, everybody likes it. We did it yesterday, and I turned and looked at Nellie. Nellie shook his head like this. I don't think they can hear anymore, but he shook his head like that. And I realized as I turned the volume back up that I have completely lost control of this game and this team to the Boomer, and I never thought that would happen. I want to thank all the families, and especially the wives and ladies of my players, because what they had to endure this whole year, you had to appreciate it by being around these players day in and day out to see how focused and how razor sharp they stayed, and that's no fun for the family life. I can tell you that right now. I know they say you don't take it home with you, but it's really tough just to leave it at the ballpark. And one other thing, you know they're going to question on where this ball club belongs in the history of baseball. I can only say one thing. In my opinion, 125 and 50. These guys are the best guys that have ever played the game. Thank you.
Well, we're not allowed to stay here for everyone to talk, but there are a few Yankees who are. The first one who's going to address you is a fellow whose career took a turn up this year, coming from Oakland to the Yankees, hitting 300, hitting 19 homers, driving in 98 runs, and making every play at third to become the series MVP. Here's Scott Brocious.
Hey, are we having fun yet or what? First of all, I just want to thank the city for this. This might come in handy. I'm double parked right around the corner, so. But I just want to say what a privilege it's been to be a part of this team this year. I just want to thank George, Brian, all the coaches, everybody who had the nerve to bring me over here after last year. And it's truly been a special year. I believe there's no greater place to play, and there's no greater fans to bring this championship home to. So thank you guys very much.
Our next speaker has become very, very chatty of late. Do you know that he started to do our radio pregame show after the Yankees were down 2-1 to the Indians? Then the Yankees won. And they won again, and again, and again. They won 7 games in a row, and he refused to let go of the microphone. Well, Mr. O'Neill, you have it again. Here's Paul O'Neill.
This is just what I want, is a microphone. I don't know what to say. What else is new? Times I usually go to Zim when I have anything to say, and he's seen enough. So again, what a privilege to be part of this team, to be part of this city. I tell you one thing, it's going to be a long winter when we get away from baseball. Are there any bleacher creatures out there? You could do me one favor before we go, because we won't hear it so long. Don't make me look like a fool. Now, if I'm going to sing, you're going to sing with me. First place, Yankees. Yeah, first place, Yankees. First place, Yankees. First, see you later.
Tony Bennett and Max von Essen are not worried at the present time. Well, here's the final speaker. He's undergone 2 separate arm operations and shoulder operations, aneurysm operation, to come back and win 20 games. He's such a perfect New Yorker because you never met a greater competitor. David Cohn.
got to tell you, I didn't think New Yorkers could top 96. That was an incredible run, but you did it today. Thank you. Thank every one of you. Thanks for our day in the sun. You made us feel very, very special today. We worked hard all year. We came to play every day. I think everybody got their money's worth when you came to Yankee Stadium this year. To do this in New York, believe me, twice in the last 3 years, is some of the most incredible feelings, some of the most incredible memories. There's no better place to do it. There's no better place to share it. These guys behind me, I mean, it's more than just a baseball team. I think you saw how much we care about each other. I think you saw what happened when Darryl had his problems and how we pulled together. I think you saw what happened with Frank Torrey 2 years ago. I think you saw what happened with Andy Pettit's father recently. Incredible stories on the side, incredible baseball team. We really pulled together, and you guys, you fans, believe me, you helped us through it all. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you very much.
I'll tell you what, we aim to please. Why don't we have Mr. Perfect get up and speak? David Wells.
All right. Thank you. Oh boy. I just want to thank, personally for myself, I want to thank Mr. Steinbrenner for putting me in this situation, bring me over here to New York, a place that I grew up to love, even though I'd never been here, until my career started, and then it took off here in last year. And for him putting up with me, to be honest with you, because I think I've made his life a living hell for a while. But most of all, I just want to thank the fans, because they are unbelievable. And to be with a team that we've put out there all year long, day in and day out, and I know Joe gave a lot of credit to the coaches, but they do deserve a lot of credit, because, you know, without their out there every day throwing BP, with Mel helping us pitchers out when we're in a little bind, to me that's special, and you don't get that kind of treatment from anybody. So thank you. And for guys like Coney and I, ailing at time to time, you know, the trainers are very special, and they never get recognized as much as everybody else does. So, Gino, Steve, thank you. And to the great city of New York, I just got one last word. That's word up, dog.
Bernie, they're calling your name.
Center field, well hit at the track, at the wall, goodbye, two-run homer, Bernie Williams, and it's 6-0.
Thank you. Gotta tell you, you guys are the greatest. Thank you very much. I just want to have an opportunity to thank the Lord because He has given me the opportunity to be here. I want to thank my teammates. I want to thank my wife, my family. There's been a lot of things happening this year for me personally, and for the team has been a great ride. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I got great memories here. This is all I know. I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I think I got a chance to stay. But you got to talk to this guy right here. Thank you.
Mayor Giuliani came up with a splendid idea. New York City has a great Latin population. Let's speak to them through El Duque.
I no speak English. Yo no hablo español. No hablo inglés, solo hablo español. Los que sepan español que le traduzcan a los que no lo pueden escuchar en español. Solo quiero decirle, mi hermano el año pasado dijo, I love you Miami, y este año yo digo, yo amo Nueva York.
I don't speak English either. So I'm going to try to do my best too. So anyway, Duke, he wanted to tell all you beautiful fans here in New York that he's so happy that he played for a great city like New York City. And then he said he's very proud to be playing today for the world champion New York Yankees. So, El Duque said, no más. Thank you very much.
Here's a guy who speaks both English and Spanish, Tino Martinez.
Thank you. I don't say much anyway in either language, so I like to just try to go out there and do my job. But since I have the opportunity on this great day, obviously myself, I'd like to thank George Steinbrenner also for bringing me aboard 3 years ago when I was with Seattle and taking a chance on me and giving me the chance to be a world champ 2 out of 3 years. So to me, New York is the greatest place in the world to play. You fans are the greatest. And one more thing, I gotta say one more thing. You know, it's been an up and down year for a lot of us. It's been a lot of fun. We won the world championship. But I just want to recognize all my teammates for doing a great job. And
And I also want to recognize Chuck Knobloch for battling all year and being the world champ that he is. Thank you.
Well, right here, there's a trophy that has to be presented. Here is the first-year general manager of the Yanks, who is going to take his place in years to come as one of the best GMs in baseball, Brian Cashman.
Thank you. I'd like to get a response back on this. I want to ask all you Yankee fans out there, if George Steinbrenner came to you and said, I want you to be general manager when you have players like this behind you, what would you say to him? Well, that's exactly what I did, and I'd like to thank him for granting me the opportunity. I'd also like to thank a few people that obviously have their fingerprints all over this ball club. Gene Michael deserves a lot of recognition, a lot of hard work, a Yankee forever. My assistant general manager, Kim Ang, and our Major League Administrator, Tom May. And I'd also like to thank some people who need to be recognized in Tampa, Florida, who could have been here today. I asked them, are you coming up? Those guys are Mark Newman, Gordon Blakely, Lynn Garrett, and Billy Connors. They're part of our crack baseball committee that help us out a great deal, and they're the reason we're here. Their response was, we have too much work to try to get back here in 1999. And that's why we're here, and that's why we're going to remain here, because of people like that. Thank you very much.
Brian, why don't you stand right here, and for the first time for the citizens of New York City, show them the 1998 World Championship Trophy. And now, it's been 2 in 3 years. We're going to bring out the 1996 World Championship Trophy. Now we'd like to bring up 2 people that played a big role in putting this all together. So they could stand near each of these trophies, Steve Swindle and Hal Steinbrenner. Gentlemen, come up and take your rightful place. And do you know that this is an organization that if we were going to bring out every trophy, there'd be 24 of them and this whole stage would be filled. New York, your Yankees.
I would like to thank Steve and Hal and the entire Yankee organization. For the last 2 years, we've had this trophy on display at City Hall. And we've had, I believe, over 30,000 people come and see it. And now, we'll put this one next to it. It really is a remarkable gift of tremendous spirit and civic pride to the city of New York. And we get that gift from this tremendous Yankee organization from bottom to top, all over. Thank you very much, Steve, Hal, and the entire organization. One final. George Steinbrenner suggested something a few moments ago that we should do. Please, shh. We know that Joe DiMaggio is ill and he's recovering. And 2 years ago when we presented the trophy, Joe DiMaggio was with us. So I'd like us all to take a few moments and pray for Joe's recovery, quick and swift, and pray that next year, Joe Torre, when you come back with another championship, Joe DiMaggio will be with us again. Thank you very much.
Well, now, Mr. Mayor, if you'd step up here again, it's time to present the keys to the city. And we'll try to go through the list quickly. We begin with the players, and first of all, Derek Jeter.
Say a few words. Derek, everybody here, no, don't argue. Everybody here wants you to speak. Speak.
I don't think there's a person in the world that has been more spoiled than I've been. I've had an opportunity to win 2 world championships in my first 3 years. I'm playing in the best city, for the best owner, the best manager, and in front of the best fans in the world. There's only one thing that went wrong with this season, in my opinion, and that is we didn't get an opportunity to win the World Series at home. So I guess we're gonna have to come back and do that next year.
You can put him over here. Now we'll bring up Derek's double play partner for his key to the city, Chuck Knobloch.
Congratulations, Chuck. A great home run, a great season. Want to say a few words?
Hideki Arabu.
Congratulations. That's your kid. Yes, that's for you. You want to say a few words? Say a few words in Japanese. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I love New York Yankees and New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Hideki. Scott Brocious.
Louis Soho.
Congratulations. Want to say a few words? You sure?
Jorge Posada.
Great job, Jorge. Say thank you? You sure?
Paul O'Neill.
Congratulations. Good job. Good job.
Homer Bush.
Congratulations. Hope you're with us for many years. Want to say a few words? Say thank you. You sure? Yeah, say thank you.
Well, pretty much everything has been said. I just want to say, hey, it's been a great year for me. I think I had the best seat in the house, but just want to say, hey, I love you, New York, and God bless and take care.
Tino Martinez.
Joe Girardi.
El Duque.
Graham Lloyd.
Chad Curtis.
Mike Stanton.
Tim Raines.
You know they're forcing me to do this, but first of all, I'd like to say thank you to George Steinbrenner, Joe Torre, and the Yankee organization, and all my teammates for the last 3 years. 2 years ago, I wasn't able to play too many games, but I was able to be there when, I think, when it counted. This year, I was able to play a full season, and I'm sure George is going to thank me for that, for all the money that he gave me. But I love New York. This is my 19th season. I'm not too sure if I'll be back next year, but I enjoyed the ride. Hopefully I can, George. And I want to thank my wife and kids that are out there today. I got a son that's playing in the Baltimore organization. I'm sorry for that, son, but I love New York. I love my teammates, and thanks for having me.
David Wells.
And one good David deserves another. David Cone.
Ricky Leday.
Darren Holmes. Darren Holmes.
Mariano Rivera.
Jeff Nelson.
You got a punch.
Chili Davis.
Andy Pettit.
Shane Spencer.
Bernie Williams.
There it is.
And Ramiro Mendoza.
Start up there, because he's the last one.
Jose Cardinal.
Chris Chambliss.
Tony Cloninger.
Willie Randolph.
Mel Stottlemyre.
And Mr. Don Zimmer.
Mike Borzello.
Dale Swain.
Rohan Baishu.
And Charlie Wansowitz.
Gene Monahan.
And his assistant, Steve Donahue.
Jeff Mangold.
Rob Kakuza.
And Lou Kakuza.
Rick Cerrone.
Senior Vice President of the Yankees, Arthur Richmond.
David Zen.
George Rose.
Frank Torrey.
And the skipper himself, Joe Torre.
Hal Steinbrenner and Steve Swindle. And this young man has to get the key to the city. He helped put the team together, footed the bill. The owner of the New York Yankees, George M. Steinbrenner III. Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman.
General Manager Brian Cashman.
And now we're going to introduce to you, for one more sing-along, Tony Bennett and Max Von Essen.
Tony had to leave. Don't be mad. I'm sorry. Everyone, please join along. I'm going to sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, 'cause it's root for the Yankees. If they don't win, it's a shame, 'cause it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
I have a few more keys to the city. One for John Sterling. One for Michael Kay. And one for Lawrence Rose.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for a great day, and to the Yankees, thank you for a great season. Thanks, everybody.
And thank all of you for coming. Let's do it next year. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. What a team, what a day. Only in New York. Rick Cerrone, thank you very much for being here. Kurt, thanks for all your help.
we just tell you, everybody got license plates, they got keys to the city.
Everything.
Some open negotiations here. David Wells, Bernie Williams, Tim Raines starting negotiations. David Wells making a film of the whole thing. We hope you enjoyed seeing it as much as we did bringing it to you.
Thank you so much from everybody here at Fox 5. We'll see you tonight at 10.
That's right. See you then. Thanks again.